What is going on? We have the 5th annual NHL Draft Watch Party here on the Sota Pod YouTube channel. Please give us the thumbs up, the likes, all the stuff that Isha continuously begs you for. A couple shout outs to some of our friends here before we kick things off. First and foremost, anyone that hasn't already, I know Isha's going to have like 20 of these lined up in the basement. 7th Avenue Pizza, get out there, get you some. I wasn't able to get the meat sauce, but we're going with the breakfast pizza here. You can get them literally anywhere in Minnesota now, except for Target. Whenever you go to Target, please beg them to carry it. Got to shout out our friends, Northland Vodka, and our good friend, Mark Parrish. Shout out, better than any of that shit that Barstool Sports does with Pink Whitney. Just get your own pink lemonade. Cheaper, better. Then we have Better Edge, which we've got a contest running right now. You've got probably another 30-ish minutes tops to enter. I'm going to drop the link in here real quick in the chat for everybody. Please go in. It's a free competition. If we get at least 50 entrants, we will be giving away prizes. So here you go. Have at it. Have fun. All you have to do is enter your email address. Nothing more. Answer some questions about the draft. Easy. Then our good friends at Waggle Golf. I'm decked out in it here. I'm sure all of you are going to be out on the course here throughout the summer. If you want to look good, check them out here. I'm dropping that link into the comments as well. And then our good friends at 10K Takes, who will be joining us for the Minnesota Wild pick, apparently live from a golf course. I'm sure they'll be absolutely obliterated, which will only make things more fun. Got a couple of things we got to shout out for them. First, we have, let me pull it up here. We have their charity golf tournament. I'm throwing the link in here. They are still accepting teams. I think it's a total of 36 teams that can enter and register. Please check it out. They will actually be having Jason Zucker out there as always. Plenty of other fun guests, giveaways, prizes. And then we have their new beer being launched and distributed in liquor stores. It is a banger for the summer, folks. It is a raspberry shandy called Captain's Patch. Last link I'm going to flood you guys with here in the comments. Go check that out. Find it, honestly, most liquor stores, but wherever the good folks at Elm Creek are distributing. We got a long one here tonight. It's going to be chaotic, to say the least. This is probably the most you're going to see or hear from me. I'll be backstage, thank God. But let's kick it over to the boys. Let's get things started.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to our 5th annual Sota stream here, covering the National Hockey League draft on the Sota Pod YouTube channel, Twitter, Facebook. But if you are watching on Twitter and Facebook, get your ass over to YouTube. Join our live chat here. We're going to be going for the next 20 minutes before the draft. And then once it begins, well, Zee, your draft expert, along with all of our friends here live in the flesh, live at the Sota Pod headquarters, are going to be hanging out with you guys all evening. So quickly, let's just introduce our host here. Zee, what's going on? Good to see you.
Define host. That I didn't know that was a real thing. I'm planning on not doing that, but you know, same shit as always. This is going to be a disaster. I can't wait to go 0% on every fucking pick that I've made so far. So it's going to be great.
We also got our friend Matteo here. We got Brett Marshall. We got our friend Baki. We got Seth Toupal and Alex Micheletti as well. What's up, everybody? What's up? And again,
everybody?
What up? Big shout out to our friends at 10K Takes, Elms Creek, 7th Avenue Pizza, Northland Vodka, and Better Edge for just getting us through this night, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be awesome. And big shout out to the live chat here as well. We have a massive crowd here. Thank you guys so much for joining. All right, let's start off with has there been any news coming out of the Minnesota Wild in regards to potential movement, picks that they're targeting? Anybody here?
Actually, no.
He's been super quiet.
Well, per Russo 19 minutes ago, they still have interest in McGroarty, but that's not really new info. It's just the interest is still there.
Okay.
That's what we call the Seth change-up.
Yeah, you'll have plenty of those tonight. Don't worry.
My insider info tells me nothing.
I'm just playing the Schefter role. Like I gotta talk about something.
I love it. Hey, we got our friend Zeke and everybody here in the live chat. Mike Owen, Sean Cosgrove, Taggerty Farms, Dan Bradley, and more. Our friend Sean as well. Thank you guys so much for joining. So do we expect a lot of movement here today, guys? Because there was already a little bit of movement going into this draft. Obviously, there were some big trades as well coming into the draft, and that's thanks to the Stanley Cup Finals going as long as they did. What are we thinking? Z, we'll start with you.
I wasn't listening, which I was too taken away. Caden Lindstrom looked fucking incredible. Just a hell of a suit on him. He's murdered out, all black. It's unreal. What'd you say? Wasn't paying attention.
Do you sense any movement in the draft here today? Are there teams that you think are going to move up? Do you think there's some teams that will probably move down if a pick or two is taken? What's your gauge on the movement here today?
I don't know. I feel like I'd be pretty surprised if there are any, maybe one. Like New Jersey's been still pretty open about being open to moving that pick. Because it changed now that they've got the Markstrom thing done. But like I don't know. I don't think like this is such a weird draft class. There's gonna be a lot of speculation, but I don't really see it happening. I'd imagine there might be like multiple teams looking to trade back. Like
right.
So that's going to be interesting. But, like, other than that, I don't know.
Hordox saying Billy going to grab a 6th or 7th for Merrill. I have a feeling.
Please.
Like, what, 2075 or what?
Well, I'll hand it to the floor here. What do you guys? Do you expect any movement here tonight? Or what are you expecting from the Wild as well?
I think Chicago wants to move up. The question is, will someone let them?
And what picks do you guys, or what players, and we'll just go down the line here, starting with Matteo. Like what, if you were general manager Jim Benning, or sorry, Jesus.
Jim Benning.
What year is it?
Vancouver on the mind.
Vancouver, it was on the mind. They don't even have a first round pick. But if you were Billy Guerin, what would be your pick?
Trade down with Chicago for 18 and 34 and draft Michael Hage.
Talking to the mic a little bit better there.
Well, Michael Hage trade down for 18 and 34 and draft Michael Hage.
All right, Brett.
Yeah, I mean, they said they won't draft on need, but I think there's 6 defensemen that should go top 15. Where if one of those 15, or excuse me, one of those 6 were to fall, I think you have to look at. I mean, the ones that have potentially been slipping have been Perrick and Yakimchuk, excuse me. So one of those 2 guys. Otherwise, I said on Twitter, I would imagine they like a guy like Hellenius, a guy with a higher floor after potentially missing a little bit on Stramo last year, maybe going with the safer pick. But I mean, I think you get Stanley Cup with Anton Lundell is a very solid third line center. I think you can get something like that out of Hellenius too. But then the question is, if you draft that guy, is that pretty much, is Rossi gone if you make that deal? I still like to see them potentially try to trade that pick for him.
We got to work on the mics, Isha.
We're working on it. Seth.
If it were me, I just kind of feel like all those defensemen are going to be gone by 13. So I'm probably eyeing one of those forwards, whether it be Hellenius, Rancic Nygaard, or I threw this out because it just seems kind of like a player that the Wild would be interested in Liam Greentree. So I threw that out as a name too that they could look at that spot. But honestly, if you could get a second or dropping down to 18, I'd be all for that.
Especially given the hit rate that Jeff Brackett has in
yeah.
round 2.
2 second-round picks, sign me up. And that's if there's somebody there 13 that they want, go for it. Otherwise, that's not a bad drop back price to get.
Alex, your thoughts, and we'll get your thoughts here. We're just trying to get back you some headphones. We're doing
if they trade back a little bit, a couple picks. Another kid I really like that's going to North Dakota. I'm a college hockey guy, as we all know, is the Emery kid. That's going to be a defenseman at North Dakota. He had a great combine, and he's an athletic defenseman. I would enjoy seeing the Wild pick him if they move back.
The chat right here, they want the big boy defenseman. That's what everyone's saying in the live chat right now.
The one that
Siliev,
the Russian,
the one that Locked on Wild did the
He
heavy
ain't making
lifting, pounded the drum for. I'd be fine with that.
Bob McKenzie has him at 4.
He's gonna go. He's gonna
I
go.
thought
like
he
top
was going
6.
like top 6, 7.
Yeah.
I didn't even think he was a potential, but we've seen crazier things happen. So
Yeah, somebody's gonna mess it up. Some team is gonna mess it up. at
somebody
some
will
point.
reach.
Speaking of reach, excuse my reach.
Well, with recent history, that might be the Wild.
Please.
No.
Kidding. You know I defend Trammell.
Oh man. Well, there you go. We got some of your guys' thoughts here. Let's turn to the live chat a little bit here. We got Dan Bradley, and I love how the first one I put up on screen, totally off topic, but anyone going to the Saints game on the 4th? I'm headed back to Minnesota for a visit next week. Probably the wrong pick to put up on screen. Not going to lie, Dan. Not going to lie.
I'm going on the 7th, but that probably doesn't help someone going on the 4th.
I think I'll be in a boat.
Oh.
Who are
Yeah.
the Saints?
Minor league
man.
baseball team. Twins AAA affiliate.
Will not stand for St. Paul Saints erasure.
Oh man. Oh man.
Who's excited to see what the sphere looks like too? That's what I'm looking forward to.
I've seen some photos of the setup. It's not bad. It's not as big as I thought it would be. Like, I don't know where the teams are sitting, but
I think they're kind of around the edge is what the Wild's kind of Twitter
This
photo
is the
looked
this
like.
is the last draft with
In person,
In
yeah.
person.
sad face.
Cyclones fans is cringing. It says cringe. Minor league sports matter.
The AHL is cool.
Mr. Caseley saying Montreal is about to get the number 2 pick.
They're gonna make another trade because they
What?
traded with LA earlier today.
Yeah.
Why would Chicago move down?
It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. Integrity
According to
Farms.
whom?
According to Mr. Caseley here. We have a friend from Chicago as well, Sean, watching. Big shout out to Sean here. Yeah, guys, get us your thoughts in the live chat here. Like I said, once the draft starts, we're going to be doing extensive coverage here. We're going to hand the mic pretty much over to Zee, who will give you a lot of insider just info on every pick. We have some graphics, we have some highlights, and then we will all talk about basically just our reactions as well throughout this entire first round. But we got like 15 more minutes to take your guys' comments here, and I'll continue to read them as well. We're totally interactive. And again, a big shout out to our friends at 10K Takes. This is incredible. I mean, we've handed some beers out here, guys. What are your thoughts on Captain's Patch? I quite like this.
Yeah, this goes down smooth. The first time I've ever had one. So shout out to the boys with 10K.
I will have to give my official
Someone say it's dog shit. Someone say it's dog shit.
Nah, it's pretty good. It reminds me of another beer I've had. That's one of my like favorites. So can't complain when it reminds you of something good.
My boy HM here crossing over from my my fight channel. He's saying which hockey player could have the best MMA crossover. Donald Brashear actually did fight in MMA, so there you go. He has he's 1-0 in mixed martial arts.
Nick Delorier.
Ooh, that'd be a good one too.
And Foligno's already got the aerial tactics down.
He's
So.
got the Superman punch ready.
I love
feel
it.
like Wayne Simmons would be good at it.
Yeah, Wayne Simmons was a favorite of mine when he played.
Ryan Lomberg with the
Oh,
Panthers.
Yes.
Alexander Semin.
Oh, playing the bongos. And by the way, Back, you want to chime in as well to steal one of the two boys' mics there, as we're mic'd out at the moment, but it's good to have you here. We're getting so much great comments in the live chat. We appreciate every single one of you who are joining. Shay as well. That's another good one. Z, what are you drinking, by the way? Because we're all sipping on the Captain's Patch here. What are you sipping on? Hoppy's favorite
High life,
beer.
baby.
No, I crumpled it.
Like Yzerman could be great, but what if he's just Mike Hoffman or less? Yeah, what do you guys think of Cole Yzerman? Because he honestly, that was kind of my pick. Like if he's still available there, I've been very bullish on the Wild, picking him as, why not go for, obviously if Tijji Ginla's there, that's obviously a great pick, but why not go for a guy who's already proven at every level to be a goal scorer?
I mean, he's the best shooter in the draft, I think, and he's a goal scorer. That's teams need that, and it's just it seems like he's been talked about for so long that people just keep digging on his game, but I mean he's going to go to Boston University, and he'll be just like Celebrini. He'll put up a ton of points there. So I think why would you not take him?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for Yzerman. He's one of my favorites. I know he's got his warts, but we're missing goal scorers for the most part. We got a lot of playmakers, and I think having his shot in the lineup would be fun, especially on the power play, where we've been hurting quite a bit as well. So I'm all down for drafting Yzerman.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to the stuff that we necessarily don't see. So if you read in, I think Russo's on The Athletic, some of the scouts where there could be a little bit of an attitude issue there with. He seems to be maybe a little bit more about himself and his stats versus, the team, which, you look at the culture that the Wild have tried to build here with, a team first attitude, that could be a red flag. And there's also the fact that, allegedly he doesn't play great defense. But if all you do is score goals and the puck's in the offensive zone the whole time, is there really defense to be played, right?
Yeah.
I think the Wild have a good group of guys that can play two-way hockey, like an Eriksson Ek. If Rossi sticks around, that's long been a hallmark of his game. So Yzerman necessarily doesn't have to play defense if you have guys that can kind of pick up that slack. Their power play has been off and on. If you can get another good lethal option and maybe improve your second power play, I think he's definitely kind of that high risk, high reward potential pick there. It's and that's just like I said, with potentially missing on last year's, do they make that move again?
If attitude issues and kind of more about himself translate to someone that will shoot the puck primarily as opposed to overpass, say no more. I'm in. Especially on the power play. Especially on the power play.
Seth and I, during our Locked On episodes, we always tallied the shot totals for Marcus Johansson.
We got a low bar to
Freddie
set.
Gaudreau.
We got a low bar to set for shots from
0,
second line right wing.
0. He had 2 attempts,
boys.
0.
43 games last year with 1 or fewer shots.
Integrity Farms say Snag, Hellenius, trade for McGroarty. That top 9 in 2 years will be insane.
If you snag Hellenius, who are you trading for McGroarty?
Rossi.
Stop.
I'm just saying.
You're trading a center for a wing? I don't know.
I will vomit on the stream. No, not
That,
really.
that
but-
honestly, that might make it.
All right,
go
let's
viral.
do it.
The thing about trading Rossi is Yurov going to be a center? Because if he's going to be a center,
And I think that's where
then
they
you can do that.
I think that's where they view him right now, isn't it? Or is it more as a wing?
They view him as a center. That's why the conversations have started. But
Yeah.
I think it's the reason I'm hesitant on the whole Rossi situation is I understand where if you think you have Ek, you think you have Kuzandinov, you think you have Yurov, you think you have Height, and you think those are your 4 guys down the middle, that's great. It makes sense. But 2 of those guys have never stepped foot in an NHL rinks.
Yep.
Right? Like we've seen players dominate at the CHL level, at the KHL level, come over here and it's just a different animal to them. They can't handle it. Like I think it's too soon to make that deal. Like I know it's probably a similar situation next year. Maybe you get a little bit of a taste of what Height can do, but like you still don't know if Yurov can handle center in the NHL. Like he probably can be a good winger for sure. But, if you trade that asset and all of a sudden shoot, both those guys are going to be better off on the wing. Now we're in the same problem again where we have 2 okay centers and, we traded away a pretty much a surefire middle 6, if not higher end top 6 guy.
Well, and somebody that exemplifies like the hard work that you would just want to extend to your entire team. That's a tough pill to swallow. And regardless of if the Wild view those 4 guys as like the centers of the future, you're not going to get through a whole season with just 4 centers. Like it's not a bad idea to have guys that are flexible and multiple options so you don't run into the injury situation that we had this last year where like 90 people get injured and you're like, what do we do?
For a team that's been forever starved down the middle, the thought of like, hey, we have a top 6 center now. We should trade him. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, I should state it wasn't an endorsement of trading Rossi. It was if you already, like Ryan Carter's pointed out, he thinks the reason this conversation has started is because they feel like Rossi is just a smaller version of Joel Eriksson Ek. Constellaneous has been compared to Rossi. That's 3 redundancies if you draft him. So if they draft him, that would be my bet, but I'm not saying it's a great idea.
I don't know. If I have 4 centers on my team, they're all Joel Eriksson.
Yeah, if that's
I'd be pretty damn happy
I'm
with
just
that.
saying that's what they're thinking. It's not an endorsement. I think the 3 of them would be great.
now, if you said let's get 3 wings that are Marcus Johansson-esque, I would say that's a bad redundancy.
Correct.
But three centers in the Joel Eriksson Ek molds, like I will sign that document in blood.
Man, a guy that goes to the net, can play all situations,
200-foot
works
game,
his ass off.
Easy to root for.
That sounds,
Gets underneath the skin
sounds
of
pretty good to me.
the opponents.
Bill, what are you
that.
doing?
Doesn't take stupid penalties.
Looking back
Likeable.
at that draft, all those centers that went, Seth Jarvis, Rossi, Perfetti, Winnipeg is looking to try to move him too. So it's kind of interesting to see their careers develop. And you take a look at Rossi too. He, slowed with development from COVID and trying to overcome that. And so, it's a risk, that Bill Guerin has to weigh out. Same thing with Gustafsson too. Do you trade him after a bad year? Does he
Nope.
bounce back?
The difference is like Rossi didn't have a bad year. He had an
Oh, he had a
awesome
good year.
Right, that's the
He
thing,
would have
right?
had a great
First team all rookie.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
he would have been a Calder finalist if somebody in that second line spot could actually shoot the puck.
Yeah, I was saying a down year for Gus.
Yeah, no,
another pushback I've seen is like, well, he was supposed to be a playmaker, but he scored 20 goals and had 20 assists.
Who's he
Well,
passing to?
Right, no one's shooting the puck.
Right.
So he's like, fuck, I'll do it myself.
Hold on. Wait, I got it. He's passing to Matt Zuccarello, noted shooter.
Yeah, they're playing catch on the left side of the offensive zone.
We got a comment here from Dougie. Only thing better than 3x is 4.
Only thing better than 4x is 5.
All right, we got a question for Z
Just
here.
keep popping it up.
We got a question for Z here. Jamie Wood saying, Z, how does this draft class compare to last year and next year's?
The top end of this draft is ridiculous. Like Celebrini's one of the most well put together prospects that we've seen in a draft, like in a decade. Like he literally can do anything and does not need any help to create offense for himself. He's a playmaker. Again, one of the best shots in the draft. Really good defensive game, very mature game all around. And then you've got guys like Ivan Demidov, who might be top 5 most skilled that we've seen in the past decade. And then after that, it's kind of just there's so many guys with some of the most intriguing tools that you could possibly ask for, like a guy like Caden Lindstrom, a big center who can skate. He has a good playmaking game. He's got a phenomenal shot. Then there's just a bunch of guys with those kind of tools and upside, the very top end of the draft. And then honestly, right around where the Wild are picking, there's a bit of a drop off, but still so many players that have 1 or 2 parts of their game. There's some tools that are very exciting. It's just they haven't put together everything in terms of the full body of work. But it's gonna be I feel like for the most part, anyone that covers the draft has probably the same 15 to 20 that'll go. It's just all over the place in terms of the order after the first 5. But compared to last year, we saw an early run on defenseman that we didn't really see coming in 2023. But that was unexpected. This year, there's going to be a crate. There might be 6 taken in the top 10, and very different kinds of defensemen as well. So it's more defenseman heavy. But I've said this pretty much every week on Judd'z Budz when we talk about the draft. The profile of these players, it's just all tools. And you're just there's probably more long-term projects in terms of putting together a full body of work. But I like the draft. Some people are just down on it. But for me, because there are all these players with really intriguing tools and certain skill sets that you want to have in your prospect pool, that makes the job of the scouting departments that much harder and more important. So the fact that there could be guys I wouldn't be shocked if Beckett Seneke goes 3rd.
Yeah, well,
he's one of everyone's favorites in this draft. I think every NHL scout, I guarantee they're all he might be their favorite.
Yeah,
like,
well, that's what
that's
Kieran
ballsy if you
just
think
commented
that.
right now. Thoughts on the recent jump in stock for Seneki, and literally like Matteo and everybody here was just like looking at their phones and being like, "Oh my goodness!" Just looking at some of the recent tweets.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be shocked when/if he goes top 5, and I really wouldn't be shocked if it's Anaheim pulling the trigger on
Sarah
it.
Volley just had him at 3 in his like guesses, which means he's probably hearing something.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people who are assuming that that's a real possibility. It's like, I get it, but at the same time, that's ballsy for me. But like,
Wherever Pronman's mock has him is probably where he's going.
Z, do you
Yeah, I
think
don't remember that.
Buium will go back to Denver, or do you think he'll sign with whoever he gets picked by?
I mean, I would let him go back from there. There's no reason to. I mean, it's
Especially
funny though
being a
because it's like
defenseman.
it's gonna be. I mean, usually with like the rule with those kids that are like you draft out of college, it's like have them sign when they've pretty much done everything they can do in the college game. I don't really know how much more he can do in terms of being like possibly the best player on his team as a true freshman on a national championship winning team, put up like 40 fucking points. That's absurd.
Do you want him,
And,
do you want him
insane.
struggling against the best players in the league on a lottery team, or being one of the best players in the country on one of the best
Yeah.
teams in the country? Like, what's better for development? I think the latter, but
Yeah, and I mean, look at
especially
any of the
defense.
teams picking the top 10. Like, I can't find one that I'm like, yeah, I would be like, yeah, let's put him in our like system next fucking year. Like, it's a terrible idea. So, like, I would imagine he's gonna go back to Denver, which would be for me the right choice.
Stupid Denver.
Eric has another question here. If the Wild are open to trading Rossi, and if Demidov were to fall past Anaheim, is number 13/Rossi enough to get number 4, and is Demidov worth it?
Demidov's probably worth it. I don't think any like, and he's gonna fall. I'm gonna be throwing up when he goes to Montreal at 5. But like, there's also a real possibility he
Hold
still
on.
flips closer to 10.
Pronman had him 9 this morning.
Really?
That's not nothing. Like, he's been pretty accurate. I'm not saying he should fall that far, but he had him 9.
It's normally like if he wasn't playing in Ska's organization, there would be less of like the rushing concern. Ska despite being one of the most successful organizations in the KHL, that is a fucking nightmare to have a kid playing there. Because like, first of all, their coach is a fucking idiot. And like literally had no hockey experience. He's a political figure. Like that
You
was
hear
what he was
planes
doing
over your
before.
location, duck.
I don't give fuck him. If I'm still alive after the shit I've talked about him for the last like 18 months, I'm fine. I'm so confident I'll be fine. Then again, yeah, I mean red dot right here, snipe. But Ska's a nightmare. Like if he doesn't play in the KHL next year, that's like pushing his timeline to the NHL back. Because like I mean, realistically, he's not ready to go to the NHL right now. Again, like he's my second favorite player in this draft, but like he needs to play pro hockey. He can't be playing like the Russian Junior League for 2 years and then expect to jump right into the NHL and put up like 70 points. But like, yeah, no, it's just because it's Ska. So like he could slip to 7, 8, 9, and then I'm curious to see even next. Like I know all these fucking NHL teams are scared of taking like a Russian from Ska. Like, so it's gonna be interesting, but it's crazy that he's not going like second, third, fourth. Like it's just crazy to me because he is absurd.
All right, well, the broadcast has just begun here, and initial thoughts, boys, on just the atmosphere and the looks of the sphere.
It looks clean.
Looks incredible.
We get to watch an ESPN.
Is
Yay.
Buchagras wearing a velvet suit coat?
What a dick.
That is a
He's just a child in a grown-up's body.
that is
And then child's pants.
psychotic.
Sean Cosgrove, it's very round, he says.
I think you should be wearing a
Having Megan
corduroy
Megan Chake as on there as a statistics nut is pretty cool because she does really cool analytics work. So I'm excited to hear her insight, and then we'll see if I'm looking forward to the weeksy like analyst table selfie
Or breaking news.
Oh no! Mute TV.
Bond villain.
All right, just went downhill.
Edna mode.
Like you see Brenda Moore in the background.
For those that aren't watching, Leah Hextall just came on screen.
The
So.
sphere was great, but the panelists was questionable. Some of them.
Watched Rocky and Bullwinkle in 10 years.
Oh my!
She looks like Edna Mode from The Incredibles.
So
Just give her like big round glasses.
Is Ken Holland? Is he still helping Edmonton, or is
No.
it okay? So
He's
they
crawled
don't
into
have-
he's crawled into a hole somewhere.
I wonder who's
He's
going to be
doing
running
the
draft.
Aaron Rodgers darkroom retreat.
Dan Bradley, our friend, says Bucci and Leah Hextall mute it and listen to the stream instead. Yes, yes,
That's
do that.
big brain advice right there. Big brain.
So Sean asking if the Sharks are on the clock yet. No, they aren't, but we will let you guys know as soon as they are. And then again, as every draft pick is selected, Z will take charge and give you guys a little insight on
take shit.
player here.
Lev Shinov was so awesome during the combine. He was joking that Chicago took him out for beers. It was that kid is absolutely hilarious.
We will not be on the clock until Gary Bettman, aka Danny DeVito, as the Penguin in Batman Returns, addresses the crowd.
Oh, guys, I just have to give a quick shout out to my friend Activate A, who just donated 5 freaking pounds to the channel here. Big shout out to you, my friend. Thank you so much.
I want to shout out Trav in the comments because he said he was drinking a Big Wave, and Kona Big Wave is my absolute number 1.1. So, cheers to that. Cheers to that as I drink the Dual Citizen.
Let's just have a cheers all around, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey,
cheers, everybody.
Z, I missed what you were drinking. Is it just straight Everclear or?
Hey, look at the hat. Okay, I'm working on a sponsorship. It's not going well, but
I don't
I'm
have the
working
feet
on
up,
it.
so I can't see. You gotta.
Oh boy,
It's a Miller
my-
High Life hat and a Miller High Life
there we
beer in my
go.
hand.
Okay.
there we go.
The champagne
Uh,
beer.
Can we also cheers to Sportsnet once again throwing Chuck Fletcher on the panel for the draft?
Is he using an app to
Do we have
figure
any,
out who to
um,
draft?
He is
Yeah,
only. He has no idea about any of the players unless they have some affiliation with the state of Minnesota.
I'm telling you, I am 99% sure that that jacket does not go with the tie or the shirt he's wearing. So I don't
Guys,
know what the hell.
You all in the live chat are far too kind. Reaper Jones with the $10 donation here. Thank you so much, Reaper Jones. And he commented as well. He says, as a former Atlanta Thrashers fan, I pour one to the fans at Arizona. You guys are better than this. Fuck you, Alex Morello. Also, the Sphere is cool. Don't know how it's going to translate to the UFC Noche, which are doing their event there very soon. Dude, guys, thank you so much. These are my friends from like my fight stream guys who are joining us watching hockey. Look at that. Let's go. Thank you, guys.
Hopefully, you get a hockey team back in Atlanta soon.
Speaking of the Yotes, did you guys see JJ Watt chimed in on that the other day on Twitter?
No, what do you say?
So he's because someone like tweeted at him like, hey, at JJ Watt, like, would you ever like want to bring like would you like be involved in an ownership group to bring the Yotes back? And he was kind of like, that sounds cool. And he's like, Shane Dunn would have to be involved, and then like pitch the idea of having it like a community owned team, kind of like the Packers have, where, like the fans own the team.
Okay.
And it got like a lot of traction. I was like,
Who's the guy that works with Ryan Reynolds in England? Is that Rob McElhaney?
Yes.
I wouldn't be. That'd be a fun group. Watt, McElhaney, and Reynolds running a hockey team.
Well, they tried with Ottawa.
Yeah,
They got another chance.
Get Snoop. Well, the nice thing too on the Arizona side is they don't have to wait for Morello to fuck it up. Like the timeline just resets. So if some other ownership group
He took
is
his
like,
money and ran.
yeah,
If it comes back, it ain't gonna be with Morello.
No.
Like that guy is so universally hated. Like, you know, even when Russo starts talking shit about the guy, that he's probably fucked.
if Gary
I'm pretty sure
Bettman,
he's officially out already. Like he's been announced as being out.
if Gary Bettman is visually disgusted by you on stage, you
That-
are in a bad
That
spot.
interview was peak
All
comedy.
time.
When you like
He's like, all right, you're done.
By the way,
weird
big
thing is-
shout out to Kyle Grant for just becoming a member of the channel too, man. You guys are far too kind here today. Absolutely love it. Thank you all so much.
The weird thing is Morello still owns the AHL team, which I don't know how that's going to coexist.
Which he just relocated as well. But
Right.
I mean, that makes sense because like
Right.
all these teams want their teams down the road because it's convenient and makes like sense.
moving guys.
Not Sean Koskov, but our other friend Sean here. Again, I'm getting all my friends from the city life. Appreciate you guys. He donated $2 and he said, "Go Blackhawks and go smoke one, guys.
Smoke him if you got him.
Smoke them if you got them."
Can you give him a refund?
Dan said in the chat, Fletcher traded 3 first-round picks for his seat on the panel.
Jeez.
I would endorse that, at least for him.
All right.
Ooh, there's the war table, the battleship table.
It looks like things are about to get going here. Sounds like
B12.
not on the
The Wild are somewhere near a wall, so I think that actually like
Did Jesper make the
wall
trip?
or the wall?
not sure. But like
It's a circle. There's one wall.
honestly, it might be a bit of an advantage because I have heard that like a lot of the GMs want the draft remote because it's hard to like
Baki got
do
that
business
joke.
because you're literally like whispering into the phone like, "Hey, do you want to trade for pick 13? I don't want the Predators to hear what I'm doing."
We'll never forget the Kyle Dubas like multiple
Yeah.
phones going. That's
But, like-
one of the best memes.
Yeah,
It
like
is funny that one year they were remote with COVID. The year Wallstedt got drafted. I mean, a lot of trades. It felt like a lot happened.
because it's easier because otherwise like someone's like, "Oh shit, Minnesota's on the phone. What are they doing? They're trading up here. We got to get on the phone too."
And that draft was so weird because there was limited scouting available, and that's why there was probably a lot of trades.
All right, guys. So we are starting the draft here, and we have our first guest who's going to be joining us live here throughout picks 1 to 5. We have our friend Aaron Kinney from the Beerly Hockey Podcast. Welcome to the show, buddy. How's it going?
How we doing, guys? Are you as fired up to be off work and be done with the end of the week and be ready to just watch some great draft coverage as I am?
Oh, dude, we're excited.
On
I
a
mean, look,
Friday,
we got
too.
a full house here. We got
Calling
a full
it
house.
great draft coverage might be a stretch considering it's an ESPN feed, but
I'm be
Well,
honest.
point,
I
Jim.
was talking about us. I was talking about
Oh,
watching
yeah, for
ourselves on
Yeah,
here.
it's awesome.
Dude, I have 3 kids, and this is the first night out in a long time. I love my kids to death, but this is like
Hey, cheers,
crushing
man.
beers,
Cheers for the boys.
Thanks
eating
for inviting
pizza,
me.
and doing hockey shit with the fellas. Can't beat that.
I love the panoramic of everyone on the couch too. This is some real like war room shit that I'm looking at right
Oh,
here.
It's funny because
Billy's actually got me on speed dial. So.
The world's shittiest
We have
war
a
room.
full line on the couch.
Yeah, no doubt.
we should do what the Ottawa Senators
we
are
all-
doing.
Well, I was just gonna say we all need to just quickly boo this man right here.
Ooh.
I died when the Senators they were saying that their GM has a unique way to communicate with every single GM at the draft. It's like, dude, you're just using fucking
With
Microsoft
Blackberries.
Teams.
With
No,
Blackberry.
no, hold on. He's calling in by pager.
Oh my god.
It's actually Morse code.
You didn't invent anything, you're just using Teams.
They got carrier pigeons flying around in there, man. It's new technology.
That would actually be kind of sick. Also, you got pigeon just flying around the draft room, like dropping off scrolls.
Who put a bonfire in this corner?
You imagine if one goes to the wrong table and somebody not involved in a trade just ends up with an extra first rounder because of it?
Or you just train it to dump on other teams' tables.
Yeah, that's more realistic actually.
Throws it up.
Bill
Wait,
Guerin,
Ottawa.
Bill Guerin and Judd Brackett are just sitting at their table and somebody passes them a note and it's like, Chicago, we'll give you 2 firsts and a second to move up. And Guerin's like,
No, and it's like the middle school crush thing. Check yes or no.
check yes, return to sender.
It's the St. Louis Blues. Like, hey Billy, this is from Chicago. Can you give the answer and give it back to me?
Can you take a look at this and let us know?
All right.
Mike Greer, he's been wheeling and
He's
dealing
been-
so
he's
many
been
moves.
cooking the last couple weeks. Like I don't know if it's a good meal, but he's been cooking.
Dude, he has made
certainly bought a lot of
the only
ingredients.
The sharp
acceptable
drink.
moves that I've thought in his tenure in this last week, and it's all minor deals. But the Wallman to get a sweetener with that guy,
Did you guys
I'm all about
read the
that.
article on that?
they weren't even shopping him, right?
I
No.
didn't call around.
They called San Jose, like, hey, you want Wallman? Like, yeah, we'll take Wallman. Like, that'd be pretty sweet. And they were waiting to ask what they want. Like, hey, we'll throw in a second round pick too. And Greer's like, yeah, sure, that sounds great. Where do I sign?
Wait, what are you? Am I being punked? What are you guys doing?
And they act like didn't shop around. There's apparently several teams are like, yeah, we'd take him. Like,
They have no defensemen, so that
No,
was
and he,
huge for them.
and he
Yeah.
played
Yeah.
well with Sider, did he not?
Hoppy just died inside a little bit hearing that Wallman went there because it was corresponding with Kalen Addison.
All right. So Sharks, by the way, guys, are officially on the clock. They got 1 minute and
I
55
wonder
seconds
who it'll be.
left to
Yeah, they really
pick
need this time.
Celebrini.
Of course, they got to show it against the Gophers.
Gophers, yeah.
But as a Mankato fan, I don't really care that much.
I mean, I like this Team Canada footage here, but they're showing it against Germany, which
Ger- Look, Germany's gotten so much better. Like,
What'd you guys think of for the Four Nations? No team has think goalie got picked, right? For any of the teams.
I've only seen Kenna's in Sweden. I haven't seen anybody.
Absolutely distraught that a Wild player was not one of the first 6. Disgusted even.
Especially for Sweden. Like you'd think Ecker Brodin would maybe.
Or
have a shot
Johansson. My God.
there, you know.
You see what he did in the World
Did
Championships?
you see what he did at Worlds?
They're waiting
Dude's a
to
tank.
They're waiting to announce him as captain.
Wait, we got to wait till the trade deadline to move Johansson because it's contract year Johansson.
So, Aaron, we were talking about some potential movement and some late rises here. What have you been hearing, and what do you expect? I mean, obviously, Celebrini is going to go number 1, but
right. So,
who do you predict will rise? Who do you think will fall here as we await the Sharks pick? We got about 50 seconds left.
I am admittedly not the most dialed in on prospects, but I've got 2 teams that I'm emotionally invested in picking high here this year. So I have done a little more research. A guy that I feel like I've seen all over the place from like top 4 to down like around 10 has been Saliev. Like the dude is massive. And I feel like a lot of people just think that like people are high on him because of his size, but his skating is really impressive to me as well. So I could see him bumping up a little bit from like where some people haven't projected. Now others haven't projected high. This whole draft is kind of a mess in the top 10. It feels like from all the pundits talking about where they think people will go, but that's a guy that I could see going kind of higher.
Oh my God. They ran out of time.
Really making people hold their
They
breath.
ran out of time.
You have forfeited your pick.
Chicago gets the number 1. Oh, there it is.
All right, hold on.
All right, here we go, guys. The pick is in. Mike Greer on stage. Here we go.
Drum roll, please.
How long have they had this Celebrini jersey printed?
Them
they
taking
print
this
on
whole
lottery
fucking
night?
2 minutes to make this pick is fucking jailable.
The
I don't
NFL
like
did the
their-
same thing. It's like the pick.
Sure.
Like that clock should run for 15
Well,
seconds.
You've
How
been
about the
selling
NBA?
merchandise
Like
for
if
it
the guy
already.
gets traded, they still make him wear the old hat.
That is
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
awkward.
They've had that jersey printed since Adidas was making them.
It's not going to happen, but I would die laughing if they show the jersey and the letters fall off because it's Fanatics now.
It falls apart.
Oh my God.
Oh, bringing out
Oh,
Yeah, what
Joe
a
Thornton
guy.
comeback.
He's
What
made
a
a comeback.
beauty.
King shit.
Wow.
Look at that fucking beard. That's amazing.
It's amazing he's still going.
I was just
with
gonna
it.
say, like, he hasn't shaved the beard
Right.
since he's been in San
Iconic.
He's
Jose.
looking like he's
No
in
way.
pretty good shape too. Like a lot of those guys,
Iconic.
like those first couple of years, they like
He still
start to
works
get a little
with,
chunky and
Yeah, he skates with the team still.
Yeah.
I think it's a stick
All
on
right.
beard.
Here we go. Boston University.
Zee Buium.
He gave him the point and
Celebrini.
everything.
Spins on Monopoly Go.
Oh, well, there it is, guys. First pick. Surprise, surprise. Macklin Celebrini.
That's fearless.
I really liked when they were showing his highlights, how they would like he crosses a blue line and they just put a little graphic on there, good at zone entries. And then like the next one, power play offense. Like the bare minimum of being in the NHL almost.
Oh, man. Well, Z, I know you guys have talked about him for a while now on Judd'z Budz, but we got some highlights playing on the stream right now. Just talk us through this guy. What's special about him? And, why was he the bona fide first overall pick?
Yeah, I mean, again, he literally can do everything. Like, not only does he have 70, 80, 90 point upside, he plays a good two-way game. He doesn't need anyone to help him create offense. Playmaking, check. Shot, check. Skating, check. Like, he literally doesn't have any weaknesses. Like, he is, again, I said this when we first jumped on, but like one of the most well put together prospects we've seen come through the draft in a very long time. So I don't think it's going to take him a very long time to get adjusted to the NHL either. I think he's going to step right in and be very good. And especially if San Jose is going to actually like make some of these trades for real NHL players now, unlike last year, like that's going to be great. So it's going to be interesting watching him and Will Smith. I wonder if they like how much they actually play together, but yeah, no, I mean, he's incredible. Like every competition he's been in, like he just rips it apart. So it was a no-brainer.
Love it. Love it. All right, on the clock, the Chicago Blackhawks, and I love the boos coming from the audience here. I love it. So they're on the clock, and this one's going to be interesting because we were just talking about how there could be some risers, there can be some guys who fall. Bob McKenzie, he has Salayev super high, but obviously Pronman, has a different, take on it as well. I mean, here we go, guys. This is where things get fun, right? Like, 'cause we all knew who was going number one. Now is when we mean business.
Now is when we cook.
Yeah. Do we get the run of defensemen? Do we get forwards going early?
Does Chicago take somebody in the third page of rankings where we're like, what?
I think it's gonna be Lashunov or however you say it. Guy from Michigan State.
I would put money on Levshunov going here.
I've seen some people saying back at Seneca might go 3 as predictions.
Yeah.
That would be
That's crazy.
wild.
I think he's going to.
I would be so happy for the Blue Jackets if that guy goes 3, and then we have our pick of like Lidstrom and any of the other defensemen.
I think if that does happen, Lindstrom will go to Columbus, and that's a fucking phenomenal pick.
Yeah, I'm excited about
Even though
that.
Demidov will be sitting right there, it's gonna kill me because he's gonna go to Montreal. I'm gonna throw up everywhere. And probably.
If we didn't have 400 small Russian wingers already, then I would be all about him. But I feel like we need a little bit of variety here.
Wait, Kinney, he's 6 foot tall. He's
Oh
full
yeah,
size.
I forgot his new measurements came in.
Maybe they'd pass on him again like they did to Michkov.
I love
his-
that the NHL and hockey in general, we're just so dumb that we can't know how tall a guy is. Like, it's so funny to me that somehow the country of Russia has been able to hide the height of hockey players. Whereas, like, he could be 5'10". I don't fucking know.
Well, I mean, good Lord, we can't figure out what a fucking injury a player has. It's just, hey, they broke their foot, upper body injury week to week.
I also love that we measured him. He is actually 6 foot, and then fucking like all of a sudden every goddamn NHL GM has like a quarter or a semi. Like there's like, oh god, he's 6 feet. Oh my god, yeah.
I think they need to start doing the height with inanimate objects, like he's 6'2", standing on a phone book.
Oh, that's funny.
A good way to measure in skates.
Z, how did the Boston fans take that trade of Ullmark?
Pretty shitty. Not well.
Same as like the Kevin Fiala situation. Like everybody knew they had to make the trade, so they kind of had to take what you could get.
That worked out well for a while, though.
They just didn't need to do the Corpusalo part. Like it
You
would
think
have been.
that was the weird part.
Yeah.
Then like 4 more fucking years. Like
Yeah, that's a long
good
time.
God.
How much do they?
Whatever.
I think he'll be
or do they get
good.
the full contract?
I think he'll be
Ottawa
good
ret-
behind that defense, but like you don't need a good goalie. You just need a backup goalie
Like but like
on the books for that long.
if you needed a
They-
backup,
yeah.
like, there had to have been someone available.
I would rather have Martin Jones than Jonas Corpusalo.
Well,
He's gonna be
Brossois available.
significantly better. Like his numbers are gonna be like you saw when he went to LA for like when they went there at the deadline or whatever. He was really good because the defense in front of him was good. So
Don't
like,
try to
obviously
talk
that's gonna
yourself
be
into
better,
liking
but
it.
like, no, I'm not. I still fucking hate it. Like 4 more years is absurd.
How's that copium?
For
It's
real
terrible. I hate
though,
it.
after watching him in Columbus, he goes as his defense goes. Like as soon as John Tortorella wasn't coaching this team, he fell off a cliff, and then went to LA and lit it up, and then went to Ottawa and was Swiss cheese again. So it's if you have a good defense, I think he's serviceable in
Yeah.
like a half season of starts.
Turns out a goalie trying to stop a 5-on-0 is not a good idea.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And now the Wild are going to get Capiano from Ottawa to run the penalty kill. We'll see how that's going to go.
The defensive core in Ottawa is not great, whether
No.
Nightmare.
Cupuano is in charge of it or not.
Also, like to tangent here. Imagine you just get drafted first overall, and your first media appearance is an interview with Leah Hextall.
Welcome to the show.
Am I being held hostage? What are the demands? When is James Bond going to get here?
Man, yeah, I just looked up and saw what she was wearing. She really does look like a villain sidekick.
I think it's just the bangs. I don't know.
Yeah,
Something about the bangs just doesn't work.
Hey, Spoke.
Edna.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Edna mode.
How does it feel to know that Sweeney came out and said Bussy has a chance to beat out a guy making $4 million in camp?
Like that Bussy.
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
That good hockey bussy.
I hated that. I hated that. What he just said. I didn't like that at all. This is terrible.
No, the second pick's about to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not announced yet, though.
To be fair, though, you're only
Don't
paying
clip
$3
that
million
and put
for
that on the internet, please.
I think I'll be in charge of clipping that.
We are literally live on the internet, Seth. All right. Final seconds, and Chicago's on stage getting ready to make their pick.
I'm actually surprised the insiders aren't really spoiling.
I'd say off my phone.
I know last year they were, the last 2 years they were all.
Yeah, they're
about
all over. I haven't seen anything.
Wasn't there something with the NBA draft where Sham's Twitter account kept getting locked because he was leaking pics?
That's funny. Oh, Bedard's gonna come up there and make it.
God,
I
he
just
looks
got
like he wants to
PTSD
be
from last
anywhere
year
else.
watching this guy walk to the stage.
Well, I think I saw something like Anders Lee is here, I think, to make the Islanders pick. And I think one of the teammates is getting married tonight. It's the rest of the team is off at a wedding, partying, getting hammered. And he's got to sit at the Las Vegas Sphere to announce one single pick.
That's Lou Lamoriello's world, man.
Oh, there it is.
Sure enough.
College
There it
hockey.
is.
1-2.
Artem Levshunov, ladies and gentlemen. The pick is in.
So somebody's gonna pick Yakimchuk early now because they lost out on Levshunov.
Well, what are we thinking, boys?
He's a hell of a player. He's going to have to work on his D game, but I mean, offensively, he's so much fun to watch. I got to see him a couple of times when they played the Gophers here.
In Chicago has shown they don't care if you can't play defense. They employed Patrick Kane for 15 years.
Seth Jones exists.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, in
Yeah, that's-
fairness, I mean, Seth Jones was once a good player. I don't really know what happened to him.
Yeah,
It's
one single time.
when he played with Shea Weber, I guess. So.
God, Shea Weber is
listen,
just the
listen.
elixir for
We
everybody.
had 1 year with him with Werenski that was good too, and then he just got paid boatloads of money by not us, thankfully.
All right, Z, give us the rundown.
This guy looks like he could be 34.
Yeah.
We've said people said it before. He's going to have to work on the overall game just in general, but at the same time, I don't think it's appreciated enough that this kid was playing junior hockey in Belarus 2 years ago, and then went to the USHL, ripped that league apart, then went to college hockey, was one of the best defensemen in the entire country. No one's really ever done that, not even remotely close. So the upside is through the roof. I do think he is probably the best defenseman in this class and the one that has the best chance of being a number one guy. I still think he's more likely to be a number two. He
It'd be a shame if
will
he was
show
above.
the engagement to defend hard, and he does play hard. When he wants to, and he's playing physical, he can play. And so there's enough there that makes you think he should be able to log big time minutes in the NHL at both ends of the ice. Again, he's going to give you good points, but even if he doesn't necessarily give you 40, 50, 60, he still should have enough of a B game that he can be reasonably productive offensively, but also not being a black hole at the other end. So I don't think you're going to see him killing a minute and a half of a 2-minute penalty, but he could skate really well. He's got the offensive tools. Obviously he's got the size. It's just if whether or not he chooses to be engaged is going to be the big question. But I think he's smart enough to know that he can't just play offense, but not surprised that he went there. It's going to be interesting to see if they have a future potential top pair of him and Korchinski. That's terrifying. But he's a real solid player. Obviously we saw what he did in college hockey. Be very curious to see if he makes the jump next year. I would probably like to see him stay for another year at Michigan State. But we'll see, I guess. But yeah, no, he's not surprised by the pick. I like it. He's a real good player.
Leah Hextall just about took out his front teeth adjusting his microphone while he was talking.
I gotta say too,
Oh
we were
my
talking about how
God.
old he looked. He put on that hat, instantly looks like a child.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's that hairline.
It's
Yeah.
got to be the hairline.
Oh man.
He signs his first big deal, man. Hair plugs are on the horizon.
This is going to be Chicago's first year with the advertisement on their jersey too. People are freaking out.
Who's the advertiser?
Circus. It's a gambling company.
Oh,
Of course.
there it is. There it is right there. Circus Sports.
Dude, it kind of looks like Coca-Cola, to be honest.
That doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, just everybody's used to the tradition jersey. But
It's better than steak.
I
doesn't
I
Toronto
cannot
have
believe-
milk or something too? Yeah, like what?
yeah, Toronto's is
Milk.
milk.
Yeah.
Milk.
It
I
looks
can't believe
surprisingly
their decision with the Wild jerseys, though, guys. Like the way that thing stands out on there, I can't even remember what company it is, but it's just
It's the
Tria.
hospital or no,
Yeah.
Tria,
Yeah,
orthopedics.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
slander the Tria patch.
But slander
know.
the milk one, please.
Like when they first announced it was going to happen, I was like, oh, this is going to ruin jerseys. And then you kind of just like, it's just kind of there now. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I don't really notice it anymore.
you
Like,
get used
same
to
with
it.
same with the helmet ones. Like it depends on what ad you have. But like I think the Wild have the XL Energy on their helmets, and it just like it kind of blends in. You don't even really notice it.
Right.
Like some of them are pretty obnoxious. Like it'll be some blue logo on like a red helmet.
Someone has TikTok on there.
Yeah, it's like some
Yeah.
weird.
To our resident
No.
Caps fan, what are they going to do with the 50th anniversary patch, the advertisement, and the C?
it's just gonna look like a freaking Russian jersey or a Swedish.
Just put
jersey.
Ovechkin's
You know,
face as
It's
the logo.
going to be like when you're playing Pee Wee hockey, you have the arm patch.
Oh yeah.
You just slide it over your left arm. Yep.
Got it right here.
It's a sleeve patch.
All right, here we go, Anaheim.
All right,
Come
Anaheim.
on, Pat Verbeek.
Here we go.
They're
Throw
gonna
another
do it. They're
curveball.
gonna. It's gonna be Seneke. I just fucking.
I'm betting Zee Buium.
They threw a curveball last year. We'll see if
See,
they do it again.
Buium is the other one, the other sneaky one that could be the guy too, but all the fucking buzz.
We
is
would
Seneke.
probably have to cancel the stream of the internet if Buium somehow fell to the Wild because inappropriate
Yeah,
activities would occur.
yeah. We don't want we don't want any copyright strikes for inappropriate content.
I don't think copyright would be the issue.
Weird.
Yeah, I think that's
Flags
terms
for
of service.
profanity and nudity.
All right, here we go. The pick is in. We're listening in. Oh my God, the chat. By the way, we are reading the live chat here on YouTube. We're just not putting them all on screen because we're moving quick here, ladies and gentlemen, as is the draft here. But we are reading your comments, and I appreciate every single one of you guys. If we get some time, like between some picks, if there's trades and whatnot, then we will we'll address some of them. But keep the comments coming. And again, big shout out to everybody watching. Big shout out to Aaron Kinney, who's here, our Columbus representative from Beerly Hockey. Go check out their work. Go check out their podcast as well. There it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at how
All
Yeah,
all
no
day.
idea.
Look at him. He
Yeah,
can't believe it.
No
Oh, yeah,
idea.
he just
F-bomb,
holy
F-bomb,
fuck.
F-bomb.
Wow.
His parents.
Yeah, he's like,
Does
I
his
didn't
dad
want.
look a little bit like Patrick Watt to you guys?
He
I did not want to go to Anaheim.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's following the Wild.
Yeah.
That's the
That was the most cited reaction. Like the oh my god.
yeah, holy shit! I just went third overall.
Yeah, he was getting like if you were reading around like there was a lot of like he seemed to be more of like the NHL scouts
Yeah.
pick than like kind of the public sphere scouts. Like every like private scout or like this NHL scout loves Seneke and stuff. And
I said it to Foley at one point. He's Schrodinger's cat with the puck. He both has it and doesn't at the same time. It's the weirdest thing to watch when he dangles around people.
I got this might be an all-time year for like if you did like an all-name team for like the first round of the draft.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Like so far we have Macklin Celebrini, Artyom Lashunov, and Beckett Seneke.
Yeah.
Like absolutely insane.
Yeah, we're flying high with that logo too.
Oh yeah, the new logo.
Oh, yeah,
Oh
that
my
jersey's
yeah.
clean.
Should we talk about the jerseys quick?
Yes,
So
we
So much
should.
better.
my opinion as a jersey aficionado, love the jerseys, hate that they went with orange helmets, orange pants.
Yeah, I'm not
Oh,
a fan of
they
the orange.
did?
They can
Ooh,
change
I
that,
hadn't
though.
seen the whole uniform yet. That's tough.
Yeah,
Oh.
so if they had just gone like black and black, it would have looked so good.
Yeah,
But like I don't know, I hate all the light colored breezers like the teams have done
What do
with
we
white.
think about the
Like
stripes?
the Oilers had the orange.
I don't mind the stripes, but orange pants with that's
It's too
that's
much
crime.
orange.
That's full out crime.
It's a color rush jersey at that point.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, Z, give us the rundown.
I I mean, like NHL GM, NHL scout dream. So like this kid literally was 5'10.5" like a year and a half ago. Now he's 6'2.75". So he's like also still growing, which is terrifying, but like has maintained like top speed, like really good skater. The hands and the skill are legitimately absurd. Like the combo of the size, the skill, and the speed is terrifying. Offensively, like when he is kind of in that mode of like just deciding he's going to be better than you, like he's legitimately unstoppable. So I'm not shocked whatsoever that he went this high. Like when you look at his numbers, they don't necessarily jump off the page. And then you realize that like 75% of his points this season came in like the second half of the year. And then what he did in the OHL playoffs before he got hurt, like every single night, he put that Oshawa Generals team, which was a pretty average hockey team, on his back and basically carried them to the finals where they got fucking absolutely obliterated by the London Knights because
Hunter hates slander.
He was also out. But again, all the tools in the world. He's got the size, the skill, the hands. Like he can score, he can make plays himself. And on like cherry on top, he is a fucking prick to play against. Like he kills guys. So you're getting a super physical, super skilled, big player with like the upside with him is just through the roof. There's no question. It's just, I mean, even before the year, he's probably projected top 15, top 20. So it's like in the grand scheme of things, if a guy has a monster year, it's not all that surprising when they make like that big of a jump. But like,
right,
it's a big decision to make at third overall. But when you look at the total package and what he potentially brings to the table and like how much better he got as the year went on, you can completely understand why they would make that pick. I think like 2 or 3 weeks ago, it started coming in that like he was for sure going top 10. And then over the last like week and a half, it was like, no, top 5 and then possibly challenging like Lifshunov and them for top 3. So not surprised at all, but definitely I'm not going to say like a risky pick, but like it's ballsy. Like you're taking a gamble on the fact that like all of that production, like the improvement came that second half of the year, but I totally understand the pick.
Frank Cervalli saying phones are starting to blow up.
There's been some teams trying to get this number 4 pick from Columbus. Like Philly offered, I forget what the whole package was, but it was a pick next year, a pick this year, and a roster player for it. And Waddell ended up turning them down. So I would not be surprised if someone else is trying to get in here, especially now that like the things have shaken up a little bit at the top.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen with Patrick Laine?
Oh my God, dude. Well, he's got to get out of the player assistance program first, because every team that wants to trade for him wants to talk to him first, right? And then they can't talk to him. No team, not even us, can talk to him until he's out of that program. So until he's cleared, we don't know what's going on. It would have been nice to be able to package him with something in this draft, but
yeah,
we're sitting on our hands and waiting. Man.
Jeez,
it's tough.
All right, well, your team now, Aaron, they're going up to the stage. They're ready to make their pick. The Columbus Blue Jackets.
Also, the NHL did them so
Don
dirty.
Waddell, we'll see.
They were like had graphics.
I'm guessing
screen like top point
points leaders
points, and it was like 60 points from
Johnny Hockey.
Oh yeah.
Like, wow, just pour the salt in the wound.
Kirill Marchenko leading goal scorer with 24.
He rules. I fucking love Marchenko.
Oh, he's
I love
sick.
that guy.
He's so sick.
I want Columbus to be good so bad. Like they have such great
Rick
fans.
Nash. Look at Rick Nash.
What a beauty.
They gotta go Lindstrom here. Lindstrom or Demina, but like I feel like they probably go Lindstrom.
Lindstrom feels like the safer.
Are people worried about his back? I don't know.
Well, considering everyone who comes to Columbus is injured like half the season now.
Fit in.
300 man games lost last year, 500 the year before.
They're making their pick.
Yeah, Lindstrom.
There it is.
Good pick.
Good
Wow. From Medicine Hat, we got Lindstrom.
I like it.
He has gone into crisis.
He does look great. What a suit.
He and Fantilli 1-2 down the middle is just going to be brutal to play against.
I want Columbus to be good so bad. They deserve it so
Dude,
much.
Me too.
Like
well,
we complain a lot as Wild fans about being like forever in mediocrity. Like We could be the Blue Jackets.
Yeah.
Who have
Yeah.
who's like
Amassed an amount of
who's like hallmark of their existence. Like, hey, we beat Tampa Bay in round 1.
Exactly, dude. That's
they blew a
claim to fame.
tire, and then their suspension, and then the engine, and the transmission, and the
It's actually
oil.
it's just a Power Wheels kids 4-wheeler.
It's like Arnold
real.
Schwarzenegger's car in Jingle All the Way when they just strip it of the tires and everything and just leave it on blocks.
It's a tough look all the time usually, but hopefully the coach we hire this year might have a brain. We went from Brad Larson to Vincent after.
They got to figure out what they're going to do with
Babcock.
Kent Johnson too. I mean,
He's gonna be good once he gets a good coach. I like him a lot still.
Sounds like the Wild are
He's
kicking
talented.
tires on a wouldn't hate young players. It's like if like a Rossi swap were to happen, that seems to be like the first team that would get a call.
I wouldn't hate that. I like Rossi as a player.
Yeah, and if he's your 3C on that team behind Lidstrom and
Yeah,
Fantilli, like that's a pretty good
Oh yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Oh,
I really like Sillinger as like a defensive checking center though. He really took strides this year. And I mean, Rossi's very good. I like him too. But I feel like you need to have a little bit of that like dimension to your team. But I mean, Rossi's played on the wing too though, right?
Not really. Been pretty much
really?
set.
Not yet.
Has he?
he was kind of forced to be a center. with the Wild.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of like our situation. Boone Jenner at number 1 center after career as a wing.
Well, Aaron's satisfied. Z, give us the breakdown.
Yeah, again, like Caden Lindstrom, assuming he stays healthy, when you look back in 5 years, there is a legit chance that like it's between him and Celebrini for like the best player in this draft. Like he's got the size, he skates unbelievably well, he's skilled, he scores goals himself. Again, when he decides to play physical, he can be mean and hurt people. But another guy that kind of like checks all the boxes. He's still a little bit raw. Like this is one of the first years that like he hasn't played a ton of center. But like Medicine Hat put him there at the start of the year, and he kind of just immediately like hit, and it worked, and his point production just like leaped off the page. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're getting a kid with that size, potentially like number 1 center. Again, dynamic playmaking. He could score goals. He's really good in transition. It just like kind of checks all those boxes. But when you look at the tools and the overall package and the way that he plays, like he is one of the most intriguing players like in this draft class, specifically because of like the size skill combo and the fact that he fucking flies. It's just whether or not the back's gonna be a problem. Like I know a lot of teams were nervous about him just because like the back issues that he has, like even more so just like the herniated disc issue was like that's something that doesn't necessarily just like disappear. So I know teams are scared about that. So if he does stay healthy, like you are getting one of the players in this draft that has a good chance of like having the best effect on your team. But like he is ridiculous. He's so good.
Yeah. Love to hear all of that. Real quick though, have you guys heard anything about like the surgery that he had? Because I read some articles that he did have some surgery in the season. They didn't say what it was at all. I didn't know if anyone here has heard anything about that or what the deal is.
Yeah, I think it was the same. Yeah, I mean, like I think the specifics of the surgery, literally, like they did the NHL thing, where like, yeah, he got surgery on his body somewhere.
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
they did that, and everyone was like, "All right, that's okay, sure."
Look at Jerome.
Yeah, I think the
Wild
way they
actually
posed
got
it was
scored on
like
4 times.
surgery to repair an upper body injury, and I was like, okay,
Yeah, so
cool.
so probably either back or wrist surgery based on the injuries that he's had.
But I think I want to say he might have had like hand surgery though.
Okay, yeah, because I knew he had a wrist injury too at one point.
Man, Z, do you think Calgary
What is
fans
that
are
draft
sweating
hat?
here, or do you think Tish is going to drop to them and they'll take him?
I think there's a good chance he's gone by then. But for this one, I'm just wondering if Montreal pulls the trigger on Demidov or if they make the jump for Iginla. And then the one that would really piss their fan base off, that is also a legit possibility, would be like a Salayev.
Right.
I was just about to say that after they took a D last year with skilled guys on the board, and everyone was so angry.
That's the thing. They don't give a fuck though. That's the thing with that. They don't care at all.
Well, they just had Logan Hudson join too, so I mean they don't need another D, but
Montreal's taking their pick, not trading. Interesting.
They're not trading it.
I wonder if Utah does.
All right.
They need D desperately, like now.
Montreal making their way to the podium now.
The picks are starting to get spoiled on Twitter. So.
Hey, there's
Marty,
Hoppies.
Fuck you, Darren Drager.
I've known this pick for like 3 minutes.
There's Hoppy's boy, Martin Saint Louis. Yeah, the chat's saying it has to be Demidov, right? Here we go.
Let's see it.
Hughes.
Bonsoir, Las Vegas.
Up that mic's dropping.
Why are they booing him?
Does
Does Vegas have a vendetta against Montreal?
You do not speak French in the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen.
I hate my life.
I don't care.
Spoked is in crisis.
Z just learned what the pick was.
Or chat. No, not Demidov.
Celine Dion.
Celine Dion making the pick. Oh my
10K
god!
takes
No
his
way.
booner.
Yo, I'm down in the rest of this for 10K.
Too late, man's already gone.
There's like a mix of cheers and booze. Doesn't she have like a residency there?
She's like
Yeah,
she's acknowledging all the other draft tables. Like, hey, I don't know who you are, but you waved, so I'm gonna say hi.
She did a fucking Bruins pregame speech in the locker room, and
Shania
basically
Twain's was
told
better.
Why is
Told
her
Brandon
man
Karlo
going
is
out there with her
hot.
too, though? Like she needs to be chaperoned to the stage.
Is it her
It's a-
husband or
It's
just
a
some
big
random?
it's a big
Just
room.
some,
I
Big
couldn't
room.
tell if it was security, but then I saw she was holding his hand too, so I was like, maybe.
Well, when you're Celine Dion's husband, you don't get much airtime.
Gary's like, get up to the damn mic.
Get you a man that can do both husband and bodyguard.
It's like we got to draft it.
Gary's like, we gotta get this done in a tight 15.
The chat's asking us to sing Titanic.
Gary's like, do you have any idea how much it costs to rent out the sphere for every additional minute you take?
Does she know how to pronounce the name?
No.
This will be interesting.
She was not their original selection to make this pick. Theirs must have canceled because she looks like she was just handed this card. Just pulled in out of the bar and just handed the card.
Get to the point.
Man, majestic though.
Demidov is the
There
pick,
it is.
ladies and
Right.
gentlemen, and
She-
Demidov is the pick.
All right, so that's
It's the most dramatic announcement for a 5th overall
No
pick.
doubt.
And the pick is.
Was that too rude to go get to the point?
Jeez.
Gary, like she was standing back and he's like, get up to the mic. Get this going.
He's gonna remember that though. Celine Dion was the person that named him to the draft.
Now, who does Utah go with?
Do you think he knows who she
Zee?
is?
I don't. Yeah,
Buium
no
would be
way.
such a solid pick for them.
I didn't know if they were in on him. I thought they were more
I
of a
don't-
Dickinson
you look
guy
at-
or Salayev because, BFR.
Utah has like no defensemen. They need the help.
Well, they just drafted Simashev last year. And
Well,
got
like
Lamoureux.
they need it like now.
Yeah.
Like tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, Z, give us the rundown. You're
I
very
mean,
happy,
what
I
a-
see.
Yeah,
Give
I'm
him
gonna
a-
throw up on him.
Let him grieve. Give the man a minute.
I was so happy they didn't take Michkov last year. I couldn't go 2 years in a row like having good luck. I mean, you can watch the fucking highlights that are going on the goddamn screen right now. He is one of the most skilled players we've seen like hitting a draft ever. Like what he can do despite like not having like the best foot speed, not really the best skater in the world. Like you can't defend him. Like it's unbelievable. He is, and he's 6 foot, so there you go. He's basically 6'7". But the skill, goal scoring, playmaking, like when
he was
he's in the
5'11",
zone,
he'd
you
be
can't
in the
take the puck
20s.
from him. Like you can't take the puck off him when he's just in the zone. Like when he is feeling it, he is legitimately not defendable. Like what he can do in tight spaces is a joke. Like taking the puck off the wall and just either ripping. Look at the Sellies, dude. They're just phenomenally like doing the Yager salute makes me vomit. Yeah, he's like I've been watching him for like 3 or 4 years, like loving everything that he does, and now he's gonna go to Montreal, and I have to hate his guts. So that sucks. But he is like one of the most fun players that we've had hit the draft in a very long time. Like putting together his highlights were like it was like I could have made a fucking 45-minute video. Like every time he touches the puck, he's making a difference. He just did that shit, and then he went and taunted the bench. By the way, like that.
Oh my God.
It rules. He is so
What
good.
a guy.
Z, you want me to make you feel worse? I saw somebody on X just now call him the demigod.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Well, you never know. Maybe he takes a couple years to get up to NHL speed, and Montreal loses patience, and he gets moved.
Yeah, that'd be great. Love that. Yeah, there you go. Bank shot from the goal.
It's always an option.
Oh man. Well, now that Z gave the rundown, let's talk about Utah. What do we think? What do we think, boys?
I think it was the right
Well-
move to get the fuck out of Arizona.
Brutal.
Preach.
Like
Truth.
they
I feel
seem to have an
so
owner
bad
who
for
actually
people
cares
down
about
there,
the team
man.
and the fans now, so that's good. Two
I
boxes
think
checked.
a Ginla or Boyum right here. I mean, those are
If somebody offered you a top 4 defenseman, do you trade that pick?
No.
Depends on what kind of top 4 defenseman and how much they make for how long.
At 6 overall, that guy's got to be on my top pair.
Jared Spurgeon.
No.
Just saying that for a friend, not me.
I
not
think
me.
I think Utah will try to go after Brandon Montour. I think they need a top defenseman. I mean, they have the power play time there. I mean, that'd be intriguing.
Yeah, because I don't think Gostisbehere is going back, right?
No.
No.
Rumor recently is that Florida's shopping Ekblad too, which I don't think would be a good investment for anyone,
Yeah.
but I could see them doing
Yeah.
it just for name
He's got
recognition.
about as many injury issues as Spurgeon does.
Right. And
Yeah.
they can't pay him. I mean, they're about to pay Reinhardt.
Yeah, well, I think that's why they're trying to move Ekblad is because they
Just
want
to-
him out and want to
Right.
maybe be able to keep Montour.
Oh yeah, yeah, too.
All right. Utah still on the clock here.
Per Darren Dreger, the Flames considered moving up from 9, but now sounds like they will hold their spot.
Boy, how bad are they going to feel if they miss out by 1 spot?
If a Ginla goes
man.
at 8,
I would be irate. They would show the video and you just see somebody flipping over a draft table.
Especially since Conroy played with Jahromi too. Yeah.
well, and then you just have goes to your division rival Seattle at 8
Oh,
too.
man.
Like you have to play him whatever it
Right.
is, 4 or 5 times a year.
Flames, and then tomorrow
They have the matching
Atos
suits
Koivu
again?
is going to come to the Wild. There's going to be another Koivu when you get
A2 Koivu.
All right. They're going to wait out the clock, and here we go.
If
All
the
right.
Wild get him, I'm just calling him also Koivu.
Oh my God. Guys, just want to give another big shout out to everybody tuning in, by the way. If you guys are watching on Twitter, if you're watching on Facebook, please come over to our YouTube channel as the chat is buzzing on YouTube right now. Again, we're reading through these comments, guys. We're reading through these comments. Once the draft is done, we're going to stay live for a little bit longer, and we will really engage with you guys a lot more. So if you're sitting down, cracking a cold one like us, and you're going to stick around throughout the entire show, once the draft is complete and once things
Nice
slow
and
down a little bit,
efficient
we
for
will
Utah.
we'll start getting some comments back on screen here.
Who's
Ryan,
buzzing more,
Is that guy
chat or
wearing a
Matteo?
track jacket?
Ryan Smith.
Oh, Matteo, 100%.
Whoa.
You are pouring those like Sandra Lee on Food Network making
Big
cocktails.
shout out to
2
Northland Vodka.
shots of vodka.
We're gonna be carrying
Glug, glug, glug,
Matteo.
glug, 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 glug.
We're
Two
carrying
ta-
him home.
2 tablespoons of good tequila.
He's
Glug,
already, he's already
glug,
sitting on his
glug.
bed. So
Oh my God. Shout out to all of the Locked On Wild listeners tuning in. Can I get a witness?
Thank you, Locked On Wild fans.
Thank you guys. Appreciate
shout out to all
you.
the on the Foghorn listen. Oh wait. Womp womp.
They're still there.
No, we're
Not
We're
really.
all still
I-
here. It just doesn't exist anymore.
Well, our feed is gone, so I don't think
Pour 'em
anyone
out.
can be listening.
All right,
Hey,
guys, the pick is in, the pick is in.
sneaky. Watch out for Tija Ginla going here, dude.
Ooh,
Dude,
here we go.
does he not look like John Cooper?
He does.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, we got to stop booing every single person that comes up.
Yeah,
this
why-
is outrageous.
I mean, booing Utah and Vegas feels like it makes a little more sense because that is kind of your.
also
state
give
rival
give
now,
me that jacket.
He does look a lot like
Take
John
this, you
Cooper.
motherfucker.
He's a
Take
brown-haired John Cooper.
He's like dollar store John Cooper.
Whoa, they went tease.
Wow.
No.
Calgary
Poor
fans
Calgary.
in shambles.
Calgary's gonna riot.
Forcing the smile too.
Things are starting
Man,
to
all
get...
the Ginla kids look exactly like Jahromi too. Oh man.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
The Iginla's just scored on the Wild again.
Look at him just
Wow.
rip off that jacket
Hey,
too.
hold
He's
on.
like, yeah.
Hold on. How many defensemen have gone?
The light blue
Just
suits
left
are
Shinov,
always
right?
so clean.
Yeah.
One defense.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's going to be such a defenseman-heavy draft. 6
Man.
picks in, 1 defenseman.
Well,
I'm
whenever
telling
they
you,
go,
I'm going to
they're
be doing
go.
cartwheels if we get Salayev.
I tell
Not
you
really,
though,
but probably.
this could work out well for the Sharks too because they traded up to 11.
Oh, yeah,
and
they made another
they're gonna
trade.
get a guy.
desperately need defensemen.
Isn't Mark on Eduard Vlasic still playing for them?
Yeah, Pickles.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that guy's
He's
been in
got
the
the
league.
worst contract.
That
and-
guy's been in the league since like 1987.
I
Yeah,
would
dude.
say you could say that a pickle is better defensively than he is.
Hey.
It's-
He got his gold medals. That's
he
enough.
peaked
We're
in the
good.
2016 Cup final, and then
He
he's
was a
just
great
been
player in
down.
his prime. and I cannot believe the guy is still playing.
I know.
Yeah, he's a trooper, man. He's playing out his contract. I think he's got like 2 more
Hey,
years at 7
Can we
mil.
talk about Ryan Suter? He's about to be on 3 payrolls, which is
Oh my God, man.
unbelievable.
As someone who has
Unbelievable.
put futures on the Stars the last 2 years, and Ryan Suter has had a big hand in, undoing me making money off of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it
I
wasn't
am
too
so
surprising.
happy to see it.
Because of that last game with the Stars, he didn't play the last like 26 minutes.
Right,
or
he took the
something.
penalty and
Yeah.
then he was banished.
He got
Yeah.
paired with Nils Lundqvist on the fucking press box. Like,
Pete DeBoer's like, I've had enough.
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
the fans did as well, apparently, even in Dallas. So
Yeah.
Oh,
So I mean,
yeah.
I think you look at that, you go, Suter's got bought out again, Preezy's retiring. Like the buyouts were a good idea
Yeah, thank
because
God.
we would be absolutely,
Sucked.
we'd be
We'd
so
be-
fucked right now.
We'd be
Honestly,
We'd have to like trade like one of our best players to like be
Brodin
captain
would be
player.
gone, or
So
if
see,
if
oh,
Jarmo Kekalainen was still in Columbus, I could definitely see him signing Ryan Suter to be the left-handed Eric
Oh my
Branson on that third pair.
shout out to Eric Branson. All right, Z, run it down. Tija Ginla. What did Utah get in him?
I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen just a skyrocketing in terms of like a guy's stock. Like he started the year off hot, like scoring goals, making plays, making people look stupid every time he touched the puck. And it was like, all right, let's see how long this lasts. And then it just like only improved. And
Right.
like they even started playing him a little bit at center and he did well there. Like at no point did he have any lull this season. It was insane. But again, another guy with some of the most intriguing tools in this draft, like the hands, the shot. Like he is primarily a goal scorer. But I mean, he also started putting his the playmaking on display too. But for him, it's just like the only question is just going to be, can he create offense for his teammates at the NHL level? And like, you look at the size and the fact that he's a wing, so there's always gonna be questions there. But like when he plays physical and he's engaged and he's on the forecheck, he shows that he can be effective that way too. Defense will always be a question, but at the same time, I'm not really all that concerned about it. But another guy that just like the projection in terms of like the ceiling is scary high. Like he is absurd. And just again, like not for one game did he have an off night. Like he was on the whole fucking year. And then even at the U18 Worlds, he was one of Team Canada's best players there too. So like him and Chris Hall carried Kelowna to be like a playoff team and make some noise in the playoffs too until they ran to Prince George. And Riley Height, shout out Riley Height. But another kid, like his mixtape is comical. Like every highlight, again, another one that could have been at least like an hour long because every time he jumps over the boards, he's looking to make something happen. And like the offense that he was creating was just like, it was silly. So very, very fun player. I love the pick. So
imagine him on the line with Logan Cooley too.
yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah.
We got,
Someone just point out it's Josh Doan and Tija Ginla in the same organization, which is kind of cool. 2 like second generation
Yeah, no, that is
pros
cool.
on the same team.
And as Leah Hextall pointed out, Tija Ginla will be the answer to a trivia question someday.
God, that jersey is just
They need
What?
it needs help.
Yeti?
Gross.
We in on Utah Yeti?
Yes, because then you can sell that as like your primary corporate sponsor.
Look at how bad that jersey. That's
It-
gonna be ugly.
It looks like the
Oh.
cursed Sharks jerseys.
Wait,
Like
does it
this
have
black
no?
one
Does it have
before.
no striping at all?
No.
That's
Nope.
it.
It's a practice
right now.
jersey.
I thought
The-
I saw like
Yeah,
the
it's not the actual.
okay,
one.
because like Fanatics had like on their post like it had like blue and white striping.
Even
So they
Fanatics
didn't
wanted
even
to
get,
make
like,
it look
a
better.
jersey for him?
So Z,
Just
who
straight
goes here, Perek or Yakimchuk?
Also, I have somewhat wild related news here from Murat Atis, the Jets beat writer, is that Cheveldaeff has offers for McGroarty that could depend on the way the draft plays out. And then mentions that Russo has reported the Wild have interest. So it sounds like the Wild are trading for him unless players they want are at 13.
Okay.
Is how I would interpret that.
Thanks for the news. I
Be a
love it.
big bomb. Yeah.
All right, Ottawa's pick is in, guys.
Correct, maybe.
Perek
They're next to Erik Karlsson or yeah.
or Yakimchuk.
It is so funny how like I was listening to all the rundowns today too prior to this, and it's just like defense heavy draft, defense, top 5, all defense, but it's just like look where we're at now.
forwards.
Yeah.
Well, get fucking ready.
Holy shit, it's Yakimchuk.
Let's go!
Wow.
Oh, Yakimchuk going
Trade up.
7th.
Trade up now
Oh
for a
boy.
defenseman.
Oh
I don't
boy.
care. Get to New Jersey.
Give me Buium. I swear to God,
Williams going to
if this
Seattle.
plays out last year, I'm like, Perot, keep falling,
Right.
and then he falls and they don't pick him, I'm leaving and going home.
Funny. Last year, it sounds like the Wild and New Jersey, or not New Jersey, New York were in on the same players, Perot and Stramel got there.
Right.
Oh, Riley Hyde made up for it. Riley Hyde made up
Yes.
for it.
I don't think
The
Stramel
second
was
round
a bad
picks have
pick
always
either.
come through.
Judd Brackett in his second round picks, man. He loves them.
So
Just
would we?
hits on 'em.
What's a bigger quote unquote off the board pick? Is it this pick or was it Seneke at 3?
Ooh.
No, Yakimchuk was being touted as going like where Seneke went to. So
Okay. I'd seen him more as like in the teens. He'd be
Yeah, I
like,
saw him with the
I
Wild
thought
a
he was
lot,
kind of like
too.
the last defenseman off the board.
he's
It was between like him and
Levshunov.
Perek.
He's Canadian Levshunov, and GMs like Levshunov, so they're gonna like this kid.
That is a fucking risky pick at 7.
Yeah, well, give us the rundown on him.
I
But
mean,
it was
so
all of his highlights look like he's
again-
playing forward.
yeah, all
Yeah.
tools. This is a kid, all tools. Like the big.
I've never seen a
concerns in the
defenseman score so many goals
offense.
close to the net.
Look at that.
This guy
I
scores close
I
to the
think
net
he
than Eck.
scored- Yeah, he likes to pick the puck up along the wall and just dangle. Yeah, like there, we just start putting it up on our stream too. Like he likes to like pinch, win the puck, hit someone, and then just score goals. I think he scored like 30 goals this year in WHL. The big question is going to be the hockey IQ and defending at the NHL level, but at the same time, he's flashed some real nice defensive capabilities when he's able to keep up. The skating's okay. But again, the hockey sense, the overall just awareness of to figure out what exactly he's going to be at the NHL level. Sometimes he's just trying to do a million things. So it seems like he gets overwhelmed at times. But I mean, the offensive toolkit, the hands, the skill, it's very intriguing. Again, I think he scored fucking 25, 30 goals this year at the WHL. And I think he had 120 penalty minutes too. He's a prick to play against. But he's a big right
I
shot
love
deep,
it.
so not shocked. The fact that he's got the offensive tools and the fact that he's 6'3", 6'4", right shot defenseman who's super physical. Obviously, teams are gonna be all over this kid. So
Right.
yeah, I mean, you're really at 7 overall. You're that's a big gamble on those tools hitting. For me, it's gonna take a lot to go right for him to be a number one or not. But he's not gonna be a number one defenseman. I just can't see that. But I don't know. But even number 2 feels like a stretch. I could see him if everything goes right 3, 4. But if you need him to be a number 1 or number 2 defenseman, you're probably in trouble. But he is so fun to watch. But just a lot of questionable decision making. I have real concerns about just the breakout play in general. Sometimes the first pass is quite an adventure for him. But again, if he can simmer down, just decide what the fuck he is as a defenseman, then the sky's the limit, just like with those tools. But it's going to be interesting. That's a ballsy pick at 7.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
It kind of seems like he fits Ottawa's MO right now, though. Like all we want to do is just like attack, score. We don't care about anything else.
At least you got Sanderson there already.
They're going the Edmonton Oilers route.
Yeah.
Like, hey, they got to the Cup final. We could do that.
Jack Capuano was like, thank God.
Oh, he's out of there. Thank you.
The best defense is a good offense. That's not how that goes. So the only thing, obviously my dream scenario was Buium falling to 13, but it just feels like Seattle and Calgary probably both go D here.
Yeah.
Is that probably a fair guess?
The only hope would be if Seattle gets enamored by Salayev's size.
Yeah. So I think two of these next 3 are Buium, Saliev, and Peric, probably.
The chat. What the chuck is going on in Ottawa? Yum.
A Yakum chuck sounds like something I do after a night out of drinking.
Yeah, no doubt.
I already have.
That's what Matteo's gonna do in a few hours.
Oh, jeez.
He's gonna Yakum chuck.
That reminds me. I was gonna say this earlier. Z, you're all nameless of all these people on the episode yesterday. Unreal. Just great stuff here. Yakum Chuck being in there. And
it's the most work we put into anything.
Green Tree. That's another interesting name too.
He sounds like he plays for the friggin' Smoke Eaters.
Yes.
This is.
I think the John Deere Hockey Club could have had 40 guys on there. Like, there is an insane amount of guys with just
Dickinson's still there too. I forgot about him.
Yeah.
God,
Yes.
I 100% there's a D falling to the Wild.
There has to be.
There has to be, unless it's just straight defense until the Wild.
no,
pick.
Well,
All
I mean,
three
the
lefties
four
are left,
defensemen,
aren't
the 4 defensemen that are still on the board. You have Buium, Dickinson, Perek, and Salayev still on the
Yeah, you
board.
have 3
Like, one of
lefties.
them's going to flip.
All
Or
right, Seattle
they all
making the
go, and you have a chance at a guy like Berkeley Cat. And
Or you trade for Rucker McGrory.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like if all those defensemen are gone, that's the route that the Wild go.
All right, the pick is in, guys.
Bum 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 bum. What happened to our jingle? Has that still been going? Has Hoppy been queuing our jingle?
Buium or Cat? Come on.
did we get C and D by
Monopoly goes
the
into
NHL for it?
Matty Beniers.
Natty picking them.
Boldy's buddy.
Yes.
Liam Greentree.
He rules. I love Green Tree.
There it is.
All right. They need to turn up that mic, dude.
He's straight to the point.
Wow.
The
Trade up.
defensemen
Now.
continue
Now.
to
All
fall.
the defense are still there.
Calgary's going defense for sure.
Yeah, but they got a lot of options and they like Russian. So Anton.
I don't know.
And the Devils are still trying to maybe move that pick right at 10. So.
Come on, Buium, keep falling.
Just package in a defensive prospect not named Lambos
Yeah.
or next year's second.
You want
and go
Ryan
for it.
O'Rourke?
I can't believe Buium's man, like he's in range now.
Right.
From a Minnesota Wild perspective, he's in range.
Faber and him together.
Oh my God. All right.
Goodness.
Ooh.
I'd have to change underwear.
It's just the pattern of the pants.
Oh my God.
All right, Z, are you surprised with this pick? And what did Seattle get in this guy?
No, I just said it was either going to be him or Buium. I thought they might go defense, but I mean, they may have just made the pick of the top 10. Like he's
Ooh,
my
big
third
Berkeley fan
third
here.
overall. He is
Wow.
fucking unbelievable, and like he's been doing it in the WHL as an underager. Like I think he put up 120 points this year. Can play center, can play wing. The playmaking is absurd. Like I think he scored 5 or 6 shorthanded goals this year. Like he plays a good 2-way game. The only reason I consider it falling to 8 would be the fact that he's a center and he's 5'11". So like whatever. But I mean, like I've seen people question whether or not he can get to the inside, and it's like, well, just watch the highlights. He takes the puck off the wall, it gets to the inside every time he touches it. But I mean, you can play him in legitimately any part of the game, like PK, power play, late when you're just holding a lead, throw him on the ice. He's good at the face-off dot. Again, just another guy that can do everything.
Wow.
Like he is absurd. I love Berkeley
Great
Catton
hands.
again. He was my third overall. So not surprised at Seattle. I've been loved like the last two draft or like last year specifically, their draft was phenomenal. So not surprised at all that they went this route and they've got again so far this has been my favorite pick. He's so
Saw on
fun.
Twitter too. Cool point out he gets to stay in Washington State.
Was the
Yeah,
Furka
yep.
Circus last year or the year before?
That was last year. Fucking WHL Player of the Year. Keep the change.
Speaking of
Thank
the
you.
all-name team,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jaeger for
Oh yeah. It may have been captain. You may have been captain on that squad.
Here we go. The sad Calgary Flames on the clock right now. Wah, wah, wah.
Blowing everything up.
Salayev?
so which of Calgary, New Jersey, San Jose, who's at 12? Philly.
I have seen.
So which of those becomes a mortal enemy for taking Buium?
I have seen two.
None
I
of
have
the
seen
above,
two that
'cause-
San Jose likes that Stian Solberg, who kind of has been
I mean-
jumping up the board a bit.
That was.
I mean, they could trade back to
He'll go
13 and
to-
take that guy. We could take 11.
I'd
Boyum's
be
from
fine with
San
that.
Diego, so I mean, if San Jose doesn't take him,
Oh man. My friend Reaper Jones in the chat. Boo, Calgary. Oh, I love it.
Do you think Calgary even had a backup plan since Tej went already?
No,
Or were they
Yeah.
just totally
Yes,
all in on
Flyer.
that?
They couldn't not have a backup plan
they just
for that.
they just panned to their draft table. It's empty.
Yeah.
No, all the chairs are
The
on the
Calgary-
floor now
they just-
backwards.
The Calgary Flames have announced they are relocating back to Atlanta.
They're just on their way to Quebec right now.
They're going back to Atlanta. They're Atlanta Flames again.
Hey, my buddy Reaper, he'd be down.
You should know how much I'm struggling here with Boyum being still on the board.
I know. He
should've been gone
He's
forever
literally
ago.
sweating right now.
Philly
ladies and
loves
gentlemen.
Yzerman too, right? Don't they?
If he makes
I think
it.
so.
I'm sure
I feel-
Tortorella would fucking love Yzerman.
Oh God.
I feel like
Imagine.
I feel like if Boyum gets to 10, that's where you probably see somebody make a move.
The Wild.
I mean, I'd be all for it. I'm not going to say no.
I could
I
see
mean, New
Calgary
Jersey's been
also
trying to
going
move
like
that pick,
Hellenius,
right?
too.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not, I mean, it's not a huge jump, but San Jose gave up what did they give up? A second round pick to move up 3 spots?
Yeah.
And the Wild
Yeah,
have
it was
like
second.
the Wild have like 15 picks in 2026. Use one or two. What is Leah Hextall asking Berkeley Cat? Do you like cats?
He's a sim machine in NHL 24. I'll tell you that.
These draft
Yeah.
hats are so bad.
Yeah, this is
They're
an
terrible.
atrocity.
He looks like the generic kid from like a British rom-com, and his name's Berkeley, so it fits too.
Berkeley Catton very well could be the name of a
Another
of a
all
British
hockey
kid in a
team
rom
name.
com.
Yeah.
Hoppy, I like Berkeley Catton too much to have thrown him in the category, but he absolutely could have gone in the "Do you know who my dad is" category for the
All
all-name
right,
team.
pick us in.
All right,
This
here we
is-
go.
this is a
Calgary's
great
on podium.
Buium or Salayev?
Matteo's sweating.
Shout out to the season tickets holders.
Oh
in the
my-
dump that is the Saddle Dome.
God, I just saw the pick.
Oh,
Oh wait, no, is it? Oh wait, I forgot.
oh.
Oh
my
Let's
God.
go. Come
Oh,
on.
boy.
Let's go.
Come on.
Boyum is still there.
Oh my God.
New Jersey should be taking all the calls in the world right now. Like, oh yeah, who wants to move up?
Who wants Buium? Wild dude.
All right, Russo saying that the Wild really liked Perrick, so he could have been one of their guys. They better.
The chat now is just throwing trade scenarios
Yeah.
out there to get
His,
Buium.
his brother's gonna be a freshman at Bemidji. This,
Oh, really?
this- yeah.
All I'm saying is that
Road trip
Buium
to
looked
Bemidji?
really good
So-
on the St. Paul ice. At what will
makes
formerly be
Feel-
known
you'd
as
feel-
the Axel
yeah,
Energy
you'd
Center.
feel right at home.
Because
Buium
his
and
brother just got
Lorenz
invited
together.
to-
They looked real good.
Oh, this is
No, they can't. They don't need a left shot beat.
No, they got D, and they're allegedly going after Slavin, I think, too. Or not Slavin, Pesci.
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 So
Dickinson, Buium, Cilio are all still there.
All right, Z, how nasty is this kid?
I mean, what he did this year. I mean, even last year is like a draft -1 in the OHL as a rookie. As a defenseman, put up I think 22 fucking goals. He shattered records this year in the OHL. Like every time again, he steps over the boards. He wants to make a difference offensively. They just found their elite power play quarterback. You know, there's always going to be questions about his defensive game in general. I think I do understand the concerns. At the same time, it's a little bit overblown because he's shown that he can defend. The thing with Saginaw is they didn't really need to all that often. But when push comes to shove, he's more than capable of doing it. So even if he doesn't hit 60, 70 points, power play, whatever, he still has enough of a B game that he's going to be an impact guy for sure. So great pick for them. Desperately needed in their prospect pool too. They don't have fuck all on the back end in terms of any power play.
That's when you know it's bad.
So not surprised. Really good pick. And he's just so fun to watch. He makes people look fucking silly at the blue line. So yeah, he's a beast.
I love it. Well, the room here, everyone. Matteo's sweating the most.
He's in crisis.
And I just want to say, it's not because of the Northland. Shout out to Northland Vodka. Shout out to Mark Parrish and everybody.
I dragged him to the NCHC to watch Zee Buium.
So he doesn't have a mic, but he's saying he did drag me to the NCHC to watch Zee Buium, and I was impressed.
How about that overtime winner?
I've got breaking news out of San Jose.
Oh, I saw this too.
What we got?
Luke Cunnin extended 1 by 1.
I actually thought this was some got him.
The San Jose Wild.
I thought we were about to find out they traded up just so they could trade back down later for more.
More picks.
Looks like the Devils are at least on the phone. But
with the Minnesota Wild.
Please.
Well, what would the Wild be giving up? Second?
So San Jose 13. Traded up for a second round pick to move from 14 to 11.
Okay.
So it'd probably be I would imagine
a
it'd be
second or a
I'll give
prospect
up seconds.
valued as the equivalent of
Seconds.
Wait till before the pick again. It'll be next year's.
Oh yeah, those seconds are valuable.
Well, in the
Based on the track
What
record.
the hell is this commercial?
what did we stumble into here?
All I saw was a guy rubbing lube on his leg, and I became very uncomfortable very quickly.
Paint commercial.
All right,
You
well,
guys
it's a
have
leather
way
bag of
different
flying
regional
sunscreen.
commercials than me because I'm
Yeah,
watching
it's got
a commercial for
different kinds of
pasture raised eggs.
Yep, that Bear Premium
Aaron,
paint commercial is very
My
uncomfortable.
eyesight has been stained now.
Aaron's got a lot better commercials than we do, clearly.
Yeah, dude, I'm in the heartland over here, man. We got nothing but farms in Ohio. Half the commercials out here are for tractors or some kind of farm product.
I mean, our neighbors in Wisconsin, that would be their regional commercials.
Yeah.
Well, looks like the Devils are going to keep it. I mean, unless they.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock for the
30
Devils.
seconds to go. Pressure's
Oh
on.
my god.
It's constant here.
I just see
I-
Seth over here saying, "Oh my god!"
I'm literally-
I just saw the Devils pick. It's not Buium.
Oh.
That means he's going to San Jose.
So this is my friend Reaper Jones. And again, shout out to Reaper Jones for the $10 donation earlier, man. You're an absolute beauty. This is his team, New Jersey, making their way to the podium now.
Wow, they're using it.
All right.
Damn it.
I can't imagine them investing in another big name D though after getting.
It's going to be San Jose that takes Buium, and it's going to be a Celebrini.
Get ready
Buium
for
draft.
fucking. I bet it's fucking
Home
NHL.
A++++.
They're gonna do
Look at Marty.
They're gonna fucking do it. They're gonna do Salayev, motherfuckers. Insane to me, but whatever.
All right.
Saliva.
Fitzy keeping the pick.
What is this posture that he's got right now?
He is really bad.
He is
Stick up his ass posture.
he is he's stalling so that he can find where the bathroom is.
Amen, brother.
Marty.
It's like, hurry up, make a pick. I got to pee.
Salayev goes to the New
The big man
Jersey
is gone.
Devils.
Dickinson and Buium.
I hope we take somebody 5'5" now.
So Z, for my friend Reaper Jones, who's a big New Jersey Devils fan, why should he be excited on Salayev?
Well, I mean, you're getting a 6'7" elite skating defenseman with he's got a good breakout game, good first pass. I'm gonna always have a big question about how much offense is in there. Like at the beginning of the year, he really jumped on the radar because he put up I think 8 points in his first 10 KHL games. I think he finished the year with 11. But defensively, he's sound again. You don't really find any defenseman at that size, or just players in general, but at that size with that skating ability. Defensively, he's solid. When he decides that he feels like being physical, then he can be a punishing guy, but he doesn't really use it as much as I'd like him to. But again, he's kind of a unicorn just given the fact that he's that size and moves that well. And I think he is a smart enough player to make a big difference defensively, but I'm always going to have questions about the offensive game. A lot of the points it felt did come from hopeful point shots or whatever, the one that is now actually playing on the stream. But I mean, I totally understand the people that have that expectations or the belief that he can hit his ceiling. Just given the profile, again, we just don't see players like this. Again, just at that size in general, but how he can move is insane. So you're getting one of the better skaters in the draft at that size. Again, defensively, he's really solid. I just don't think there's going to be a ton of offense, but at the same time, when you're New Jersey and you look at who they have in the back end, you don't really have to worry about that in terms of production from your back end. So I can understand that way. They've got so many guys there. I'm somewhat surprised. I pretty much all year had them I just assumed they would take a guy like Hellenius there, but Salayev, again, you're getting a crazy package in just the overall profile of that kind of a player. So interesting, but again, at least he didn't go 1 or 2. That's just that's my thing. I all the mocks had him at 2, and I was that's insane, but whatever.
No, either ones.
There you go. Oh my goodness, Reaper Jones. $20 donation. He says, "Hail the freaking Devils." Dude, thank you so much, Reaper Jones. You are the absolute man.
W.
Wow.
Amazing. Boys, it's been awesome hanging out with you guys. I got to peel out of here. But
hey, shout out your podcast quickly one more time, my friend.
Beerly Hockey. We're on all platforms, Spotify, Apple, all that good stuff. At Beerly Hockey on Twitter, at Beerly Hockey on Instagram. We got a merch store. We pretty much have the same vibe. We just break down hockey. We talk some shit to each other. It's a good time the entire time. So,
dude, Aaron, thank you so much for hanging out with us, man. Enjoy the rest of the draft, and we'll talk soon.
Hey, thanks for having me, boys. Enjoy it.
Shovel day off on the phone per Russo.
All right. We have our next guest here, guys, from the golf course. The boss man himself from 10K Takes. What is up, my man? Good to see you.
What's up, guys? There's nothing more ironic than being a Wild fan and being on the golf course, right?
Hold on, Jack. I got something for you here.
Oh boy, I don't want to know.
I was like, what is happening?
How you hitting them, Jack?
Here's Zooch for a sec.
Where'd you hit it on one?
He hit it pretty south. I don't know if
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, here, let me flip this. Let me figure the camera out here. Jack, I am I stupid? Hold on. What, you seeing
Let's
this?
go, baby.
How do I flip this camera? Let me flip. You can't? Okay, here.
They're busted up.
Oh, we got Zooch here as well. Let's go.
Couple picks away from the Wild.
What if the Sharks trade this pick? Hey, we got Celebrini. We just load the chamber. We'll take take Wild's 13. We'll slide back 2 spots. Take whatever other fuck asset we want from them.
John Merrill.
Yeah, you want another Wild player?
Would he even be worth moving up 2 spots in the draft?
No.
We'd have to move back.
I can dream, can I?
If you take John Merrill, you actually have to move back 10 spots.
Yeah, you just vacate your first round pick.
Damn it.
If they really get
qualified for the draft.
They're going boy. They're going boy.
All right,
I'm gonna
guys.
be-
Sharks are on the podium right now. You get everything on this stream. you get you not only get draft coverage, you not only get highlights, but you get golf footage here as well.
Disaster. I went for it because I'm like,
Four left.
He tried to hold one out there for birdie, but you guys weren't here. I would have actually. He would have. He might have.
Sam Dickinson.
Oh
Come
my
on,
God.
baby. No way.
Man.
He's one
Come
pick
on,
away.
Philly, take Hellenius.
Take Eisenman.
Folks,
Take
on there.
anyone
Yeah,
but
he is.
Buium. Holy crap.
All right, Sam Dickinson taken at number 12 to the San Jose Sharks.
Daniel Briere, you might have to end up in witness protection if you do something here.
There you go. There you go. I love it.
Trev Brackett's got to be sweating. It's like, oh.
Wow. I'm shocked that
That blood pressure
Buium
is
is
like
continuing to
200
drop,
over
man.
190 right now.
He's in range. He's in range.
Yeah, just out of reach.
If he goes at 12, it's just like a knife in my back.
Bossman,
I'm going to jump up through that window if that is what happens. Just so
Bossman,
that
the San Jose Sharks just picked Sam Dickinson. Zee is still he's still on the board.
Sorry about that, fellas. We lost audio for a sec. I'm here though.
All right. Well, we're just saying Sam Dickinson was just picked at number 11 by the San Jose Sharks. Zee is still on the board.
Where'd you hit it on too?
They're driving to Vegas.
I don't even know if we can hear us. Anyways, Zee, give us the rundown on Sam Dickinson.
Yeah, I'm surprised he went this late. I would have figured he like one of the teams I had him going to would have been like Ottawa. May have been a little bit redundant with a guy like Sanderson already there, but the thing with Dickinson, it's kind of tough to gauge how much of that offensive production is going to translate to the NHL level, just given the fact that he's playing on that London Knights team that's absolutely loaded, and it's kind of like hard to not put up offensive points there. But he is a dynamic skater. He's big. And just a solid defender. And then this year he really popped off offensively. So he's got good skill. Again, he can be a good power play. I think he's more like a second option on the power play. But I feel like he would have been one of the higher floor defensemen and one of the players or one of the defensemen anyways that has like where the teams would have felt more safe taking early. So not surprised by the pick. I would have guessed they would have gone Buium, but between him and Dickinson, it would have been one of those two. We knew they were going to go defenseman. It's interesting. I wonder, given how the board's kind of going now, if they really would have had to trade up to get him here. But either way, not surprised. Desperately needed in their prospect pool too. But Sam Dickinson is a solid player. So, good pick. Good pick at 11. Anyway.
Sharks fans got to be happy. You're welcome with Celebrini, Dickinson, like two cornerstone pieces to add to what you've done the last couple of years. Like, good for them.
Love it. Again, Bossman, if you can hear us, congratulations to you guys with your collaboration with Elm Creek. This beer is awesome, and we have been pumping it, and it is fueling us tonight, my man. So thank you very much for hooking us up with this, and it is amazing. It is amazing. So everybody,
Thank you fellas for
Elm
drinking
Creek-
it.
Cut me off. One beer, I'm done.
Brett's had too many. He's spilling them all over the place, but don't worry, I'll slip it up for him.
Excellent beer.
Thank you. Hey, as long as you've had a taste, you're good.
There you go. There you go.
So
All right.
I got a question for Spoke Z, the draft master. Who do we
Okay.
who are we targeting right now? I'm curious because I'm not.
And that was on camera too, wasn't it?
Oh,
Oh, these guys are bundled here on the big screen.
How bundled
We are, we're having a time here.
Spoke Z,
That,
who
ma-
are we targeting right
that
now?
makes my spilled bottle look so much better.
Live TV.
How am I the least drunk of the bunch of us?
all right. Sorry about that.
Who are we
Alex, are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We're laughing. I even have to ask if he's okay.
Well,
Guys
I mean,
being dudes.
you're praying. Well, Briere's on the phone right now. You're praying that they don't take Zee Buium, obviously, because I mean the fact that he's on the board is
I have
sickening,
prayed
but-
to every god I know that exists.
We could be looking at it coming down to Zee Buium or Rutger McGroarty right now.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
honestly,
when you're
what
looking at
else?
the Wild,
What pick is it at right now?
No,
12.
it's Philly, it's 12.
Shit, we're picking in one pick here,
Keep the pick.
and Zee's on the
buddy.
board.
And Zeeb's on the board.
Wow. Well,
There
hey,
goes.
we watched him at the Frozen Four, right? Zee, yeah,
Dude, he's sick.
he is sick.
I can't look.
Good job.
Someone react. He just went.
Oh.
We got 15 seconds until the pick, guys.
All right, let's go.
No one's picked it.
They should have Gritty make the pick.
All right, Briere.
And Briere's making his way. Oh, some final discussions here. 3, 2, 1, and they're making their way to the stage.
Briere, make
Right.
the right pick and go Zeev.
Let's go. Billy G and the spear. Nothing better than that.
No,
Oh.
it's the right pick.
Why is he not going up there?
Oh, sitting back
Come
down.
on,
We might
Wild.
have a trade
Oh
to
my
announce.
God.
He's gonna jump the Wild.
If someone jumps,
I am going to.
Look at him.
if this if Chicago jumps us right now from 18 and takes Zee Buium, I might.
So there might be.
I'm driving to the
I
X
might
right
take
now.
So
Yeah, they're definitely not drafting.
If Chicago jumps up and takes Buium, I am going to commit a felony.
They have too many lefties.
There has to be a trade.
Trade.
no, there's a trade. Yep, there's a trade.
Who?
Because yeah, Briere sat back down.
I'm gonna sound like a fucking owl. Who?
Oh, Wild one spot.
If they pull a Vikings and move up.
You guys are my eyes and ears. I need
Are
you
they
to
giving them enough?
I
we
am
got you.
actually rooting for them having run out of time and forfeiting the pick.
Amazing. That'd be a reverse
How
Vikings.
much
thing.
That
time
would
do
be-
they-
5 minutes.
How much time
Hey,
do
the
they
Vikings
give
have done it.
Seth, Fletcher's not there anymore.
Darren Drager says trade coming.
Who?
Friedman said the same thing.
Give us the who.
We're on the clock. Of course, there's someone trying to get
All right, they're taking their sweet ass time here. I mean,
Who?
Why are they letting
Fucking
it
owl?
it's because Gary's getting older, guys. He needs some time to get to the stage. All right.
Jesus.
They
Sounds
should
like
have
someone
somebody.
They should have somebody at their table asking them what they're
They
doing.
have a mic in front of them.
Good
Just
Lord.
say it. Hey, we traded with blah blah blah.
Mateo, that's not how it works. Calm down.
They think we're
Because in
trading.
the second round.
This is not the second round.
Apparently, they're like,
Oh, here we go. The trade horn.
yeah, keep us posted, Isha. What do we got?
Yeah, we got you, buddy. We got you. Briere's trying not to smile here, dude. He's holding that smile and that shit-eating grin.
It's Buffalo or the Red Wings. They're drafting.
Oh, if it, I
It's
hope,
the Red Wings to get the other boy up.
I hope it's Detroit because they'll pick some dumbass pick.
No.
The Yeiser plan is in shambles right now.
They have the other boy. I'm just
Not
telling
me
you.
frantically refreshing my phone to see what's going
I'm telling
on.
you, it's the Red Wings. They're drafting the other
Refresh.
boy. They're getting Shy and Zeev.
All right. I mean, Briere's happy. Briere's happy.
Yeah, they probably overpaid to get. Well, no, they did. Sorry.
Oh, man. Come on. Let's go.
Come on, Gary. Get the show on the road.
Pick 13 and Marcus Johansson, isn't it?
Got the big birdie putt. No
I'm gonna
big deal.
die.
Not a big deal.
Good vibes.
Which, by the way, I gotta say that the captain's patch is better than the big deal beers,
Wow, that's a big statement, Isha. I appreciate you.
dude. I'm loving it, man. You guys have crushed it. You guys are crushing it with the content as always, and this is just so huge for you guys. So again, fueling us here tonight on draft night on this Soda stream. The captain's patch, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe it's taking so long because it's a stupid pick.
I was gonna
So
say
they just haven't announced anything. They just keep going back to the table.
We are just
Yeah.
we're just in a holding
Insider.
we're just in a holding pattern here.
Weird.
Insiders have one job.
They brought it to
There's
Gary.
there's
Oh, here
gotta
we
be a
go.
trade.
Gary's like, you delayed the draft for this shit.
Yeah.
Said,
No,
Gary's trying to read the.
Like I can't.
He's sitting there going,
I can't. Oh,
it's like I can't read cursive.
Matvey Mitchkov for who?
That's spot.
Oh
okay,
my
we're listening in, guys. Gary's up on the stage right now.
The 10K boys are happy.
St. Louis.
All right, Mr. Commissioner, please put us out of our misery
That'd
here.
be St. Louis sniping us twice too.
The live chat. Big deal. Bruce sucks. All right, we're listening in. guys,
Hoppy,
man.
I'll retweet right when I drop. If I do.
Oh
that.
my gosh, a trade! I had no idea.
What?
If
5 minutes ago.
if I exit this, then it's gonna kick.
Minnesota's moving up a spot for Elliot Friedman.
One spot.
Minnesota's moving up. Elliot
What?
Friedman.
Are
we getting Booyah?
Do it!
Are we
Do
getting
it!
Booyah?
Yes!
Bill Guerin,
Come on.
Bill Guerin, talk your shit.
Same thing.
For it.
Zooch, you want to do me a favor? Zooch,
Oh my god! Oh my
you
god!
want to retweet their stream? Yeah. Thanks. Because if I do it, I'm going to get booted.
Okay, Minnesota.
What was the trade?
Yeah.
Anybody know?
2025 third round pick.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
Awesome. That's all it took?
Yeah.
Voted.
Captain's patch ad. Hey,
Okay,
Captain's
it just
patch
has to
ad.
be Buium, and this is the best trade they've ever made in history.
Okay,
2025 third.
Billy's happy.
Look at Bill Guerin. Look at that grin. Look at that
Give me
grin.
the live Judd bracket reaction,
Bracket's
please.
happy too. He's just
He's trying to push down the chub he has right now.
Oh my guys, it's just
He's like Zee Buium at 12.
Hey,
Are you
guys,
fucking kidding me?
I know we're really excited, but the chat and Bossman are like, what the fuck is going on? So let's just fill them in here. What happened?
Yeah.
Brett?
The minute
All right. So per now live, the Wild on the clock. They traded the 13th pick and a 2025 third round pick to move up one spot.
Oh, okay.
So we're looking good here. Zee Buium on the board. Had a great St. Paul debut just a couple months ago.
watch it not be Boyum. I will die.
Stop, Seth. Stop it.
We traded up a
Like
spot.
if we traded
Adam
up
Yurchich,
to get
isn't
Liam
it?
Greentree, I am
Yeah,
going to
most
go
likely.
drown myself in the
Yes,
bath.
I am.
It's Adam Yurchich.
That's
Yeah.
the new one.
we traded up.
Dog, that's a frozen for us. Like
They got to get the jersey made up real quick.
Yeah. Defenseman. No, he played for Den. Well, no, it's not Russian.
Oh boy,
I don't know.
Go fucking dirty.
Brock Faber, Zee Buium for the foreseeable future.
We're all just like our live chat, Z, the 10K boys, all of us are just like glued, just like waiting for this pick. Come on, guys, let's go. They're on the clock, but they know who they're picking.
All right, we're on the clock.
And
Yeah,
they
it's gonna
only
be-
have to give up a third round pick. Yeah.
Billy.
Is that one of the spares or is that a?
Oh, here we go.
They're gonna go up to the podium and say it's just.
I don't know. I
No,
I just know they've got like
Okay,
12
so
picks in 2026.
We have a tweet from Michael Russo that Zee Buium was high on their board.
No.
Hasn't confirmed the pick, but there are rumblings, there are murmurs. Where there is smoke, there is fire.
Okay, 1 minute on the clock, but they
Here we
don't
go.
even need that
They're-
minute.
they're
Billy Guerin, Judd Brackett making their walk to the
They're
podium
like-
right now.
they're like-
All right, we're
Like,
walking to
first
the
off,
podium.
it's
I think it's
It's just the pattern in my pants.
They gotta make up for Charlie
Dude, the
Strobel,
chat
bro.
straight up full chub. Let's go, baby. Oh man,
I'm gonna post the second they say.
Oh my gosh.
I'm trying to like get a peek at the jersey because it's folded kind of funky.
oh, Spoke Z is losing his mind right now.
Folks, he's ahead.
Oh no.
He's ahead.
Oh no. I don't love that.
Thanks for a
Oh,
great week,
oh, yeah.
Vegas. Yeah, you got
Billy's
lit
like,
up
I'm still
last night.
drunk.
Is it
boy.
a good losing his mind or?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Billy Masterclass. Hey,
Yes!
fuck all the haters who call Billy G the country club boy.
Let's go!
Evan, ready for this throwback? Bill Guerin is a god.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Apparently, I have to stock my beer now, according to Hoppy.
Yo, we've had Rossi, we've had Wallstead, we've had Buium all fall to us in these drafts.
Hey.
That's huge. That's huge.
You know what?
Unbelievable.
Hey, cheers, boys.
Let's go. Good job, Billy Guerin.
Unbelievable.
Dude, that's a huge pick.
Incredible.
For everyone who says that Billy G is the country club boy who only drafts his drinking buddies, fuck him. He made up for it.
They won the draft.
Yep.
I don't care.
Oh, Zeus just hit a house. That's
How
going
do
to
we keep getting guys fall to us? This is incredible. Who did Judd
Zee
Brackett pay
Buium
off?
and a house. All the
Zeus
hits
just literally
tonight.
hit a house. That was loud.
That's not good.
Here, you take
I got too fired up.
Scott
there.
Wheeler's number 4 prospect.
I got too fired up and I definitely snap hooked one right into a house. So not great.
There he is. There he is. With the 12th overall pick, Z,
Fucking boy.
talk us through why this was a
Very
boss
nice.
move from Billy Guerin.
Wow. Boss. Four.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no. Hey,
There we go. All right, Z,
Oh
talk
my.
us through it here. What? Why was this a boss move for Billy Guerin, and why should Wild fans be stoked?
Well,
Ah.
okay, so first of all, I don't know. I don't understand why this trade even usually when you move up a spot, or you rarely move up one spot, because in theory, Philly should have known that Minnesota was going to take Buium with that pick. But then if they knew that, then that means they obviously weren't taking Buium, and they could have just kept the other, whatever. Either way, the fact that he was available at 12 is sickening. Again, like we saw what he did at Denver this year. Fun fact again, the NHL measurement did come at 6 foot, so that's automatically he's an A prospect no matter what. But what he did in college hockey this year was legitimately unbelievable. I mean, like 40 points, one of their 2 best players on a national championship winning team as a true freshman. Like, you know what he can do offensively. And people that haven't watched him enough will just like automatically see that he's a defenseman that puts up a bunch of points and like, oh, better work on that defensive game. Absolutely not the case. He might not pop offensively at all at the NHL level. He has such a good fallback game, both in terms of the defense and just like secondary offense in general, that like I don't really see a world where he doesn't hit. Like, and at the start of the year, there was a concern about stuff like, he's a little bit slight, like he's susceptible to getting like forechecked, losing pucks. And then I think by game 5 or 6 this year, he was legitimately not forecheckable. Like you could not take the puck off of him when he goes and retrieves. Like another one of these defensemen with all these tools, but he can do literally everything. So like he can put up points. Again, defensively, he's so good. And he is, for a kid that's as slight as he is, he's super physical. And he's probably best friends with Rieger Lorenz, who I love. So you know what? It's just an A+ all around. Again, just super weird. If Philly had any idea that they were taking Buium, then I don't know why they wouldn't have, because that's another kid that like Philly should have been all over and like should have been doing backflips that he was available there. But like whatever. Either way, A+ pick. He is unfucking believable. Let him go cook again at Denver next year and then sign him. But A+ pick all around. Should have gone top 6 or 7 for sure.
I will guarantee too that Philly was, because it sounded like Barry Trotz was on the phone. I guarantee there were a handful of teams that were trying to get up to this spot with Buium available, and so whatever price it takes to just go get him, you do it.
All right, boss man here still on the line. How stoked are you for this pick? I was actually, Matteo and I were at that game and we met up with you guys. And we saw firsthand how good this guy was.
Yeah, I mean that's awesome. I mean you guys said pretty much everything. I mean he should have gone a lot earlier, and the fact that Billy G traded up to ensure we got him was that's the best he can do, right? Go all in.
Dude. In Judd and Billy G, we trust. All the doubters, shut your fucking mouth, dude.
Yeah. After the whole Strobel thing, I think they came to this draft looking for blood, and they weren't going to leave empty-handed in terms of the best guy they wanted. So, not that Strobel we're not out on him, but, they took a lot of criticism for that. So they were looking for a rebound, and honestly, I think this is an awesome pick. I mean, for all of you guys who I met up with at the Frozen Four, I mean, this kid he's got the championship pedigree. I mean, just look at these highlights, he's a natty champ. So
absolutely.
See, Isha, I told you it was a good idea to go to the NCHC.
Dude, I'm buzzing right now. I'm buzzing, and I don't know if it's off this pick or the captain's patch, or maybe both, but let's go.
I'm buzzing off that.
Shout out to Northland Vodka, baby. Shout out to Northland Vodka.
Let's go.
All right, fellas. Hey, thanks for having me. I know my gas card has probably been causing havoc in this live stream, but appreciate you guys drinking the beer, and I'm glad Billy G made us all happy rather than me having to be even more mad than I am at golf right now. So.
Oh man, well I hope it turns out well at the end there. Thank you so much for joining us, my man. And guys, again, go check out 10K Takes, check out all of the content that they produce, and go check out the captain's patch as well. It's got the Sota Pod stamp of approval. Have a great rest of your day, boss man.
You too, fellas. Go wild. Thanks for having me.
Let's go wild, baby.
I'm going to periodically hop out as well. So Matteo or somebody can have my microphone while I record a little bit of lockdown stuff in the background.
Getting this is the guy that I wanted all year.
Yeah, go off.
It came through. Just the college hockey fan. It's so awesome to see him, be on the Wild. And
well, Micheletti, hang on. I gotta ask, does this make up for not drafting your love child, Gabe Perreault?
Yes, it does. Yeah, yes.
We're good now.
Yeah, and it only costs a third. That is so worth it.
Which per Puckpedia was like right on fair value. Like they didn't overpay, underpay.
Yeah.
This
like
is
per their trade calculator.
this has got to
dealio.
be Consta now.
You have him in favor for the next decade.
That's amazing.
That's worth it.
All right, the pick is in for the Philadelphia Flyers. Wait, is
Like-
that Buffer?
I'd like to read a tweet I put out on March 5th, 2024. Replying to someone, I said, the best case scenario is the Wild missing the playoffs and then snagging a guy like Zee Buium in the first round. So,
And I bet you got some hater comments for that at the time. What, you want to miss the playoffs? What's wrong? What the hell?
nah, actually, like pretty. It was like in a reply thread, so it wasn't
okay.
broadcasted out there. You know?
Hot take.
I was just gonna say they got buffered here. It's
Unbelievable.
time. Let's get ready to rumble.
The glasses threw me off.
Well, I watch a lot of UFC, so I'm used to his brother.
Right.
All right, the 13th selection is in.
I am buzzing right now. That was unbelievable.
What a call! This is good by Philly to bring him in.
It's Consta. Consta.
A 2025 third round.
No, Jet
Luchenko.
Luchenko.
Wow.
That's early.
Look at what? Hold on. We got to zoom in on Z's face. here.
That's really early.
Wow. So this.
Wow.
Wow.
Like it's a good player, but that's got to be early.
What the hell?
So Buffalo's going to get Bronseg Nygaard, and Z's going to become a Buffalo fan.
Wow.
Honestly, the rest of the draft to me is now just irrelevant. I don't even care.
Everybody's feeling great.
Well, there's still like I'm interested to see where MBN goes, Yzerman. Like,
To be honest, the Wild can trade back
I don't.
I don't think
they
they're
will.
I don't
do
think
that.
you need to, but
No. I think we should talk. We haven't really talked about like what this pick means, like for the Wild prospect pool, et cetera, et cetera.
Go off.
All right. Well, I mean, I think this is kind of, I think you look at the history of the Wild, like they've had some good defensive picks. Obviously Brodin, Burns ended up being a Norris winner, but never with us and was drafted as a forward. Brodin, great. Dumba had a good run until the injuries derailed him. But I think, it might be a little premature. The pick just happened, but he could go down as one of the best defensemen they've ever drafted. I think, they obviously traded for Faber. Spurgeon, wasn't drafted by the Wild, signed as basically a free agent, all that stuff. So I think this is the exact player their prospect pool is missing too, right? You have, hopefully your franchise goalie. You have some potential, top six, top line cornerstones with guys like Ugrin, with guys like Danilo Urov. You obviously have guys like Boley, Faber in the mix. But I think you get a guy like this in your prospect pool. Hopefully doesn't take as long as some of these other defensemen have seemingly taken. But
And if they don't pan out, that this is, if Pert doesn't make it, if Lambos,
right.
This makes up for it. So.
Right. And I think, you look at a top pairing for the next 10 years of Zee Buium and Brock Faber. That is a hell of a duo that is going to be incredibly tough for a lot of teams to play against.
Dude, his skating is just so nasty as well. And like, that's something that I always look at first when it comes to especially a defenseman. So we'll continue to talk about what this means for the Wild as the stream continues. But Z, talk us through Jet Luchenko.
Man, I love Jet Luchenko. I kind of feel bad for him now because I think Flyers fans are going to lose their minds. Like, I think by this time, it was pretty solidified that Jet Luchenko was going to go at least somewhere around 20. The thing with him is he's somewhat undersized center on a Guelph team. Like, he's just a nonstop motor. Like, it's funny because I think Flyers fans are probably gonna be pissed off about this pick, but at the same time, like, Jet Luchenko is his profile is absolutely like a fan favorite. Legitimately, the motor doesn't stop. He kind of just, whatever you need him to do, he's gonna get it done. And I mean, there's some seriously intriguing skill and playmaking abilities. Like, and the jump that he made last year to this year, I think he had like 60 more points this year than he did last year in the OHL. But like, he's an awesome player. Again, 13 for me, especially given the players that are still on the board, is very, very early.
But again, they just drafted a potential future fan favorite, despite the fact that it was 13th overall. But he is an easy kid to root for. He's very fun to watch and a guy you want in your team. So again, he's going to be a nonstop motor in the offensive zone. He's going to win pucks in the forecheck. And despite his size, he's extremely physical. And again, I think it's crazy that they went 13. So it'll be intriguing to see just like how Philly fans end up taking to him, just given the fact that like he plays like everyone's fan favorite. Same time, 13 is super early, so they're going to be mad given who's on the board. But I love Jet Luchenko, another all-name team, very high possible first team all-name team. But great player, very early, but yeah, it's just too much.
Where did you project him going?
Let me pull up my ranking. I had him ranked. Oh, if it loads, there we go. I had him at 20 exactly.
Okay.
So the 13, 20 isn't crazy, I guess. But
yeah,
like,
I mean, Bobby McIntyre had him like a 19.
Hey, fun fact: everyone shit on that Craig Button list. Craig Button had him 13th. So
no,
Craig, you know he's got to be
his
having
lists
the
are
biggest
always
grin
terrible.
on his
He
face.
hit it on the button. I can't believe it. He hit on the button. I heard that.
Look who's back in Buffalo.
There's always the people on Twitter that are like upset that we traded away a 2025 third round pick. It's like,
Oh yeah.
who cares? It's a third round pick.
It's a third round pick.
Like the hit rate on that's probably like 15%, if not lower.
People are pissed about giving up. That's crazy.
I'm gonna make a hot take. Zee Buium was my favorite defenseman in this draft.
How is that a hot take?
Oh, mine too.
No. But like, I think
How
he's
is that
gonna
a
be the
hot
best
take?
player
Okay, there
on
we
the
go.
defensive side out of this draft. Sorry.
Oh, this is a hot take. He was my
Dude,
favorite player.
Remember what I'm working with
of all time.
I'll give you a hotter take. He'll be a better defenseman than Jonas Brodin ever was.
Oh,
Offensively, yes, by a long shot.
my goodness. All right, guys, the Buffalo pick is in. Hey, look at Lindy Ruff. What a beauty.
There he is. He's back.
Looks rough.
Fucking
I love Lindy.
Nygaard, maybe.
Bronzek Nygaard would make a little bit of sense here too.
Nope. Consta.
There you go. Hellenius.
Consta makes too much sense. Yeah,
There we go.
Another good pick for Buffalo,
a
though.
really good pick.
Man, Buffalo has so many good young
Yeah.
players. I can't wait for them to pop. They're going to be such a fun team to watch.
They're gonna be a small team.
Tage Thompson,
I
Consta
get-
Hellenius,
yes.
down the middle. Not bad.
Size doesn't matter. Let's be real. But
Thank God. Oh, what? Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted. Oh, sorry.
That's what I was told.
Oh, man. No, I mean, this is another good pick, man. Wow.
That's a real good pick. That's like a different profile of player. Like they've gone big on like upside or whatever and like flashy skill. Constellatus is skilled, but like again, one of the more projectable two-way games in this draft. Like it's always funny because like he's probably projected anywhere from 10 to 20, but like there's probably only 2 or 3 players in this draft that might be ready to play next year. Constellatus probably is the second most NHL ready.
Really?
Of any of these players. Oh yeah. I mean, like, so the Finnish Liga, like the first division in Finland, there's not a league where you score a ton, especially as a fucking draft eligible. And he was half a point per game. Then he goes and plays with the Finland men's senior team and puts up points there. Like he has like sneaky skill, but his calling card is just like he might be a top 5 smart, like best hockey sense in this draft. Like forechecking, incredible. Just NHL habits all around. Again, like really, really good two-way game. He's a solid player, so I love this pick for Buffalo. I think I had him 10th, but I think there's enough skill there too that he could pop a little bit offensively. Like you're looking at a kid that could be a pretty solid contributor, like a 2C, 3C, doesn't really matter. Again, like he's going to be able to play in every situation.
Just reminds
so I
me of
love
a
that pick.
smaller
Really,
Anton
really
Lundell.
Yeah, he's a little bit like that. Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
Again, another banger name.
Dude, this is
Remember Kemmel's suit from last year? That was sweet.
I need to state this. I thought it was odd when Sportsnet put Jet Luchenko that high. Guess not. You need one team to like you.
Usually, like, I don't know, they always hear stuff and they call it a mock draft. That's actually, this is what we were being told.
Yeah.
But they don't want to say, hey, we've heard that the Philadelphia Flyers really like Jet Luchenko.
Like, Zee making it to 12 in general was not mocked outside of like very public cap friendly mocks.
Yeah.
Well, and
never
Iginla
saw
going
him
that high too, right?
Yeah. Well, because there was like murmurs that like, because like a lot of the like public scouts had Iginla lower, but it sounds like NHL scouts seem to think a little more highly of him.
Yeah.
So it's always like, where is that balance of the public
Let's see
scouting
if-
versus what the NHL scouts see?
Let's see if Detroit pisses off their fan base.
Well, they're pretty good at that.
All right, Detroit's on the clock now, and yeah, Stevie Y is taking some notes here. He's taking
he
some
doing?
notes.
Yzerman takes Yzerman.
There's
Ooh, that actually would be
need
kind of
it.
funny.
Nicholas Lindstrom too.
It'd be a good pick though.
All right. Now you wrote down the name for
Yeah.
Lindstrom to read here.
The
so
Geyser plan is not going according to the plan.
Everyone's assuming that they just stick to like their like profile of player who they like to draft and take
Take a
MBN
Swede.
Bronseg Nygård.
Say, where's the Russians?
Bronseg Nygård plays in Sweden, so he technically falls under the Swedish prospect category. So there you go. But like, just like it would be so fitting, and like literally their whole fan base, I'm like, please tell us we're not taking MBN, please, please. And I was like, I feel like you should really enjoy that because he kind of fits exactly what you're going for, and he's fucking phenomenal. But whatever. Be curious to see though if they kind of veer away from what they've been doing, like draft wise, and just go for like upside, like Connolly, Greentree, Yzerman, obviously. Real good options.
all right. 1 minute, 18 seconds on the clock. But it looks like they're locked and loaded.
So we may have missed this in the hubbub, but Buium had a feeling that when the Wild traded up that he was the pick.
Oh, let's go.
Love that for him.
Would you like that?
God, I'm just so happy, man. Like that was awesome. That was so awesome.
Just everybody experienced.
When
Yes.
I left my apartment this year, and I was like, man, it'd be really cool if they drafted Zee Buium. I know that's not fucking happening.
Dude, I
And
swear,
then we got the 8 picks, and I'm like,
when he kept falling.
can I
Wait
just
a
say
minute.
that the Soda Stream draft show? I mean, we've always had some good juju here. I'm just saying.
Yes.
This is the first time a bombshell has happened that we've enjoyed. Like the big one a couple years ago was the Logan Mailloux pick, where we're all like,
Yeah.
we had year one we had Rossi. That was a fun one.
Well, just that whole
And
whole
then-
draft was so much fun.
And then I wasn't on the year that Wallstead fell because I was on a golf trip, but I'd assume that one was pretty.
Z just lost his mind with the Bergevin's pick, which was a lot of
boy.
fun.
Yeah.
yeah, I just remember it was like 30 seconds of silence when they picked Mailloux. We're all like,
these Red Wings legends coming to the stage.
Damn. All right, here we go.
Lots of wins.
That is a pretty dope group of 3 people to take
Yeah.
the stage.
Yeah.
Right, because that's Yzerman.
Yzerman, come on, do it.
Who else is there?
I
Lidstrom.
feel like it has to be. I feel like
Then,
I'm gonna go Yzerman. I'm going Yzerman.
Who's the one with the jersey? I tip of my tongue.
All right, here we go. They're making the pick.
Yzerman for Yzerman.
What?
Because they were laughing before. That's what gotta be what they were laughing at.
Oh, isn't that Maltby?
Vegas crowd just booing everybody.
They, probably
Boy.
because everyone boos them, to be fair.
did they lose on the machines last night? What's going on?
Probably. Vegas always wins.
Oh, Lindstrom's
Yes.
making the pick. Let's go. What a
Gotta
legend.
be a Swede then, huh?
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be Yzerman. I know it. That's what they were laughing at.
Even Gary's laughing now.
Yep. There he goes.
Fuck.
There it is.
Oh, Z's draft son, baby.
That's a good pick, though.
I knew they were gonna fucking do it.
Again, just another name in the hat of the best names. Like, just great.
Michael.
We did have Michael
Brandsen
though, which Michael's a little
Nygaard.
boring, but last name pulls it together pretty well.
It's my favorite player in the draft.
He goes by Mikhail.
Wow, look at that first Norwegian player ever drafted in the first round.
Wow.
They're gonna have 2. They're gonna have Solberg too.
Oh yeah.
Steen.
Let's go at 15th overall. MBN.
Matt Zuccarello. Zuccarella's got to be pumped.
Let's go.
Everybody had fucking NBA
draft
goaters.
table.
Suki.
Yeah, it's weird. Like Zee said, everybody had MBN in all the public mocks that like, oh yeah, he's going to Detroit.
Yeah, Scott Wheeler
Obviously.
says the same thing. Goes to the Red Wings have a type. I can't tell.
I got to give a shout out to Jamie Wood here. He's like, Hoppy, I love you, but have you ever been silent this long?
Mute button is magical.
All right, Z, talk us through your draft, son. Here.
I'm gonna
so,
read this
like-
out loud. Quick. Oh, can I
Go
chime
ahead,
in?
Brett, go ahead.
One more thing on Buium.
Yeah, I'm gonna
This
get
is
beers
from
anyways.
this is from Byron Bader. Buium profile is incredible in the hockey prospecting model, and in fact has the highest DUI drafter equivalency of any D-man since Bobby Orr.
Let me get one of these, Jimmy.
All right, I can't stand up now. Really glad nobody heard that.
I don't know. If you just drafted a guy that somewhere in his career has a comp to Bobby Orr, no matter what that comp is, it's probably a good thing.
Probably doing all right.
Wow. That's awesome, man. No, the Wild got an absolute, I was going to say steal, but they had to pay for it a little bit, but hardly anyways. And I mean, you just saw how happy Brackett and Billy Guerin were getting up to the stage there. But like I said, we'll continue to swoon over this pick as the show goes on. Z, talk us through your draft, son, MBN.
He is an interesting profile player. Like, there's definitely questions about what the actual ceiling is. I still think there's untapped offensive potential, just given how elite of a shot he has. He just doesn't use it all that often. So, like, at the start of the year, he's playing in the, again, like, the Allsvenskan is an incredibly difficult league to play in, especially as a young player. Like, there's not a ton of offense to be had there. Like, really wasn't utilized in an offensive role whatsoever. Then the World Juniors happened, and the second, like, he went back, he popped off offensively, started shooting way more. Like, again, he's probably got a top 6-7 shot in this draft, but, like, his real calling card is just, like, how much of an NHL game, like the two-way projectable game that he plays, like, he could probably play next year. And again, like, still with the untapped offensive potential, but, like, defensively, so solid. He's easily the best forechecker in this draft too. Like, so the reason that he's going to get a ton of flack as, like, a prospect overall is just, like, when you watch the highlights, there's not a ton that, like, just jumps off the page. Like, it's not going to be the dangles, the skills like that where everyone's used to with these prospects in the first round. But, like, again, this is a kid that probably could play if he wasn't already signed to play in the SHL next year with Skellefteå, a very good SHL team. If he hadn't already signed, he could have probably played like a bottom 6 role next year. But the thing with him is I think he can play anywhere in your lineup. He's not going to change the way he plays. Like, it's going to be effective. So, like, he's a guy that you definitely win with. And, like, just the most reliable possible player in this draft. Like, I think of all the guys with, like, the highest floors, he probably has the highest. Like, he is a no doubt NHL guy. I love him. Like, he is a very, very good player. And again, like, if he can, like, start tapping into the offense a little bit more and just be encouraged to just use that shot, like, it is elite. Like, the goals that he scored mostly are just him, like, taking the puck at the dot and just rifling it top corner. He is nasty. And, like, they made a run to the semis for the Allsvenskan. And he popped offensively too in the playoffs. So they're getting a really good player. Again, they clearly have a type and the type of prospects that they're profiling here and projecting and taking. But so it's going to piss off their fans because they really wanted to go for the high ceiling. But I still think there's a decently high ceiling for him. I like him a lot, obviously. So it's like it's a good pick.
Love it. Love it. Did anybody use this already? I can't believe I just thought of this several picks after the Minnesota Wild selected. You could say that Buium being available at 12 was unbelievable.
Brutal, terrible.
I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
All right, well, guys,
I thought you gave up your fucking microphone, you piece of shit.
Take it back.
We have another guest here, by the way, guys. My friend and yours, Karlo, Mr. Some Dude 88 on Twitter. Karlo covers the Vegas Golden Knights. Don't boo him too much, guys. Don't boo him too much here. Karlo, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, what's up? I don't know if cover is the right term, but I follow them a lot, and I did used to have a podcast with them, but maybe I'll start that back up again. But yeah.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Okay, former host of the weekly nightly podcast, dabbled with Locked On as well. It's good to have you on the show, man. How's it going?
It's been good. Trying to get the last bit of hockey for a while. Like after, it's gonna be a long hiatus of hockey for a while. So.
Hey, well, you've joined a bunch of passionate hockey fans here, and the St. Louis Blues just picked Adam Jiricek with the 16th overall pick.
Solid pick.
I just want to say that how proud I am of my fellow Las Vegans for booing everyone that goes on the stage.
We were just saying, literally, they're booing everybody,
Yeah.
even Celine Dion, and she's got a freaking residency there.
Yeah, because she's supposed to be like what she's doing with Montreal. She's supposed to be with us now. Like, I mean, she goes to our games all the time. What's she doing calling their pick?
Well, I'm glad you're getting your end of the season hockey fix with us, man. It's great to have you on. Z, Adam Jiricek to the St. Louis Blues. What did they get in this pick? Everyone here seems to, everyone's nodding their head going, good pick.
Yeah, I was curious to see if he would go still like top 20, just given how bad the injury trouble was this year. Like he's barely played. He got healthy right at the end of the year, and obviously, like when he came back, it wasn't looking the same. But I mean, you got a right shot D. He's got decent size. He's mean. He's physical. But he's such a good skater. Like there was a couple of sequences at the Holinka last year where like he was like just letting people chase him, and he was just skating around his own net. And you can't take the puck off him. But I think there is some serious upside with him. Like watching him when he decides to actually do it, like dance to the blue line, he can power play or he can quarterback a power play. So there's skill, there's offensive dynamicism. Like he's a little bit different than his brother. I think he's more refined than David was at the same age. I think he's a little bit more advanced offensively. And I mean, we know how high Jiricek got drafted. So I like the skating more from him. There's definitely some serious upside. It makes sense that St. Louis would like him a lot, just given the physical nature and the size, and plus the offensive potential there too. So I like it. It's a good pick. I really wish he would have stayed healthy all year. It's just weird how like similar of a draft year he had, or like to his brother, because his brother also got hurt at the World Junior Tournament. So kind of the same situation there, but. Super intriguing. Again, big right shot D that's physical, that shows offensive like skill. You're going to get taken high no matter what. But I think it makes sense, especially this is the right range. I think it would have been a little bit aggressive to take him like anywhere from probably 12 earlier, which was probably where he was projected at the beginning of the year, just given the injuries. But I like the pick. Good pick for St. Louis. They're going to like him a lot for sure.
Let's go. Anybody else here have any notes on Jiricek coming into this one?
It was really cool to see him still go so high, after the injury.
Yeah.
He's just gonna be a pain to deal with, for a long time. So yeah, I'm happy he still goes in the first round.
Not as much of a pain as dealing with Zee Buium.
Yes. Boom.
Sometimes those injury drafts they'll get like really good value, especially if they recover 100%.
Yeah, because you have some teams worried about taking them, but
And that was kind of the Lambos fall for the Wild the 1 year.
Right.
Yeah.
Little fun fact: Smart Scouting had Jiricek at 16 exactly. So not to brag, nailed
Wait,
it.
what was that? Smart Scouting?
Nope, smart.
Big dub.
Smart.
Smart. Big H. Smart.
Big H.
I'm just staring at Zdeno Chara now. What is this?
That's me, baby. The same guy.
Staring at my soul.
Didn't you say when you came here, everybody was like, "What's up with the profile picture?"
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, and Zee came to visit Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Well, no. They looked at that and thought it was spooked Z, and I was like, "Are you fucking like
not spooked Z?"
You walked around Tom Reid's for an hour asking people, "Is this spoked or spooked?"
Spoiked.
Yeah. This face is like the face of every American watching the debate last night.
Oh boy.
I couldn't even bring myself to turn it on.
Yeah.
I wish I hadn't.
the memes were good after. Twitter was on fire.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I did appreciate the golf conversation because
that's about the only good thing that comes of presidential debates is the memes that come from it.
Yeah.
Like the rest of the world is like those are the two people that are one of those two is either gonna run America for the second time.
It just shows how much cope with humor, and I think that's.
Oh yeah, we're all coping for sure, no matter what happens.
Let's get back to hockey because the Capitals are coming in now. Speaking of, presidential debate, this is where president's gonna play. Are the Capitals,
Yeah, what a segue! What a segue to the Washington Capitals picks right here. They're on the podium. Capitals pick is in, and we've only had one trade so far. And man, I can't believe it was the Minnesota Wild here. But anyways, here we go. Washington Capitals on the mic making their pick.
I wouldn't be shocked if this was like. I mean, I think I mocked Solberg.
Wow, that was
here.
quick.
Jeez, the super rookie in the WHL.
Tarek Prasic.
Oh fuck!
Again with the names. Just
I also want to bring up the fact that nobody has congratulated the Panthers for winning a Stanley Cup.
So,
Yay, go Panthers!
No, like every.
Canada's
I remember
team.
last year's draft, like every team was congratulating the champions. Like,
That's
every
true.
pick.
That's true.
This year, I don't think I've noticed it.
Maybe they just don't want to be booed from the Vegas crowd anymore.
Just gonna throw this in now.
Well, they're gonna get booed anyway.
Michael Hage, next pick.
yeah,
yeah.
I could get behind that. On the trade front, Pierre LeBrun tweeted out a little bit ago that there were some discussions about Martin Necas, but that it was centered around getting a top 15 pick. And I would imagine because of how the board played out that teams are just like, yeah, let's just go get our guy, as opposed to Martin Necas.
There's a lot of good names. Conley's not gone. Age isn't gone.
Well, Conley's got the issues like
Eiserman isn't
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good USHL.
Matteo, you don't have a mic. I just want you to know that.
Here.
Sorry,
Shout out
Isha.
to the Northland vodka. Mateo's in one.
Look at the bottle.
You know who else had character issues? Happy Gilmore. That didn't stop him.
Yeah.
So,
All
I
right,
just
Z.
wanna say-
Tell us about Tarek here.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of came
Outrageously
on
jealous.
the scene out of nowhere. Like, I think last year he was still playing prep school hockey. Then he steps in the WHL this year and is a top 5 or 6 scorer in the league. There's a ton of skill. Like, he's shown some real dynamic playmaking at times too. He's still pretty raw, but the talent's undeniable. Like, it was interesting to see him, like, again, kind of like the same thing with the Ginla, where like the production like hits early and everyone all of a sudden like is talking about him going first round, and then it just like maintained and he didn't slow down. It's always going to be a question of how much of the offense was driven by him versus his line mates. I like the pick if it was not this early, so I don't like the pick. There you go. This feels really early. I would have felt way better early second round, especially given the fact you've got guys like Trevor Connolly, Liam Greentree, Michael Haig, Teddy Stiga, Artemonov. Sure, like there's just
do the Caps have a second?
I honestly thought the Caps were going to go with a guy like Stian Stolberg, like a big, mean right shot defenseman who like is projected to go right around this range. I would have my eyes on him coming up here soon, but I mean, he's definitely the biggest riser, like Parasak is. Just given the fact that he's literally playing prep school hockey last year and then came at WHL. And like Prince George, regardless of who your line mates are, that's a really fucking tough team to play for because every away game is like 4 hours away.
Yeah.
Like,
I lived in
there's
Prince George. I know.
But I mean, I still think he's raw, but like he's shown that he's got some serious skill and like the tools are undeniable. And I mean, like you don't put up that many points on accident, regardless of who your line mates are. So, I get teams really liking him. Again, 17 just feels a little bit too early for me. And I think there are plenty of people that probably would have had him anywhere from like 26 on, but Yeah, I mean they're taking a big swing here, but
I mean, it is important to note though, Zee, that Riley Height spoke very highly of him when he came on Fellowship of the Rink. So
yeah. I mean, they're like his highlight reel too. Like, there's definitely a few. There's like sequences where it's like he's putting that line on his back. It's just like I haven't seen enough of it. It's been like literally 8 months. Like that's just like where this high level production is coming from against like legit competition, WHL. So who knows? But I would have probably 17 again, just too high. That's I guess the bottom line.
So, by the way, I just got to cut in here. A friend of the Sota Pod, Judd Brackett, we just sent a message to him and said, thank you for the pick, and he said, thank you, love the support. You guys are awesome.
Kings stay kings.
So there you go.
Such a beauty. What
Judd
a guy.
Brackett, man of the people, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it.
We messaged Pavel, the other guy that runs the Young Guns page with me, sent him a message, and he responded.
That's all, dude. He's responding in real time right now.
From the draft table.
From the draft
From
table.
the draft
From the
table.
draft table.
That's when you know you just
Bro's just sitting there
nailed
going,
it.
"Yeah, I know."
Yeah, Judd is just he's just
I
liking
know I'm
every
him.
tweet of everybody saying, "Oh my god, they nailed it."
Everyone had messed up last year. Yeah, never again.
Yeah.
Judd from the table. I'm not listening to Billy anymore. I'm just going for what I want.
It's just I'm the captain now meme.
Right.
Like,
The Blackhawks.
I'm the captain now.
Blackhawks again.
All right, Blackhawks pick is in here with the 18th overall.
Blackhawks draft a pile of shit. Oh wait, what?
What did Seth say? A cover up. I mean, what?
I think it's one of those that deserve to be booed, right?
Yes.
Boo.
Go home. Ooh, they went Boy Bear.
Wow, North Dakota.
Ooh, Sasha Boisvert.
It's definitely not how I would have pronounced that last name.
They are loading up on college guys.
Sacha Boisvert.
Is it just me or is the draft going really fast?
It is going very
It
fast.
usually picks up after like the first 10.
Bro, Karlo,
I feel-
when we were waiting for the pick, though, it literally took like 10 minutes for
Yeah.
Gary to get on the stage.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Blair was on the phone forever.
Because I feel like they're rushing it because the venue is really expensive and the NHL can't afford it.
That's
for
probably
that
You know who owns the Sphere? Dolan. The
Really?
Rangers own it.
Oh, you know.
Yeah,
he's
it's
counting minutes.
MSG. Yeah.
You know what's funny? The UFC needed Saudi money to rent it. No joke.
Yeah.
No, they straight up say it's UFC Noche, sponsored by Riyadh Season.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Shout out to Mexican
We'd
Independence
like
Day.
to rent the Sphere. How much is it? $2 million a minute.
Right to
Blood money. I mean, what?
What does she do with everybody's coats?
Throws into a fire.
Yeah.
We have a lost and found.
Just get a bag off screen.
This guy is going to tear up college hockey. He is,
Karlo, we
he's
have a lost and found. Oh, I love it. All right,
Happens all the
Z,
time.
talk us through this pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think I had his. Let me probably just pull up my rankings. I had him right around 25. 26.
Love a
He's
good
a
reach by the
big,
rival.
big two-way center, super physical playmaker, like real good skill. So I like this pick for them. Again, he's gonna. Like Alex just said, he's gonna rip up college hockey. Like it's gonna be comical. But the playmaking's no joke. The skating's interesting. Like he's got good pace, but like just the way he skates is not necessarily like the most projectable thing in the world. He literally just has the speed. I always am going to question like the lateral move and everything, but at the same time, like he's a dual threat offensively, and it helps that he plays that two-way game, and he is super physical. Like he is a prick. So I like the pick here. Anywhere from like, I would have put him anywhere from 16 to 25, 26, even though I put him at 26. I think I just let my love for Teddy Stiga and Jet Luchenko like influence that a little bit. But I like the pick. Makes sense for them.
There we go.
I
There we
also
go.
like that. I think it's the first time the crowd are cheering. So I feel like this is good.
I mean, this is the spot where I'd hope they would start cheering.
They got bored of booing.
Now, I don't think.
Who do you want here?
Me, I don't know much about the prospects. I think the Knights need a winger prospect. We have a lot of upcoming defensemen, but we normally draft centers that we move to wing anyway, so we'll see. It's
Or
gonna,
they just move
he's going to get traded
in general.
What do you think of the Mitch Marner rumors? He seems to be.
It doesn't
connected
make
to them.
any sense. It doesn't, especially with like, if we're trying to trade Theodore, we're trying to move money, not
Right.
bring more in.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense
Right.
with that contract.
I
Right.
feel like Yzerman
Well,
could maybe make some sense
No,
here
no,
for
no.
Vegas.
I would say Conley. They don't care.
Yeah, he's gonna get traded in like 2 years for a superstar. Anyways, we're gonna get McDavid for his pick.
The Vegas way, baby. The Vegas way.
What's going on with the goalies too?
Vegas is just drafting trade fodder.
Because
Yeah,
Aiden Hill and Logan Thompson are. I want to know what's up with Leonard.
Is there a
too.
single player on that list?
Leonard's not gonna play again.
No.
Wait. By the way, if you want the scoop on Leonard, Seth and I talked about it on one of the recent Sota Pod episodes. He's not doing too well in Thailand right now. Check out a recent Sota Pod episode. I actually had a source there who was partying with him on the beaches, and I'll tell the boy. Alex is going, dude, I want the scoop. I'll give you the scoop after this.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's pretty fucked up. But
It's
anyways,
quite the story.
It's quite the fucking story. Let's just say that my one random Thai friend was like, "Do you know this bloke?" and sent me a picture of him on the beach, and
you knew who it was. Oh,
he ain't
boy.
doing too good. I don't think he's gonna be playing pro hockey again. But
Yeah,
anyways.
that's crazy. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Oh, well, remember the snake story with him?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, maybe he's in Thailand to look for more snakes.
Yeah.
I think he's riding the slopes right now. Let's just say that.
Oh boy.
All right, on the clock, 35 seconds left.
Yeah, I think they wanted to keep this pick because they know that the draft is here. They traded 2 first-round picks, but none of it is this year.
Right.
For Hannafin and Hurdle. So, there was a lot of mock drafts that were gonna use this pick to trade for Marner. I'm like, no.
Yeah. It's funny because I feel like Marner is he's in so many different there's so many different rumors about him right now.
Right.
Like Utah was in the mix the other day, and
just-
there was one guy who was I don't even want to say he was a credible source, but he was a writer, and he's
Yeah.
no, I know he's going to Utah. I'm like, what do you what?
And then everybody else had to say, no, that's not true.
it's not true at all. Yeah,
I just
think
feel
even his
like-
agent came out and was like, no.
Like, where is this coming
I feel like a lot of Leafs fan think they're gonna get a haul for him where he has a no movement clause because a big contract last year, and they're just trying to spread all that being hopeful and stuff.
Right.
All right. Again, I just want to give a big shout out to everybody watching right now. Between Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, we have near 4,000 people watching the draft right now. So big shout out to everybody. Elite draft coverage right now. And if you guys are watching on Twitter and Facebook, please migrate over to our YouTube channel, as our YouTube chat, they're having more fun than we are right now. So big shout out to everybody on YouTube.
And I'm having a pretty good time myself.
Seth's having a good time too. Big shout out to everybody who donated. Big shout out to everyone who's sticking around with us. Again, once the draft, once the draft picks end here and the dust settles, we'll be taking your guys' comments.
Oh, update on Luke Cunnin, by the way, was not 1 by 1. It was 1 by 2.75.
Oh, yeah.
Man secured the bag.
Why?
Maybe that's
All
why
right.
Sophia is leaving the.
Called it.
Trevor,
This is
You did call it.
I think this is the first winger that Vegas drafted in the first round.
Like you said, he's just going to be trade fodder in 2 years anyway.
Yeah.
They don't care about the character issues. So,
This is
Will look great in Edmonton Oilers colors.
Yeah, this is gonna be McDavid. This is gonna be traded for McDavid in 2 years.
This kid can score though. He is.
He is talent wise. He's a top 5 player in this draft.
Yeah,
He's going to Providence, right? Too.
Yeah, he is going to fucking torch college hockey next year. He is fucking unbelievable.
Imagine the people
That's
that
good
are
to hear.
Another Cali kid
tweaking out on the strip that are walking by the sphere, and they're like, "What are they doing in there?"
Well, I saw a video they're putting outside. It'll say the team the pick is in and who the pick is, which is kind of cool.
They've been showing some the highlight package also.
Outside of sweet.
I love that because I remember when we won the cup, a lot of fans were running around, but we still have tourists that have no idea what hockey is, and they always look confused, and it's fun.
Yeah, the defense must be a big concern.
There we go. Well, there you go, Karlo. You got your winger. You got your winger.
Yeah.
The last
Especially
round
with
prospects, guys,
the unsureness of Marchessault coming back, we do need more scoring. So I think this
Oh,
makes sense.
100%. I hope he resigns there, but
Yeah,
Is there more teams
everybody
with-
does. We do have Brisson coming in, and Dorofeev looks like he's a good scorer, but missing Marchessault is going to hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, he was always the guy that when you needed a goal, he was the one scoring it. And the fact that the fact that Florida gave up on him, which is just crazy.
Thank you, Florida.
I know, it worked out.
Worked out for both teams. They eventually both won the cup. So.
Right.
There you go. Any more notes on him, Z?
Yeah, I mean, again, so in terms of just like raw talent, easily top 5 in this draft. I mean, the off-ice stuff, people that haven't, I would imagine there are a whole lot of people that just hit publish on articles that they've written for the past 6 months. The thing with him with the off-ice stuff is the parents are a big fucking problem. But he, like, in terms of the hockey stuff, the things he's really gonna have to work on is just like some of the decision making, like when he he's got an anger problem, which we saw in the gold medal game, U.S. versus Canada. He got ejected, and
So did Happy Gilmore.
Canada scored 3.
Oh,
on
just
that,
like Marchessault,
power
perfect.
play, but like legit one of the most skilled, dynamic players in this draft. Again, there's always going to be question with the off-ice stuff. He's done a lot to like try to make up for that or whatever. Like you can say whatever you want about that, but he's going to have to figure out how to like involve his teammates a little bit more. There's just like a lot of times where he's going on solo adventures because he's so good. It works out quite often. But he is legitimately like unbelievably skilled. He's going to torch college hockey. And I mean, again, it's just going to be the off-ice stuff's going to follow him wherever he goes. So we'll see how long it takes before they trade him, but easily a top 5 player just in terms of like ability and raw skill in this draft for sure.
Awesome. All right. The Islanders are up next. 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Now we're
the slowest player.
I would have put all the money in the world.
Who's the
on
overager?
Boisvert
That
going
could
to
be in the
Islanders.
first round.
What was that, Z? Sorry.
What?
Sorry. I just missed what you said there. Can you repeat it?
You said.
Who are you betting goes here?
If Boisvert was on the board,
well,
that's
I
where he
would
thought
have
he
if
would've gone.
Boisvert was still on the board. I would have
Gotcha.
had Sasha Boisvert going. Like he's a fucking Islander.
Green Tree.
But I mean,
Who's the
now
most
do they go
boring
for-
two-way
Yeah, I was gonna
player
say,
available?
Dean Letourneau
well, he's not
or
boring.
Cole Boydeen. Cole Boydeen.
Z, what do you
might
think
be
of
a pick.
Emery? I think he's going to be awesome in college hockey too. But
Yeah,
we'll see.
he's gonna
North
be interesting.
Dakota.
Emery is just like the upside is just not there, but he's like the most athletic player
Right.
in this draft. He is elite defensively. He's such a good skater. He's fucking huge,
Right.
but like defensively, he is like beyond elite. Like he's going to be like a solid 3-4 guy.
Doesn't that sound like New York Islander? I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, I
Toronto,
wouldn't be
but-
shocked. I mean, the other thing with Islanders too, if they wanted to have like a solid, big, mean defenseman, they could also go Solberg here too.
Oh,
Like that wouldn't shock me at all, and that feels like the right range. This would like again, like Emery is going to be a very good NHL player. He's going to be a top 4 D man. He's going to log a ton of minutes wherever he goes. But just like in the first round, if you're going to go for a defenseman, I would like to. Like if I'm picking, I'm looking for someone with a little bit more upside. At the same time, like, what do you consider upside? I guess like he's a guy that if he really hits the NHL level, he could be a guy that's playing 25,
One
26,
of us.
27 minutes
One
a night,
of us.
shutting
Look at
everyone down.
Anders. Look at Anders.
Hey, look how happy he is not to be drinking with his teammates right now.
Cole Baudouin wouldn't shock me either, but like I have him pegged to he feels like such a fucking Bruins pick too. I wouldn't hate that.
You die
Side
in
note,
Minnesota.
but like, look at
Wish I had
that
some
fucking
cake to
button
eat right now.
Yeah.
It's
The
like
button
one-
wide open.
It's like one of those like fly collars that doesn't have like the fold on like a dress shirt.
They could be fun. They could be fun again and go fucking Iserman here. I can't believe he's available at 20.
Which
at Lou.
Which
Lou.
prospect has the most facial hair? Because that's who they should pick.
Oh,
just for the memes.
There it is. That's what I was waiting for.
Cole.
There he
Let's
went.
go.
Speaking of a team
hair.
speaking of a team that could probably coach him how to play defense, the Islanders. Barry Trotz could probably figure that shit out.
Nice. Yeah, I did not expect him to go all the way
To
down
20.
Wow.
Because he was probably what, a top 5, like
Two at the start of the year.
he was 2 at the start
Crazy.
of the year.
Crazy.
Who else? It reminds me of
Well, why do you think he dropped so much then?
Kaliev a couple
Yeah.
years back.
Yeah.
Defense, or do you think it's because one of the factors also just because so many people rose?
The prospect guys on Locked On called him a defensive black hole.
Wow.
Ouch.
I think
That-
I
yeah,
think it's the reason why Vegas passed on them because they look for defensive players too.
Well, and what that tells me too is like it's one thing to have some defensive skill and just not be very good at it. It's another thing entirely to just really have no concept as to what defense requires.
Yeah.
But when you're that good at scoring goals, doesn't that make up for it in some cases?
If
though?
you're on the right line, it will. But
I read some comps to like Kyle Connor, Phil Kessel, that type.
A couple more college guys. Yeah, that's.
But
so he's a fan of the hot dogs.
I don't know if that was the comp, but maybe.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe.
He's more physical than you would think, though. Like as a quote defensive black hole, he's definitely got a physical aspect to his game,
which is good. But it's like some of the other stuff that goes into defense, like the coverage and.
Look at this scoring, though. I mean,
yeah. Oh my god.
I mean, that shot is nuts.
God.
Putting that with Barzell or at
that
some
won't
point.
work on the Islanders. They don't score.
They're going to double their goal total.
We're showing
Well,
some.
that's only 4.
We're showing some highlights. We're showing some highlights here as well. I mean, yeah, Z. Talk us through Cole Yzerman. We all know he's an elite goal scorer, but what else is there to his game? And is the defense really that bad that he's going to be a project?
Yeah, you're gonna have to work on the defensive game. The thing with him is he's by far, it's probably not even that close. He's easily the best goal scorer this draft. Obviously, I mean, he just broke every record at the program, like every fucking record in terms of goal scoring. And he also at times can show some slippery playmaking as well. Again, his big calling card is going to be scoring goals. The thing with him is like you just need someone that's going to get him the puck. So if you look at the Islanders, perfect. Put it with Matt Barzell. He's going to feed him pucks. I think there is enough of like he's a smart enough player that he knows he can't just like hang out in Ovi's office on the obviously just on the other side and just rely on pure goal scoring, especially if he's going to play for the fucking Islanders. And like when he chooses to be engaged defensively, at least like he does display some power forward elements. It's just whether or not that shows up often enough to be the player that he could be. So it's a phenomenal fucking pick at 20th, and I think he's going to hit. And then like I know there's like some people being like, well, is he just going to be like a Mike Hoffman? It's like no, there's more to his game than Mike Hoffman.
Okay.
So I at 20, I fucking love that pick. That's phenomenal. So good for the Islanders for finally doing it because like that's a fucking good player.
And I think most of us anyways, are in Waggle golf gear and a Waggle golf ambassador himself. Let's go.
Attaboy.
Attaboy.
What was his hat? The light the lamp, right?
Yeah. That was a good one. I actually tried to jump on that and that sold out super quick.
Yeah. And don't contrary to the report from Adrian Dater, Cole Yzerman is not an offensive defenseman.
What the hell does Adrian Dater know?
He says
unbelievable attitude.
So this was like 10 minutes ago. He goes, I'm hearing Avs hoping Cole Yzerman will slip to them at number 24, offensive defenseman.
What?
That was either the most amazing subtle diss of all time, or it was just
No, that's Dater being a dumbass.
That's typical.
I'm giving him too much credit.
All right, Montreal, Les Canadiens, back on the clock here. 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Celine Dion going back?
Well, yes.
Get her back up there.
I think that's what everybody wants.
Once more.
I just saw a Cole Yzerman, Mike Bossy comp from an Islanders fan on Twitter.
Well, high expectations. My goodness.
Fell just the same way.
Wow.
I was gonna say Dominic Badinko would be a great pick at 45, but now they don't need him.
All right, 40 seconds left.
Gary's already up there.
Do you guys think,
Gary's seeing a show tonight. He's
you-
got a 9:30 show to see Aerosmith.
I mean, usually when we hit around this time, we see some movement. Other guys maybe trading to get a few more second round picks
Right.
or anything like that. Do you guys see any more trades, even those like smaller ones here at the end? Because sometimes we see like one or two.
Right.
You don't have a mic, bro.
I don't care.
You know, Isha, I'll throw this out here. This is kind of something that I'm wondering about now is, are there any teams that are going to try to like hop back in to the first round? Like, obviously there are still some good players available.
Right.
Is there anybody maybe early in the second? Like, is Chicago going to maybe try to leverage that second round pick to hop into the first, or does it make that much of a difference for them?
I mean, Chicago, they already got two really good picks right now, so I don't know if maybe them, but
There's Michael Hage.
Michael Hage.
Fuck! I do
Another-
not like this pick because Celine Dion is not back.
Another college hockey guy.
Are the Montreal Canadiens doing good?
Yes.
This is probably the worst name in the first round, unfortunately.
Yeah, this one's definitely not making the all-name team, or didn't make the all-name team.
Is it a hog or a Hage?
No, Brett. How do you say it?
Michael Hage.
Damn it.
Hage.
Well, I can't hear the TV.
He's gonna be on a stacked Michigan team again. They'll probably be back in the Frozen Four.
With Rutger McGroarty.
Yeah. Maybe on the same line.
I can't. He can't move now because
No.
I would assume. Well, it'd have to be for a prospect then.
Yeah.
All right, Z, give us the rundown.
I'm gonna die. That's the rundown. I'm gonna fucking die. I fucking hate it. I cannot believe this piece of shit franchise ends up getting fucking goddamn Demidov and Michael Hague in this goddamn first round. Like, what's the point of watching hockey, watching sports? Michael Hague is fucking incredible. He's a
He's got the
big
best suit. He's got the best suit on tonight as well too. Look at
Somebody
this.
gets
dynamic
spoke Z
skater,
life alert.
playmaker, goal scorer, and I think my internet's out.
This kid is.
Nope, no, I'm back. Okay.
No, we can still hear you.
Yeah. God damn it. This sucks for me. This is just. I have Zee Buium going to Minnesota. I should be doing backflips. Then I'm coping with the fact that the Montreal Canadiens end up with Demidov.
Just stop being a Bruins fan and all your problems will be
Pretty
solved.
Shitty day. I think it outweighs all the good stuff going on in my life. I love Michael Hague. Great player. Two-way center. Big. Dynamic offense. Dynamic skater. Ripped apart the USHL once he got healthy. Really good pick. Makes me sick. I hate my life.
Become a Celtics fan, you'll be having a way better time.
I'm
BRB
loving
in
this
hell.
Montreal hate, by the way. This is incredible. I
No,
love it.
because the Bruins are about to select Cole Boudreaux, who's good, but probably a boring pick.
Boudoir. I don't know that.
I
don't
mean,
know
it's
that.
going to be a.
Just
fine
throwing
pick.
out a name.
They'll- they won't. They'll
Actually
do someone
pronounced
else.
Bidet.
All right, Nashville. Oh no, we're going to commercial break. I was going to say officially on the clock.
Have
but,
we? Is this the
I
first
think-
commercial break of the first round?
No,
Yeah, no, this is like,
They've had a few.
we've had quite a few.
Definitely not paying attention.
ESPN has to pay the bill somehow. Yeah.
yeah, they have to pay for the sphere somehow.
Yes.
Yeah, the sphere, exactly. This.
Yeah.
Gary's like,
Oh.
let's go. We got 55 minutes left. I got a show to see.
I have Celine Dion's show to see. She's already there waiting.
She's waiting. She's gonna go to the Caesar's Palace with her.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think that's a good time for me to head out, guys. It's nice hanging out, talking. to
Hey
you
man,
guys.
Carlo, thank you so much for dropping by, man. Enjoy the rest of your
course.
summer, and yeah, let's connect
Yeah,
again
I'll
soon.
see you next season.
You know we
Good
always
to
love to
chat
have
with
you.
Of course, anytime. Just hit me up.
Best Twitter handle ever, some dude, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Lead.
See you later, buddy. Thanks for stopping
Later.
by. Bye. Oh man, Carlo, seriously, one of my favorite follows on Twitter, man. He was one of those like when Vegas got a hockey team, he was like a diehard fan right
That's
away.
awesome.
And
Got in
just
right away.
a meme lord when it comes to sports and hockey in particular, and went to a handful of games and, like I said, hosted 2 different podcasts covering the Vegas Golden Knights in their first few years. And yeah, it's
That's really cool.
Yeah, he's awesome. So even though I was like, hey man, you want to jump on the draft? He's like, dude, I honestly don't know much about you, like compared to you guys. I was like, it doesn't matter. We just want you here. And he's
Original
like, all right,
fan, diehard.
We went toe to toe in my first season of Locked On because the Wild were playing Vegas in that postseason. Some
Nice.
elite,
Remember Janmark
some elite
getting a hat
content.
trick in the playoffs?
No,
Crazy.
I would rather not.
Guy just scores clutch goals in the playoffs. What are you going to do?
Jonas Brodin getting hurt in Game 7 changed that
Immediately,
entire
5
series.
seconds into the game.
Hey, this is your friendly reminder that Dmitry Kulikov is a Stanley Cup champion.
Oh, don't even
And
start.
and his guy, OEL, Oliver.
What
Gets
about
bought out from the Canucks and wins the Stanley Cup? Yeah.
So their blue line was Aaron Ekblad, like obviously good. Brandon Montour, who the Sabres gave up on. Journeyman Dmitry Kulikov, who was literally benched during previous playoff runs.
He was in the starting lineup in Game 7.
Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who was bought out and played for 2 shit teams. And Gustav Forsling, who was literally put on waivers.
You don't need
crazy.
It blows my mind, dude.
And
Like,
like Gustav Forsling is going to make like
He's gonna
5
get
or
paid.
6 mil
Oh, yeah,
a
he's gonna get
year.
paid. I mean, but good for him. I mean, good for all those guys. I mean, like Montour obviously like exploded. Cool,
I've always liked Montour. Just now, with a good team, we really saw. Okay, this is what this guy can do.
Guy can cook.
What, Reinhardt had 57 goals too, or something like that?
I thought I
He's
saw
gonna get.
Reinhardt was
He's
going
gonna
to
get
make
14,
9.5.
14 a year.
That's dollars. $14
Canadian dollars.
Give
So
him
that's like
give him
what,
an 8-year
11 USD.
These
like
these the non-state state tax teams making the cup over and over.
I want to
It's,
see. I want to see somebody give out a contract that is just going to make me audibly say that is atrocious. Like 8-year, 28 million AAV for like John Merrill.
Frederick Gaudreau is
One-
getting paid
one contract-
2.1 mil a year.
one contract that made no sense. Did you guys remember the Miles Wood contract with Colorado? It was really really weird. Yeah.
Would not sign.
Yeah. It was just a weird contract.
All right, Nashville. 5 seconds left. They're making their way to the podium now.
Delay of game on the offense.
Who is the giant? Or no, is that Pekka Rinne? No.
Barry Trotz. Go get it, King.
Who is the giant?
I'm convinced
It's a
if you
Dano
are
Chara
bald
without
and
facial
white,
hair.
you have a fast track to like head coaching and GM positions in the NHL.
Is that Rick
Oh,
Carlisle?
100%.
Like the amount of bald white men that either run an NHL bench or an organization is absurd.
John Hines isn't that tall.
God, look at this beautiful man in Barry Trotz.
I have a microphone.
In Smashville, baby.
Well, I have a
Smash.
microphone and you don't, so you'll listen to every goddamn word I have to say.
What a great hire for Nashville. by the way,
Whoa.
getting Barry Trotz.
What spoked? What they do?
Best scouts you'll ever meet. Best scouts you'll
Does
ever
he have
meet.
like actual cable? Is that how he's so much further ahead of us?
Gary is like, please make the pick.
Well, it's weird because like we're on ESPN Plus. I think like I have a friend who's on cable and he's behind us as well. And then I have another friend who's ESPN Plus and he's a few seconds ahead. So I
I
don't know what's
guess
going on.
he's maybe out in Boston, which ESPN's headquartered out of like Connecticut.
Oh.
So maybe the feed's coming out of there faster.
Diego Surin.
Russian.
That's what happens when I have too much alcohol. I start sirring my words.
Ayo. I don't have the drum roll. Boom, boom. All right.
He's very skilled, very physical, but
Matteo, please, for the love of God.
I thought Zee was gonna talk.
He's physical. He's good on the puck, but I don't know much about him other than that.
Riveting.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Marcus Johansson would not be a good comp.
He can play the piano.
What do you got, Z? What do you got?
He's an interesting choice. Like, I don't hate him in this range at all. Like, especially, I know like there was a lot of buzz that he was going to go in the first round. The thing with him, like, yeah, like he, especially the playoffs in the MHL this year, he showed some ridiculous skill and offensive ability. Again, just another Russian kid with like he's good size, plays a good two-way game. The thing with him is like he is non-stop motor. Like you're watching these games and he somehow is legitimately everywhere on your screen. Like he'll have the puck in the offensive zone, like the puck will get cleared out and it's somehow him retrieving it. Like he is fucking everywhere. I think he plays a very, very projectable game. The skating's fine. But like throughout the course of the year, he started showcasing way more offensive skill than we had ever seen before. And like, it's always going to be tough to gauge like the Russian prospects that aren't like Demidov, Michkov, Salayev, like the top guys. But I think this might be a really sneaky good value pick again. Like he's shown good offense. He's got skill. He plays a good 2A game. He's super physical. I think he plays again like just a very projectable game in general. So I don't hate this pick at all, especially for Nashville with some of the kids that they've taken over the past couple of years. Like they've got guys like Kalen Lind who play a similar game that's like super physical, but flashes of like high end skill. So I like the pick. He can play center. He can play wing. Again, really good 2-way game. So for some, they might say it's a little bit high. I don't think so. I like this pick. I like Sarin a lot. So yeah, no, it feels like a good pick for Nashville, especially. So that makes sense.
How long until you think he actually plays in the show or in North America, like full time?
I don't know what his contract situation is.
Okay.
I would say he's probably going to need like 3 years, probably.
Okay, it's kind of what I expected.
Maybe they just don't want Askarov to go anywhere, so they're just taking as many Russians now as possible. I don't know.
Well, hey, let's talk about that here. What are you guys thinking on Saros? Let's get the room's opinion on it as well. Like, is he going to be moved? I mean, or is Nashville going to continue to? Yeah,
you know Askarov,
dude. Saros got signed.
Oh, okay,
8 year, isn't it an 8 year 7.8 AAV or something like that? It was a beefy contract,
but that's a steal for Saros.
Well, yeah,
God.
he's worth it because his like people would consider this past season that he had a down year and he still was fine. You do wonder about Askarov though, like because clearly now, unless something were to happen to Saros, his path is blocked.
Oh, Anaheim
there is a trade
trading.
to announce.
Oh,
go ahead. I think Zee's on it.
All right, Zee, go ahead.
I don't know. It's just Anaheim and Toronto just made a trade.
Okay,
so Anaheim.
That was it. Yeah,
okay.
Mitch Marner.
Oh man. All right. Well, interesting to see what and who they've targeted here. But there we go. We got our second trade, ladies and gentlemen. Second trade, which again, from a Minnesota Wild perspective, who gives a fuck? We got Zee Buium, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I don't give a damn what happens the rest of the draft. I'm fine. I'm set. I'm good.
Oh,
maybe take a goalie in like 4th round or.
What's going on? What do we got here? Everyone's looking at their phone.
Give me the T.
What do we got? What do we got?
It's on Trevor Connolly.
He's just talking about how he posted as Isha put it, swastika, and just like addressing it instead of just
like, why would I put it like that?
Because that's how you pronounced it.
Ah, yes. I'm very good at pronouncing names and words.
Almost as good as spelling.
So far, I've been pretty good. I've been literally on like the social posts here, and I don't think there's any mistakes
You're
yet.
copying, pasting everything I'm making for you.
So Anaheim gets 23. The Leafs get 31 and 58.
Oh,
that's a rough trade.
Hoppy last night in the chat with
Leafs...
with Isha with the autocorrect.
Dude, Alex,
what a lover!
The moment I wrote that, I was like, "Fuck, Hoppy's just gonna call me out."
What a lover! What a lover!
Yeah, I'm a lover, not a hater.
Hey,
what can I say?
What a fucking bunch of dumbasses in Toronto.
Pat Verbeek. Wow. Maple Leafs fans are going to be pissed.
When are they happy though? To be honest,
no, they really wanted Solberg.
Am I back?
Yeah, you never left.
Am I back?
Hello.
Oh,
you're here, Z. You're here.
That was weird. It went loading. It went full load screen. I mean, did they just say no thanks to Solberg?
Yep.
That's insane.
Unless they think he's going to be there at 31.
I think Green Tree could be the pick
Pat
here.
Verbeek, he is conflicted.
Look at those glasses.
He is conflicted with whatever is happening
Isha.
right now, of which he does not really know what is happening.
Doing some mouth exercise when he announces the pick.
He's
Liam Greentree. Solberg.
I don't know who the guy on the left is, but he is giving a riveting discussion. Notable draft picks.
Ryder Ritchie or Igor Chernyshov would probably be good picks here.
Not Dominic Badinka.
Badingy.
Well, they need right-handed defensemen.
That was just the first name that popped up on the screen, and I'm like, well, that's my pick.
No, I love him at 45, but he ain't making it there.
Nikita Artemanov.
That too. That one.
I saw the name on the screen, and I was like, oh my God, they
just
took
feels like a
Petenica,
Carolina
but
pick. That's such a Carolina pick.
Don Waddell isn't there anymore.
Yeah, without Waddell.
here they go. They got the jersey. They got the whatever that hat is.
How many of those do all of them just say like draft on the back? Like, is there a name on them? And
No, just
okay. And they just put the plate on once they.
Yeah, I think
for
it's
photos
just
and
a
stuff.
generic jersey with the plate on the back. Gary's like, hey, I feel like you guys already had a pick. I'm like, yeah, we did.
Oi.
It's got to be Solberg.
This guy's a beauty. He beat cancer.
Love to see it.
That shit beautiful than a motherfucker.
I got a few sounds.
There we go.
Good pick.
And there we go. Solberg.
The other Norwegian.
What is Toronto doing?
Go crazy, Matt Zuccarello.
Toronto does not want good players.
Dude, the discourse in Toronto is going to be absolutely batshit because they wanted Solberg really bad.
We don't need any defensemen.
Just a normal Tuesday for them.
Oh man. Well, Z, talk us through him.
So he came into the year probably more like a third round guy. Then he just started playing in that pro league and immediately played really well, shutting down pretty much every forward in that league. Then he went to the World Juniors, looked real good, and was super physical on a really bad Norway team. But again, the World Championships really solidified the fact that he was going to go in the first round. There was always questions about, yes, he's playing like an NHL defenseman in this league that we don't really know much about. The competition so-so, but it's still you're playing against there's some ex-NHL guys there. There's some really good players there. But they went to the World Championships. He was shutting down legit NHL players. And the fact that on that World Championship team, I think he was either he finished an even plus minus or a +2. Yeah,
We got
plus
another
minus.
trade
We don't
coming.
care about that.
Another
That's
trade coming.
crazy. Fuck them.
Utah's
Either way,
trading
I like
Colorado.
this pick. I like this pick with Solberg. So there you go.
Utah's
He's
taking
big.
Colorado's
He's
pick
big. He's
right
mean.
now.
He's bright shot. Physical. There you go. Done.
Thank you, Z. Yep, we got another trade to announce. This just in.
Oh, weird. I'm wrong again. Crazy. That's insane.
All right, here we go. Yeah, we were talking, Alex. We said some of these trades come in late, and now they're starting to flood. We have a trade to announce.
So who is Utah coveting? Green Tree?
Probably.
I did not intend for that to do so, but I'll take it.
Oh, Utah's right behind them too.
Hey, do you want to trade?
Yeah, they don't even have to call each other.
No.
They're
Look at they're all looking over the shoulder.
That's so funny.
Get over here.
Dude, that's super handy.
Did I see Shane Doan is still with the organization too? It looked like he was there.
I believe so. Oh my God, Gary, that's hilarious,
bro. I fucking love Gary Bettman. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh wow!
Two.
So 78 and 71.
So second and a third.
Which is crazy because it only cost the Wild a third to go.
A third next year.
Yeah, which is
one spot versus however many this was.
true.
Did he just say the Utah?
Yeah, I don't know what
They don't
you
have
call
team
them.
names.
Whoa! So it's 38-71, and the Rangers' second round pick in 2025.
So what did he? Where was
What in the? What in tarnation?
The Utah hockey.
What in the Utah hockey?
All right, let's see what we got.
Oh my God, Sean Cosgrove. The second round starts
By
at
the
8:30
way,
a.m.
someone
local time on a Saturday in Vegas. That's rough for anyone that wants to party.
So it was
someone was talking shit.
So it was 38 and 71 this year, and a second round pick next year. So that was to move up 14 spots.
Wow.
I'm just gonna put this in the fucking someone. Okay, who is this? Let me read. Oh, Stefan. Okay, he's playing in Sweden next year. He's going to fucking Färjestad next year. He's not been playing there yet. This is next year will be his first year playing the SHL. Thank you.
He has been playing in Norway. Factual.
Norway. Yeah, we had Stefan in the live chat going after Z here, but fact checking. Thank you, Stefan. All right.
Oh, there's USA's announcement. Matthews, Kachuk, Fox, Hughes, Eichel, and McAvoy.
2 defensemen. All right.
You can't find one spot for John Merrill.
What do you guys think?
So-
Hellebuck will probably be the starting goalie.
I hope so.
Hellebuck and
Braden Point getting it nominated.
Hellebuck and Swayman. Probably.
Yeah, pretty
That's a
sweet.
pretty good 1-2
over
punch.
over Stamkos, and I mean, yeah.
Who's Canada got?
They got the Nova Scotia boys, Marchand.
No,
Crosby.
for goalies.
Yeah, we got nothing.
Bennington?
We got nothing. I was gonna say.
Bennington's that
He's
probably.
gonna lose his shit after 5 minutes.
Has Canada developed a goalie in the last decade, Isha?
Yeah, he's no longer allowed to play in the National Hockey League.
Oh.
Yep, that's kind of hot.
Yeah.
Yep. What a
That's
piece
the
of
end
shit.
Of the run. End of the run.
What a piece of shit.
It is pretty remarkable how there are just no good Canadian goalies.
Right.
I mean,
Now it's
Hill
all-
and Binnington are two younger ones right now.
The-
Younger,
The
quote unquote.
Russian goalies are taking over.
Is Thomas Milic American or is he?
I don't know actually.
Because I think he was picked last year and he's going to be pretty good at some point.
Let's see.
Who?
Thomas Milic.
He's from BC. He's Canadian.
Let's go.
Eh?
All right, Utah making their way to the stage. Again, big shout out to everybody in our live chat again here. Everybody hanging out with us tonight. This has been so much fun, and we're going to keep rolling, guys. We're going to keep rolling for another couple hours, so stick with us.
Lucas Pettersson is definitely the least interesting name in this draft.
Nah, Michael Hage.
Hage at least is a slightly different. Pettersson is.
Where's my guy? Also Koivu. Where's he supposed to go?
34th round.
Etu Koivu.
Also,
Oh, it's Bidet.
One pick
Yeah,
before.
the Bidet got drafted.
It's Bidet.
One pick before.
The Bidet is in Utah.
There goes the boudoir.
Boudoir.
So now who are the Bruins going to pick? That was their guy.
What a suit! What a suit!
Yeah, he knew he was going to Utah.
Say the colors.
He's got the light blue. Is he a black tie too?
Ah.
Or is it like it's probably navy with that?
Turn
Come
around,
on.
turn
Come on.
around.
Turn.
Stop
Turn.
hugging people.
Let's
Go to the
go.
stage.
How many people is he gonna hug?
He dapping everybody up.
Gary's got to see Cirque du Soleil at 9:30.
It's like a purple tie.
Again, people outside the sphere are like, "What is
Is going on?
what
Definitely
is
not black.
happening?"
Okay.
They're like, what the hell is a cold bidet?
Silver.
Is this
What a
new
logo.
Hotel? The Sphere?
What a good view, like from a hotel, if you could see the sphere from there and just watch the draft. That'd be awesome from a
out
pool.
in the 119-degree heat.
Set in a pool.
I love the shade thrown at his dad. Played 3 seasons, just 53 games for the Panthers.
This guy was a killer in the NHL.
Hey, as Terry Ryan says, you play one game, you played in the show, baby.
It's true. You made it.
Again, she takes the coat and it's gone.
Karlo said lost and found. They got a lot of those there in Vegas.
I am shredding all these and making my own.
This is
coats.
mine now. Just for my sugar daddy.
Like, it's just they had plans for somebody to take the jackets, but then she replaced that person and just throwing them in her car.
She just, after they're done, she just randomly hands them out.
Here, I think this was
that guy
yours.
just gets like a maroon, some maroon
Doesn't
suit
even
coat.
match my suit.
All right, Z, tell us about this pick. Utah's first draft, kind of.
Yeah, super projectable center, like big power forward, super smart, plays a good defensive game as well, but like underrated, like passing ability, playmaking's good. So I like him a lot. Again, I would have put money on the Bruins taking him if he was there at 25. So of course he goes to 24. But the skating is always going to be a question. But like, not so much that's going to really like hinder a whole lot. I don't think like he can still get to where he needs to go. But I mean, again, like just very projectable two-way game. There's some good offense in there. I like his playmaking. Feels like the likelihoods being just a solid 3C with like 2C upside. So yeah, no, I like the pick a lot.
I'm here to infuriate Wild fans. This is the Charlie Trammell of this draft.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Not in a bad way, in a good way. This is the same type
By the
of
way, the
player.
Bruins are 100% about to take Dean Letourneau, and like I'm gonna die.
He's going right to BC, isn't he?
You know what is pretty remarkable? Like if you watch like draft coverage from like 10 years ago to now, how much more like video footage we have of like all these players.
Oh, absolutely.
Like we have just, you got guys playing in some like random ass league in Norway, and we got draft footage of them, right? Like I think that's pretty cool.
You only have like some radio audio back in like the 80s.
Right, yeah.
We
He
do
sounds
not
like
have
he scored a
Letourneau
goal.
footage. Letourneau footage does not exist.
There's more popular
Big
lacrosse
foot.
footage of this guy playing than hockey footage.
Wow.
Z,
Wow.
Green Tree's there for you. He's there.
They're not taking.
You're
They're not
gonna
going to take him.
No, they're not.
No,
But-
they're not
This-
going to.
This will be EJ Emery.
Oh man.
Ryder Richie.
No,
All right.
don't do that. That's too much fun.
Boston on the clock, 1 minute and 55 seconds.
What's the smart pick here?
Please make Z happy.
If I
whatever
were,
it
yeah,
is.
if I were being
No,
smart,
they're not
I would
going
take
to. They're
Leo
taking
Stalin
Dean Letourneau.
Wallenius.
I'm
That'd
going
be
to
a
take
good
fucking
pick.
Dean Letourneau.
No,
Yeah, well, I would take Sam O'Reilly.
I love.
Is
Sam
he
O'Reilly.
related to Minnesota Wild legend Ryan O'Reilly?
Might be.
if
or Dmitry Orlov.
Merrick Vanaker is another just
Dominic
no,
Badinka.
he's so good.
Badinka.
rules.
Another
Dominic
Hudson.
Vanaker.
I would love a
so
Cole
good.
Hudson or a Henry Muse, honestly, tomorrow for the Wild.
Yeah, I could see Nikita Armatov or Artemanov being the pick tomorrow. Or
Another Russian.
well, yeah, but I think he should have gone in the first. If he doesn't make it in the first, I think he should. Like the Wild should be really on that in the second.
What pick do we have? 45 or
Yeah,
I was just gonna look it up.
32.
45.
did you say the draft starts at 9 a.m. here? Wow.
I'll still be asleep.
Oh my god.
I'll be on hole 7 at Valleywood tomorrow.
No
I,
way Garen is
I
gonna.
have a 7:03 a.m. tea time tomorrow.
I'll be fucking recovering.
Also, if you haven't looked at the forecast, get outside this weekend because it is going to be gorgeous.
It's the only time it won't be raining in
Oh, look
Minnesota.
at Montgomery. Z. I hope you got a, Z, I hope you got a picture of that.
Let me pick. I want to go home.
Montgomery is falling asleep.
Dominic Badinka would be a good solution on the other side, on the right side as well in the second round.
I'm all in on Cole Hudson. If he's end up being just like Lane,
No, he's
falls
not.
second round because he's small.
He's not as good as Lane.
Bullshit.
There was like 40, however many teams that pass on Hudson that look really fucking stupid right now.
Right now, they're gonna probably overdraft this one and be wrong.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm surprised Liam Greentree is still on the board.
Well, maybe if he was Liam Bluetree, he would have gone sooner.
If he had better skating, he would have gone sooner.
Isha, you just saw Jim Montgomery was snoring on camera.
Yawning. Careful.
Yawning.
Snoring's a better story.
Andrew Bosch would be so much fun here for the Bruins, but again, they won't do it.
Z, if you're the GM here, who is your pick? I know not who you think they're going to pick. Who would you pick?
And his board's right here.
What's that?
Greentree.
Greentree. All right.
This is Z's big board right here.
So you want Greentree, but you think it's going to be Letourneau.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Sweeney's got to have another BC guy.
Oh man! Again, I'm going to continue to give you guys shout outs in the live chat and everyone who's been hanging out with us here this evening. We're getting close. We're getting close to the end of the draft. And once all the picks are in, once the first round completes, we're going to stay on live a little bit longer and we'll engage with all your guys' comments here. We've been scrolling through them. We've been seeing them.
I'm going to mute because you guys are ahead. So I'm just going to let the pain hit me. I can't hear anybody now. I'm just going to let the pain.
Here we go, boys.
I'm so far behind.
I have to. Jamie Wood wrote on. Jamie Wood wrote Montgomery
times.
passed out at the draft will be Isha's YouTube title. Absolutely.
It could either be terrible or phenomenal. They probably pick some other.
Wow!
He calls
it more than I already do.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I'm not reading chats. I'm not
6'7"?
reading chats.
Jesus.
I am
Oh my
muted.
God.
This
He's
actually
going right.
feels
He's
way
going
more
right to
weird.
Boston College.
Are they afraid of Rempe or
I don't like
something?
it
Like
at all.
what?
But here we are. I just have
Is
to
this the
experience
Rempe pick?
pain myself.
Of
course they did it. Of course they fucking did it. Of course they fucking did it.
Talking through it.
You called it, Steve.
Okay, hold on. I want to listen to Z here.
Fuck off.
His highlights are the college logo.
He's got an 83.25-inch wingspan.
Can we just like solo Z's reaction here quickly, Hoppy?
He
You got a
called
sec?
it.
Hello, darkness,
Look at that face.
my old friends.
Oh, that was perfect.
It's
Hi Z. How are you feeling? Just a little shrug.
Just absolutely dead inside.
Realistically, it's not that bad of a pick. I mean, it's actually depending on who you ask, it's a good pick.
No, it's a fun pick. The only clip I've seen of this kid is him flipping another kid with a hit.
There you go.
Well,
That's fun.
like in terms of ceiling, it's insanely high. I just don't believe in it as much as everyone else does, apparently. I mean, the most predictable pick of all time. There's a giant center available that's going to BC. He's got ridiculous. I mean, look at the fucking hidden talent. He can windmill dunk. There you go. Like, so obviously the Bruins shit themselves.
That jersey with those pants looked absolutely atrocious.
He can windmill dunk, so of course Boston fucking took him.
Will he fight?
At 6'7",
Will he fight Matt Rempe? That is the question.
You know what's crazy is
Rempe's still be in the league.
his profile is only on Elite Prospects. DB didn't even waste time with him.
Oh boy.
Wow.
I mean, like the dude was still like a first or second round pick, right? Like no matter.
No,
what,
he
like,
was projected into the bottom of the first round. It's just
It seems a little naive to not put a.
He played,
profile,
but that's high school in Canada, right?
Liam Greentree was right
Private
there.
school in Canada. Oof.
But when you're 6'7", skate decent and can shoot a missile and
Ooh.
hit like he can, it's not shocking teams have upside on you in the first round.
We'll get a look at the new Kings jerseys here.
Oh.
You like the helmets too, right?
Oh,
The matte black are so sick.
I think if the Wild did like a matte green with their homes, they would
Nope.
look sweet.
Nope.
I think matte finish is underrated for helmets. It's way better.
What the Yotes did? No.
Yeah, I think they look sweet, but I will say I'm glad they got rid of that.
Oh,
fucking
Bill Guerin is
that
walking around.
Fucking stupid chrome dome that they were wearing before.
Dude, Bill Guerin's in one right now. Let's be perfectly honest.
Oh, that actually might have
If
just
I
been
was
an
Bill
usher.
Guerin, I am
He's
ready
actually
to
he
hit
has actually
fucking
chartered
bar.
his private jet to get him to Nashville. He's going to Tootsie's.
That's
Hey, shout out to Tootsies.
I think that was a Sphere Usher. My
So
fault.
I had a chance and I didn't take it because I never ended up seeing Suter there.
you guys-
But
did you guys
I was
see
down
that,
in Nashville for work in February, and a bunch of like Dallas Stars players rolled in. I was like, God, where's Suter? I can just take out his knee right now. Just do it.
You couldn't punch Haskin in the face.
Dean's
Just give him
favorite
a black eye.
hockey athlete was Anthony Edwards.
But it was like it was Heiskanen and who else was there? Did I see Duchesne?
Was that
Lindell?
Was that after you two?
No. So this was the
Dallas
game.
blew him out.
So this was the game. This was the night before. Because I ended up going to the game the next night. It's when Nashville got absolutely shit slaughtered.
Yeah.
By Dallas, and then after that,
So all the boys got
it's
hammered.
it's because I went to watch Nashville play, and then I tweeted out like, "This is the worst I've ever seen a hockey team play in my entire life," and they rattle off like 15 straight wins.
Yeah, Barry Trotz was like, "Fuck your concert."
Yeah. But I will say that. I mean, I was at that game. Like, I've never seen a team look so disinterested in playing hockey before. Like, they
I
were
remember
just like
looking at the score, and then I was like, "Oh, it's kind of weird." And then I looked at like the stats, and I'm like, "Oh my god!"
yeah, there was like no contest for defense, like
Ugh.
anywhere on the ice. It was so embarrassing.
All right, 56 seconds on the clock. Kings are about to make their pick. We're about to get up to the podium anyways to make their pick.
Leah Hextall, it feels like Boston has been calling your name.
Is he
all
from
along.
Boston too?
No.
Oh, he's Canadian, eh? He wanted to go to Boston for college. Okay. I actually want to go to university.
Z, who's this jersey sponsor in Boston? Rapid 7 or what is that?
Yeah, it's like a tech company.
Their
office is literally above the garden.
Oh, okay.
I thought
That
it was
makes-
some sort of like a cocktail, like a bar.
Sexual innuendo.
Rapid 7.
Get into bed, do the Rapid 7, and you're done.
I'm out.
There's literally that much.
Here they come.
All right.
Has there been a team that's kind of fumbled the bag more in the last like 5 years than the
Man.
Kings?
No.
Like they had such an insane prospect pool and like somehow managed to like trade away all of their good prospects and kept all the bad ones.
No
Traded
goaltending. No
traded all of
goaltending.
their prospects away, and then we're like, we're gonna go into the season with Cam Talbot as our like legit starter. That didn't work, and so
And
then
they're
they
like,
doubled
shit,
down.
that didn't work.
They're like, let's go Darcy Kemper.
They're like, what if we just grabbed every former Wild goalie and hopes it works? Is Dwayne Rolison still playing? Where's
right.
Manny Fernandez
They'll
at? Someone
coax-
give that guy a call.
All right, Kings.
King's pick is in.
Where's Briz? Liam
There we
Greentree.
go.
All right.
Good Z is happy now.
Oh boy, I heard something get slammed.
All right,
I heard a
enough for me.
table
I'm gonna
flat.
I'm gonna go kill myself. I hope that fucking
All
gets
right,
me banned. from the-
demonetized. Thank you.
Wait, Z, what level do you live on? 3? You could make
He's
it.
gonna go kill himself with kindness.
There you go.
Yes,
there you
yeah. Stop saying that, Z. First off, you're gonna say that shit.
6'3", 215.
I mean, it's fucking unbelievable.
Lord Human.
I mean, it's fucking unbelievable.
There we go. Liam Greentree, 26th overall pick.
He's like, thanks guys, I gotta
To
go
the
give
LA
this
Kings.
lady my coat.
The go-go dancer.
Oh, is that the bottom of that tie is like square?
Yeah, what?
Interesting.
Pam Beasley cut it off.
That tie looks a little
All right,
off.
Z, tell us about Liam Greentree.
He's incredible. He's fucking incredible.
Would have looked really good as a Bruin, eh?
It literally the only knock on his
He's
game is
sad.
skating. That's it. That's the only knock on his game.
The only knock is he's going to the Kings.
He's gonna be the next Wayne Gretzky.
My life is a joke.
It has no meaning.
Oh,
I know you're upset, but for the Kings fans who will watch this clip that
Those
Hoppy
jerseys
made,
look clean.
love that.
get him a little pumped.
Still
Get
should
him
have
a
had
little
purple in
pumped
them, but
Yeah.
He is an elite scoring winger. Again, also a very good two-way game. The only knock is going to be the skating, which I think he's more than capable of mitigating. He played on one of the worst teams in the OHL in Windsor and still put up over 90 fucking points literally by himself. At no point, again, did he have any down play in his whole year. like his stock went down at the end of the season because they didn't make the playoffs. There are a bunch of other kids that were eligible for this draft whose team did make the playoffs. So like scouts obviously saw way more of them. Then he went to the U18s, got demoted to like the fourth line because again, most of the kids that had been playing more hockey, he literally did nothing different all year long. And for whatever reason, his stock went down and the only rationale is skating, which is like a joke. So you're looking at a physical two-way forward, a power forward, like he could create offense for himself, dynamic playmaking. He literally can do everything. So the only knock on his game is the skating. So of course
we got another trade, by the way. The Blackhawks are going back into the first round.
Wow,
Yeah.
Seth, you called it.
Big time.
Damn.
Good
call,
for them.
Seth.
I wonder who they're getting.
I don't know.
Pretty cool interview. Michael Hage, like his quote was, "My dad would be so happy right now."
Oh, that's always tough. Yeah.
By the way, that was a draft son for me, Michael Hage. I was like, if they were gonna trade down, that was the guy.
Mine was Zelayev. But hey, Buium, I literally cannot even summon anger at how that played out.
And the way the draft was going too, we had the
That
forwards,
was-
and then
Dude, like the build up to it, like,
Right.
oh, well, I mean,
And
the
then-
energy in the room, right?
we
Like,
all
oh my
fist
God.
bumped, and that was
And it's funny too, because I wonder, like, let's say he had gone to Philly there at 12. I wonder if that would have been the pull the trigger on McGroarty.
Bro, I would have smashed my roommate's fucking jersey right there.
Like, it's crazy. It's
sorry, Sean Couturier.
I'm gonna point this out. If they think Riley Heidt can play next year, I think McGroarty is still on the table because they would have traded for a top 15 pick for McGroarty. I think Rossi is still on the table for Rucker this summer. If they really don't, or if they really want to move him, that's the player.
Yeah.
Doesn't
I've had-
McGroarty still have rights for another year?
You get him for 3 years, right? Or you have to sign him.
No, if you trade for him, you're signing him. He's playing next year.
I just don't think they're gonna move off of Rossi this summer. It doesn't make sense to
it
do it.
doesn't. But if that's the move, that's the
Well, I wonder if it would take. It feels like it would take Rossi plus to get McGroarty, and
I don't think so.
I don't think
I think
so.
it's a one for one.
Yeah, well, yeah, because Rossi has NHL experience.
Rossi's
so-
already proven.
Yeah, and they
like,
have a
like his floor is now a middle six center.
they have a definite need in that spot. I don't know. Maybe they just the Wild just decided that it wasn't the move to make.
So Blackhawks get the 27th for the number 34 and number 50.
Okay, so second
And that was with Carolina.
Second and a
So
third.
Carolina's going to draft two absolute studs.
Right.
Carolina will the most
whoever is the
Carolina
highest
pick of all time would be taking Artemonov, the fucking Russian kid who probably should have gone top 20.
Yeah.
Right.
So
There he is right now.
Carolina will always take the player that is like the consensus on the public draft boards.
Right.
Like I don't think they have scouts like who's next. They go to elite prospects and go to the consensus rankings. They go, who's next? Yep, that's our guy.
Go get this guy.
New GM.
Former blogger too.
Yeah, it's crazy. What a
Paving
journey.
the way for me to take over eventually as Minnesota Wild GM.
Are you talking about Tulsky?
Yeah.
Have you looked at the rest of his resume?
Harvard grad.
I cannot even remotely.
Well, you went to the Midwest of
Yeah.
of Harvard
I went
of
to
the
the
Midwest.
I went to the Hard Knocks School of the Midwest, St. Cloud State. Huskies, whoop whoop, boo. Rude.
Go Dogs.
All right. Gary's just announcing the trade right now, guys.
All right, here's Tulsky's background. It's actually
You're gonna depress me if you go through it. Like,
so his training is in inorganic chemistry.
Okay.
Inorganic chemistry. Spent 10 years working as a researcher, manager, and project leader, working to use nanomaterials for biological and energy applications.
now you're just showing off.
Yeah. What's your degree, Seth?
Mass communications.
Okay.
With a minor in Spanish.
At Harvard University, he has a AB in chemistry and physics, research on metal chalcogenide clusters.
Jedi cultures?
Chalcogenide
Star
clusters, ligand exchange, and multi-cluster assembly with Richard Holm.
So he got to the point where he's like, I can't even read my credentials, so I'm going to get into the world of the NHL.
And then went to California, Berkeley to get his PhD in chemistry, where he studied inorganic chemistry and solid state synthesis, including new methods for solid state synthesis and applications to synthesis of novel heterometallic metal chalcogenide clusters.
Running up.
So in addition to blogging, Seth, that's all you need to do, and then you can become an NHL GM.
I would argue that the chemistry portion is not even remotely relevant.
You never know.
And so I think we are.
run an NHL team.
I think we're on even. I think we're on an even playing field here.
Like, just imagine like there's some like 12 are like, how'd you become an NHL GM? It's like, well, first I did all this chemistry research.
I PhD'd the shit out of a chemistry degree.
And then I said, fuck it, we ball. I'm going to hockey.
I'll go run a team.
Go the complete opposite way.
Now I'm the second most depressed person in here, second to Spoke C.
All right, Chicago Blackhawks pick is in. I got some pizzas to grab, so you guys keep talking.
Pizza.
Da,
Heard the pick is Pilo Sheet.
It's actually pronounced Philo.
He's a hell of a Finnish player.
Great at dumping the puck.
He's good at finishing.
He's really good at squeezing out every last bit of his effort every shift.
Okay. He's got a good moral fiber.
Can really help get things moving when you need to. And there's your poop jokes of the
Very
evening.
clean with the puck.
You can really push it.
That
hard.
one didn't even fit.
You want something else?
I don't care. We got Buium. I'm fine.
What a night. What a night.
Couldn't imagine passing up Liam Greentree.
Man, what team would ever do that?
For a guy that can windmill dunk.
All right, what is Chicago doing here?
What a name.
Wow. Now that's a hockey name.
Eric Van Wilder.
I wonder if he has a good vernacular.
I was going to say he's got a good vernacular for scoring the puck, but I don't know that.
Now, do we have any guys that have fallen and haven't been picked that are there? That's got to be tough if you're thinking you're going in the first. And then you just
Uvis Bolinksness. What was the name of that player for Florida that
the Oregon Trail disease?
Yeah. I can't remember.
The Latvian, you have to look him up.
Somebody in
the
the
fact
chat.
that the Wild went 2-0 against Florida this year too, which was that is
hang the banner.
You
up.
can't make it up. Yeah, right away.
They
shut him out.
They got their shit kicked at one.
Uvis Bolinskis.
Yes,
that's the one.
Yes, Oregon Trail.
Mick.
How about Isha and State of Hoppy and Spoke Z and the tremendous work that they have all been doing to knock this out of the park? By the way,
yes,
we
The
just
boys
get to
are
all
busted.
we
Yo.
just get to all sit here and just
Shout out
Yeah, thank
to
you, Hoppy.
Captain's Patch. Shout out to 7th Avenue Pizza, Northland Vodka.
That reminds me, I should have a
Better
Captain's
Edge, man, and our good friends at Barrel Theory. I'm gonna give
and
them a
Gary,
shout out too,
and Gary Bettman.
and all these awesome people, all your favorite Wild podcasters, insiders, prospect gurus. Thank you guys so much for joining us. This has been awesome.
I got nothing going on all these guys. But to Micheletti's question, I think both the Russians, Chernyshov and Artemanov, would be surprised that they aren't gone at this stage.
It's got to be tough not to when you're expecting to go. But
Well,
the Russian factor too.
there's that. I think a lot of teams are scared off by that. And I don't remember exactly which team either of them play for, but if it's Ska, that's in even added on factor of, well, we don't want to deal with Ska and the extra pressure they put on players to re-sign. So
Well, there we go with the 27th pick. And Calgary's back on the clock now.
He's a toddler. This guy in the world.
All right.
All right, Craig Conroy, let's see what you got.
2 picks here in the first round. I mean, hey, they don't get Tijagindla, but
right,
it's something. It's something.
Watch them take a goalie here.
How did they get that second first?
What did they get for?
Oh,
No, that was a 2025. What did they get for Manjapani?
No. This is the Lindholm trade.
oh, yeah, yeah.
And I think they go Basha because they went Salaya with the first pick. That's right.
Artema played for Torpedo.
And doesn't Boston want Lindholm too?
Well, that's an easier team to deal with.
All right, Z.
They want Hampus and Elias.
get both of them.
Just change it back to their division. Let's say Hampus and let's say Elias.
Well, what do you guys think? Sorry, I missed if you guys already talked about it, but Carolina's pick here. Solid guy.
Carolina didn't pick.
They made a trade with Chicago.
Sorry, Chicago's pick.
Yeah.
Chicago's pick here.
I didn't really look past where the Wild will be picking, so no comment.
I haven't come down off of cloud 9 yet.
Yeah. I might be on cloud like 15 actually.
I hit a plane up in the sky. I hit a Delta flight.
I actually found Judd Brackett's private jet, and I'm riding first class. So we're just like high fiving and crushing beers right now.
I opened the side hatch and just went in and had some shots and parachuted out.
I'm still struggling to believe it's real that Zee Buium got to 12.
Floating on a buoy.
Probably would have got 13 too.
Yeah,
Back
well,
when the trade came in, and yeah, it was.
I gotta feel like somebody was putting heavy pressure on at that spot. Nashville.
I don't know. If it only took you to like a third round pick to move up, though, I don't think there was like a lot. Of
unless Philly,
because from Philly's perspective, you're probably sitting there going,
unless Philly smoke screened them.
We want the guy that we have, but like if we can get our guy plus a third round pick, might as well.
No brainer.
well, maybe it was Buffalo who moved back before the draft, not realizing, hey, a guy we really like is going to make it here to 11.
I can't imagine I can't imagine Buffalo would have gone defense.
I'm gonna do
now with what they have.
I'm gonna do 0 second guessing of it and just say I can't believe that's how that played out.
Exactly.
All right,
my guy's showing a lot of leg.
You don't have to say anything.
Morley Hextall.
That is a lot of leg.
Are those shorts or are those? Do we call those pants still?
Capris?
Capris?
No socks.
Yeah, flood pants.
He's walking around down in southern Minnesota, maybe.
Ugh.
He's actually walking around in waders.
Which hopefully all you people down there are staying safe.
Prayers out to everybody down
Stay
that
safe.
way. It's been
Seth lives down there.
I was driving around like after all that rain, and there are entire fields down by me that are underwater.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Seen a baseball field
It's insane.
underwater. Is
Yeah,
nuts.
it's crazy.
I saw,
Yeah, that field at Wyndham, completely like completely
Mankato, and then
under.
like South got like 10 inches of rain in like 2.5 days.
I think they're still getting more tonight too.
Oh my
Yeah, there was like one little system that went through, I think, but hopefully
All right.
now with just some extended days without rain, everything
it'll
just kind of moved
start to go
downstream.
down.
Yeah.
Ooh, they went Mavic Gridding.
Ooh, he was supposed to go to Michigan, but now he's gonna play in CHL.
Where?
I remember Matvey
He was
Guskov.
committed to Michigan, but
No. Where's he playing in
Guy
the
got a-
CHL?
I'm not sure.
That guy had the Brad
I'm not
Hunt
sure who
run to
has his
start the
rights,
year.
But
Oh, I miss Brad Hunt.
I was like, someone asked, I forget what's the question, like which player had like a generational run that never happened, then never became anything. It was like Brad Hunt.
I wonder
Power
if
play
he,
merchant.
I wonder if he
could
couldn't
not-
get into school or what.
Couldn't
what the
play a
deal was.
lick of defense.
So Matvey Gridden is Calgary's 28th pick here. Damn, 83 points last season.
Yeah,
Man.
USHL. He just tore it
Well,
up.
remember he's playing with Sasha Boisvert. I think a lot of those points came with both of them playing to each other.
Yeah. So here's my always like that's always like the thing I question. Like people will like knock. Oh, he played with so and so. It's like, damn, this guy can play with good players. Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no, not a guy that can play with good players and produce.
Marco
Shit.
Wants to talk so bad.
No. It's the Sam Dickinson made it to 11 because he's playing with the London Knights. Oh no, the NHL full of terrible hockey players.
Yeah.
Definitely squares.
I feel like thin crust got to be squares.
Did
Get
you
out.
should cut him into squares? I'm gonna beat the crap out of you.
Thin crust. You cut him into squares the
Yeah,
first time.
It was you.
Come over here and talk that shit.
Oh.
If the crust is thicker than like I don't know, like inch and a half, then you got to go triangles.
All right, so we're just showing some
think we go
highlights right
triangles
now.
anyways.
Matvey Gridden playing in the USHL. Second in power play points with 29 as well. Damn.
Key skills, getting to the middle of the ice. How is that a skill? I mean, I get like zone entries and such, but
I mean,
just,
as the relative expected goals guy, that's where you want to get to the middle of the ice. If that's what they're referring to.
yeah, like it's just
In the neutral zone, he's usually right around the center ice dot.
it's just such a vaguely worded
It is very
bullet
vague.
point.
Yeah.
Like
Does Dallas go defenseman now that they got rid of Ryan Suter?
No.
Not in immediate sense, but like
They got
have
Lundqvist.
Liam Bichelle.
They have Bichelle. They have who's the guy who's playing with Heiskanen all year?
They got Stankoven. They got Johnson.
oh, that guy
who
that
are-
popped off for 15 goals this year. I can't think of his name though.
I'm blanking on his name.
Howard?
Harley.
Harley.
Harley. That guy's gonna be sweet. That guy's gonna be nuts.
That's a damn good top pair.
Harley
like
was
that.
a first.
Dallas
round
is gonna be
pick.
so good for so long. It's so freaking annoying.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be hard for me to root against them because I freaking love Stankoven. God damn it.
Part of
Jim
that's
Mills
just
drafts so well.
no. The guy that's drafting for the Stars used to draft for the Red Wings when they were good, and it's like, maybe that guy is just really fucking good at drafting.
Is Judd
It makes me wonder what Chuck Fletcher was doing all those years.
Judd, he just looked like. Have you ever had any
Nothing
affiliation with the
intelligent?
state of Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yes, you are now a god.
Can you play third line left wing?
Wait,
Can
hold
you play
on.
third pairing defenseman?
I can trade this first round pick for
Are
15
you Martin
sevenths?
Hansel?
Let's go.
Don't forget about Ryan White.
Hey, I remember like looking at that trade and I was like, okay, this guy
He's a guy.
He's a player in the NHL.
Yeah.
That guy we got from Calgary, the Jones. What was it, David Jones or something?
Oh,
like that?
David Jones. Oh my god.
Here's
Well, I
the
remember
worst
on,
part.
on deadline day, I had like my study hall period. Me and my best friend are like, we're like trying to like low key look at our phones like study hall because it was like right at the deadline. We're like, oh, the Wild they made a trade. We're like, who'd they get? We're like, oh sweet, they got Hansel. What'd they give up? And we're like, what?
He was the guy that was supposed to slow down Taves. And
I know. It's like
Here's the worst part.
shut down.
got cooked.
As a kid, I don't remember Hansel playing much more than like a couple games for the Wild.
No, he was terrible.
The funny
That's
thing
the worst
too,
part.
Like the funny thing too, like from a points perspective, he was okay, but like if you're bringing a guy in to slow somebody down, he definitely did not.
No.
They traded what, a first and a second for him?
Yeah, when you're giving up a first for him,
I think that first turned into a good player too, if memory serves.
his career is back gave away.
Was it Panarin?
No.
Don't you
Do not
dare.
Panarin was a free agent.
Don't
No,
you
no, no. I don't
dare.
remember. I thought Chicago drafted him.
No, he is free agent from Russia.
Which is crazy to think
Hagel?
about.
You're looking it up.
I'm looking at what
What it turned into.
2017 is when that pick was.
Who was it? Arizona?
All right, with 29 guys, Dallas on the clock.
Keller.
Actually, they're just about to hit the podium right now.
That would hurt. That would hurt a lot.
All right, Jim Nil.
Oh, Pierre Oliver Joseph is who they took.
Still not a bad player.
But players that went right after that, Vesalainen was a bust.
The
Paling.
GM of the
Could
year.
have had Jake Ottinger.
What year was that?
2017. Actually, there wasn't actually like a lot of like there's just a lot of mid after that.
I just remember. I think
Robertson at 39 that
my
year.
high school team played Paling that year, and he fucked us up.
Ryan.
2017 draft was actually kind of ass.
Tom Ghilardi, BC legend.
Look at this guy.
I thought that was the pick for a
That
second.
guy's
I
a
was like,
mafia boss.
Who?
Could have sworn I saw that
and
guy in an
Emil-
episode of The Sopranos.
Yeah,
Emil
like,
Hemming goes 29th overall.
This is the only time this guy's ever been seen without a cigar in his mouth.
Yeah.
He actually tried to buy the Vancouver Canucks, and now him and Aquilini are like mortal enemies because they're both BC guys.
Right.
Yeah.
He tried to buy him before.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So that was a
Aquilini's
big
outbid him.
rivalry in that. Wait, did Vancouver play Dallas? No, they never played, did they? No, they didn't play together. He always is like really high in the NHL 24 draft. He goes like top 15. I feel like.
This kid's gonna score like 20 or 30 goals.
Why does
a
their
year
logo
in,
look like a
4
basketball?
years.
Yeah. Give us a little rundown on him.
Well, I was high on him a while ago, but it's just because his shot's really good.
Okay.
And it's like one of those, they drafted Jason Robinson in the second round. Oh, he actually happens to be fantastic because the Dallas Stars are just good at
It's a
drafting.
Rupe Hintz merchant.
Well, and the reason too that all these players for Dallas pop so well is because they're able to slot them into their lineup without having to rely on them being like go-to guys. Like, for Christ's sakes, Wyatt Johnson was a third line center.
Yeah. And then Wyatt Johnson's like, but what if I was that dude?
Yeah, what if I could be that guy? Well, we have Rupe Hintz, so
yeah.
But like they can just protect those guys. Like, you can throw Stankoven in on the third line because you've got two good lines above them.
I will never forgive the Wild for passing on my short.
It's incredible what they've done. I mean, Maverick Bork was big time too.
Maverick Bork is funny because like I remember watching the draft in 2021, and I was watching Nathan Grav when that pick came in after Wallstedt. He lost his mind when Maverick Bork was drafted. It's like years later, oh, he's actually really good at hockey, and he's probably going to be a top 2 center in this league.
Yeah, like we also have to remember, like we can do a lot of. I mean, obviously, Spokesy is the one among us who actually spends time watching these players, but there are guys whose job literally 365 days of year is to scout players and to make judgments on said players. And they've been watching them for more than 365 days. They've been watching these guys since they were like freaking 15, 16 years old. So
kind of surprised. Seth's guy, Leo Saline Wallenius, is still on the board.
I need to know what these players' Uber ratings are.
Honestly, that got a lot of flack, but it's actually not a bad question because it shows who are you kind of when nobody's looking.
Well,
right?
and the reason that those questions are asked by teams is because you want to see how somebody reacts to something that is like you're not expecting.
Did you see what Levshinov told him? He said, I have never taken an Uber before. I bike everywhere.
I do not take Uber.
Well, and then Scott
I've
Wheeler
never been
goes,
to Uber Jobber.
Yeah, he showed up on a bike.
I've never been to Uber Jobber.
All right. Rangers on the clock here. It does seem like the pacing for this one is gone. I mean, in hindsight, like we're almost like 3 hours in. But
it's 6, we're 3.5 in.
Yeah, but it feels it.
Well, the first pick didn't get to like 6:30.
Yeah.
The only major delay was the Wild
Honestly,
Philly
yeah.
trade, and Briere was still on the phone.
He's just throwing his hands up. He's like, I don't know what's going on here.
I'm kind of surprised Emery hasn't gone either. He was pretty highly touted amongst public people that, oh, he might go early. What?
Don't overthink it. Go with Badenka.
Don't overthink it. Go for Badenka.
That'd be a good
Somebody's
pick.
got to just come over here and cut me off. This is getting out.
Oh, and you get some Jose, bust out some of that Spanish minor.
No.
Nope. I mean, I got some tequila stuff.
Nope.
No.
Hey, Seth, there's vodka right there.
No.
Surprised you haven't finished that off yet.
Shut up.
Shout out to Northland Vodka.
That is a large dent in that bottle.
He has made a solid dent.
That is one normal size glass for Sandra Lee on Food Network.
That is definitely two. That is definitely 2 shots.
Guys,
of
where do
vodka.
we think Steven Stamkos is going to end up on Monday?
Detroit.
Tampa Bay.
No.
You think they'll cave in?
Yeah.
I feel like they kind of have to at this point. Like,
Or it's gonna be like a Koivu thing where he thinks he wants to go play somewhere else, and then it's like, nope, this sucks. I'm retiring.
I don't think he's gonna retire. But
No.
Would it be funny if you went to the Florida Panthers for like $4 million? Because
I
swear,
I don't think he would ever.
No,
hold.
that's
The player himself would never do that.
I feel like that really crosses a line.
They hate
Kind of an
each other.
unspoken line.
But I thought I saw a report before I got here on Twitter that he got lowballed for like $3 million. Say Florida offers him $4 million, and he goes,
they gotta
"What?"
No.
Yep. No,
Stamkos is only 34.
They and then you like.
I'm sorry, that's insane.
But it might not be a low ball. It might be a hey, we know you've been here a while. Like if you want us to put a team around you,
Yeah,
this is what we can offer
That's
you.
what I mean.
If,
Is like
if you can't take this, we understand.
say someone in the Atlantic offers him $4 or $5 million, he goes, "Well, that's what I'm getting."
The
at this
Atlantic's
stage."
different. Like specifically, Florida is like no. Like
By the way,
oh, he's
I would
back. What's up,
imagine
Zee?
this. I've been back for like 15 minutes.
Well, we're not. We don't have the stream in front of us, so all we know when you're here is just when we hear your
This
voice.
feels like where Emery goes.
Okay.
There's no way he gets out of the first round. This feels like Emery territory, though. Like giant fucking right shot or freak athlete, D-man.
You called
it.
Nailed it.
Holy
You nailed it.
He's a witch.
Get that man a beer.
Let's go.
So now
What
they
the
have,
fuck?
Why are we even watching? Like, Z, just tell us who the rest of the picks are at this point. Who's Toronto picking? Who's Philly picking?
they took Keandre Miller and now they, EJ Emery.
This is the thing.
Any relation to Ray Emery?
I don't.
Oh wait, Letourneau to the Bruins,
Race
Emery
shit.
to the Rangers. That one year he picked like the first 9 picks, and see. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Bullshit. It's a fucking witch.
Boots on the ground.
Emery, there was no way the Rangers weren't going to take EJ Emery if he was still available when they were picking. Like, he just fits what they need.
No deck.
Like,
it's a name that just screams Madison Square Garden.
What people pretend Jacob Trouba is, like EJ Emery usually is that guy. Like the actual big physical defenseman, like that isn't a fucking dumbass. That's it.
His workout videos are crazy. Him jumping over boxes and stuff.
He's the most athletic player in this draft. Like
I tried to do that once and I nearly broke my leg.
Somehow this guy went in the first round with 0 goals. He's good at defense.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna point that out.
Yeah, record the best horizontal jump in NHL combine history.
Crazy.
Who had the best grip strength though?
Hey,
what about that hand size?
Bonk.
I'm actually serious. They fucking measure grip strength. That's why I'm laughing at it. It's ridiculous.
I would like to know the grip strength on that lady taking those coats.
Oh,
there are 2 of them.
The 2 go-go's.
I almost said at the celebrating pick.
NHL role model Keandre Miller.
Have there been have there been 2 of them the whole time?
Hold up.
Maybe they're twins.
The Vegas girls. Careful, Celebrini 17.
It's just CGI.
Has a player ever been drafted in the first round that's not a goalie that has no goals in his draft year season?
Brodeen.
Brodeen had to have scored at least 1.
Yeah.
Well, you never know. He's not.
I would say probably few.
Yeah.
If any.
It's a fun nugget.
Toronto has to
But
take
again-
a defenseman, don't you think?
Emery's 6.
They're probably pissed that they didn't have Emery when they could have drafted him
What?
earlier.
When's the last time you had a draft where a goalie didn't go first round?
Who?
Key skills, taking away time and space.
Last year?
Sounds like a Jonas Brodeen skill right there, baby.
No.
Puck
he is-
distribution, skating, taking away time and space.
I need to point out,
Continued growth, offensive instinct. This guy is just Jonas
Right,
Brodeen.
right, yeah.
this
Carbon
kid,
copy.
Physical, good at shutting down on one-on-ones, going into his own zone. He's very good at the whole defense thing. You're willing to sacrifice offense to take this kid in the first round.
Yeah, I mean,
late first round, but yes.
Yeah.
Still
Tree
the first
living.
round.
Tree living.
Also, what was Toronto doing trading down when everybody wanted Solberg? They wanted Solberg. It's exactly what they needed. They traded down to 31, and now they've lost out on both Emery and Solberg.
Because they're taking Dominic Badenka.
No, they aren't. They're going to
Favorite
take.
guy.
Badinka wouldn't be a bad one.
No, it'd be a great pick, but they're not doing it. Just
You're
take
never going to forget that guy.
Could you imagine if they actually did take Badenka?
Seth, you might
I will
fall.
never
it's-
let it go.
No, it's realistic. Like that's a
Okay.
realistic pick.
Yeah.
All right, 2 minutes and 24 seconds on the clock for the Maple Leafs.
They're going to go Camille Bednar. I'm just saying that because it's the name on the screen right now.
When you look,
Alphonse
How about
Frisch?
Alphonse?
What a name.
What a name.
EJ, when you look at a
Defenseman
map,
wise, I could see Alphonse Fry. I could see Dominic Badinka, and then
I just
Would
I
have
hope
been-
you, I hope you nail it again.
I just willed Badenka.
No,
to
no, 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 no.
Toronto.
Seth, they want someone physical who can move the puck and skate well. Badinka does all those things.
I would, yeah. And, I mean, the name.
sleeper pick here that like 12 months ago was probably top 50 would be like a Henry Muse.
What about Salim Wallenius?
I
If
want that.
Tree Living wasn't a GM, maybe.
I want them to
Fair.
pick Aaron Kiviharu and just watch the world burn.
Also, would have been a very big Dubas pick.
Is that Dave Winfield?
What do we think of Chief being their head coach?
Yeah.
Oh.
Bye bye, Marner.
Who said Dave Stewart over here? That's exactly who I thought.
Oh,
it
did you
was.
guys
That's what I
listen to
meant.
32 Thoughts this morning?
No.
Nope.
St. Louis might hire Bruce Boudreau too.
Oh,
Good for them. No.
What a stacked
I know.
assistant coach.
I know.
I would love if they would give Jack Capuano a look.
No,
Who do they have it?
They need to
who
get
does-
their assistant coaches should just be Bruce Boudreau, Mike Yo, and Dean Evison.
No, who does-
just bring in the wild head coaching camp.
Torchetti,
Yeah,
too.
bring in Torch.
If they go Bruce Boudreau, complete the trifecta, and bring Gerard Gallant out of retirement.
Bald men.
Remember when he
only.
got fired and he was like, he had to take the taxi himself? That was
Oh my God, yes,
that picture of him.
dude. That's some like hockey lore.
Yeah, that's
right
our
there.
goal right there. 26 years that man been on camera. He is
That's amazing.
Legend.
Legend of the game.
Ironic that they're trying to show the camera guy and people are in the
Just laugh
way.
at him. Give him some
Give
screen.
him his moment.
Outrageous.
Come on.
Give him some screen time.
That guy's been doing camera for almost as long as I've been alive. That's pretty crazy.
amazing.
That's kind of crazy to think about.
Get your craft and perfect it.
Yeah. To Sim right now, is he giving us this shot? That'd been cool.
Big D, love it. Asking,
Yeah,
Zee-
or I
Bonk.
forgot forget about the OHL kid from Oshawa. What's his or not Oshawa? Is it Oshawa?
What do you love, Isha?
I love Big D over here.
Hold on, can you say that
Danford.
again?
Danford.
Why is Igor dropping?
Danford.
I mean, if you did, that's fine.
Yep.
I should have
Ben
said
Danford
goddamn earlier.
going-
That's
going
a
to the
good
Kelly
pick.
Blues.
Danford's dirty.
Hey,
He played with Kumpel.
Guess where he's from?
You were on that pick in the last second.
Danbury.
Danford.
No, when he shot, I was like, "Who's the team in the OHL?" It's like, "Oh yeah, fucking." Good pick
When
too.
we get to the
Yeah, he called it last second.
When we
He
get
got
to
there.
the post draft
Yeah.
discussion, I would love to revisit the Stamkos
It's not great. I
talk.
called him.
I have bookmarked it because I have some thoughts.
Oh,
Seth has been waiting.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
I've bookmarked.
what a teaser from Seth.
That's what we call the professional tease.
Not the Big D tease.
I'll leave all the big D to you.
Thanks, Seth.
Oh,
All right, Z, talk us through this prospect for the Leafs.
Yeah, no, he's he's a big right shot defenseman, defensive defenseman with some offensive capabilities too. But like his calling card is like it's just that in zone defense. So realistically, it's like exactly what Toronto should have been targeting. So it's actually a really fucking good pick for them. So the fact that they were able to pick up extra and move back, that's a good slot for Ben Danford. I mean, I think I know a couple people at him like in the mid-20s. So like again, like he does flash some offensive capabilities, but like again, his big calling card is his defensive game. And he plays that really translatable defensive game too. So that's a good pick for Toronto, which makes me vomit.
So they moved down off that other guy down to 31. Do you think that was the right play? Now, knowing now that this is the pick.
What?
Toronto moved down off the other guy that you really liked that got taken.
Solberg.
Solberg. To take.
I think Solberg probably like would have been the guy. Like I mean, well, probably it is the exact mold of defenseman that like the fan base is convinced they need to win in the playoffs. But Danford plays such a projectable game, and again, like high end defense, not as physical as Solberg, but like more than capable of like playing some kind of physical game that should translate really well. So I think it's still a really good pick. So like if they miss out on Solberg where they were going to pick and they traded that pick away, like Danford's probably right up there and like the next best option for them. And I like his transition game a little bit better than Solberg's too. So I think again, like Danford just plays like it's like nothing that's going to jump off the page, but he's just going to get the job done, which kind of feels like what Toronto should be going for, like a really low-key, like not headline grabber, but like reliable right shot defenseman. Again, he's like 6'2", 200 pounds or so, I think. And again, like capable of playing physical, defensively, really, really good. Flashes some offense here and there. So realistically, like the big selling point for Solberg was like the like hard physicality because like he hits everything that fucking moves. But Ben Danford plays a very quiet yet effective and reliable game.
And again, right shot defenseman. I think it's a good pick for them. So the fact that they were the pickup, well, I don't remember what the actual package was for them to move back. But if they picked up extra picks along the way, then that's actually a really good. It's a nice piece of business from Toronto.
It's kind of funny because there should have been a clip in the package that was shown of Danford literally saving a goal, like on the defensive side of the puck, because it was one of those that like, oh, this kid can shoot the lights out of the puck, he can pass, but also on the defensive end, he's so good.
Wait,
and
so
knows what
you
he's
made
doing.
the clip.
What?
You made the clip.
I'm aware. That's why I'm bringing it up, because Seth, Micheletti, Baki, Brett haven't seen it, and I'm bringing it up to them.
But you said there should have been, and you could have done it.
Remember, I'm like 4 or 5 shots of vodka in and 2 beers.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, Edmonton trading into the first round? All right.
They didn't like the 31st pick.
God damn it, they're making me edit shit.
They're in for the 32nd. They didn't want the 31st.
I just want to read this quote from Buium real quick.
Yeah.
He spent 2 years at Shattuck St. Mary's. Says, I love Lake Minnetonka. I'd rather spend time there than a beach in California. So.
Hey,
one
let's
of
go.
us. One
Because
of us.
he's from San Diego.
One of us. Let's go.
He said, fuck San Diego. Lake Minnetonka clears.
I can catch a swordfish there. Quote Pat McAfee.
All right, Philly on the clock here.
Not for long.
Look at Brier's grin.
I love that shit-eating grin. He's just like, I've been making more trades than anybody today. Tabarnak.
He's just still giddy from the fact that Mitch Goff is going to be on their roster next season.
What a heist that was.
I'm also being told that GIFs are not currently working on the Bird app.
Oh, no.
Or the app formerly known as the Bird app.
Elon.
Yeah, you just got to go to like a web browser and just copy one and drop it in. It works.
That would explain why when I tried to send out the God damn it Ryan Reynolds gif when Salive got taken, that it did not. It took me like 8 times.
Yeah, I was trying to do a SpongeBob begging please when Buium was dropping. Didn't work. Now we know why.
Look at that.
Yeah,
So
I had to make some work of it to get the wheelbarrow out for
Randy Marsh.
Such a great picture GIF.
No, it is a great show.
That is also
Give
very
it proper
fair.
due.
Did I just read Danny Briere's lips correctly? He said he got 3 first-round picks.
Okay, calm down.
I'm not a great lip reader,
It's
but
a Seth fastball, everybody.
I'm not what we would call a great lip reader, but I did think that I thought that I saw that.
First.
The only lips that I read was the 3rd overall pick, who was just like, "Holy fuck!"
That was awesome. Bennett or
A non-hockey question here for any of the other Minnesota sports fans. Anybody else think that it was cool that the Wolves had like the other GMs in their draft room for theirs?
that was super cool.
Like Tim Connolly had Kwesi and Derek Falvey.
They called him a savage. That was
savage.
I like obviously the draft in Vegas, Bill Guerin. I wonder if he would have been invited to it.
The only reason
Probably.
why they did that is because normally the NBA draft is in one night, but now it's 2.
I'd like to point out the Vikings traded up, the Wolves traded up, and now the Wild have also traded up this
Hell
year.
yeah. Hey, yeah.
It's weird how
Philly
that,
gets a first
that
What?
in 25 or 26. I mean, it's likely in the same range.
Yeah.
So it's basically a pick
It's
swap.
crazy you can decide which draft you want to be in.
wouldn't be confident
it's
in
probably
the
some sort of
Oilers.
like lottery protection. Should the Oilers absolutely
if I'm the
fuck
Oilers
up this year?
I
Leon
don't know if
Draisaitl
I'm
decide I'm done.
Who did they want so badly?
I'd imagine. Or were they? They probably are looking at D. I would guess.
My guy,
Kiviharu, maybe.
Badinka.
Badinka. There's a podcast to listen to, and like one of the guys, like they do this like little thing before every show starts, and like part of that thing is he says Badingy all the time. So you keep saying Badinga, and I keep thinking you're gonna say
He's
Badingy.
gonna say it on Sunday night.
You're gonna say it tomorrow when he's
Clock
drafted
on.
at 45.
I mean, there's been a lot of good names, but there will never be another Oliver Bonk.
Oh,
So Bonk.
Father's Radic, right?
Radic Bonk.
That is such a metal name. Bonk.
Bonk.
Come on, go get Badinka. Don't overthink it. Go get Badinka.
It's
Don't overthink.
it's kind of weird that in that mess of the Charlie Stramel Gabe Perreault pick, it's always forgotten that Oliver Bonk was picked right between them.
All right, sandwiched in.
Yeah, he was he was the more solid choice of either of those two. Okay,
All right,
moving on.
Edmonton getting to the podium.
Yeah.
The final pick of the first round of the 2024 NHL draft.
We made it. Chris Knobloch looks troubled.
No GM.
Oh, he's so happy to be here.
Has the mic risen out of the ground the whole time?
It's just slowly rising.
Speak up, Rick.
Sam O'Reilly.
London.
Solid pick.
Zee's giving him a round of applause.
He likes it.
Dale Hunter will be pumped.
Leon Draisaitl replacement.
Oh, but there you go. Edmonton may not have won the cup, but they snuck back into the first round.
Back in.
They've been doing that in a lot of things. Stanley Cup final, first round of the draft.
How far out were they from the first round?
Regular season. Probably had like a fifth rounder.
Oh man.
Oh, Seth.
All right, Z. Talk us through Sam O'Reilly here. Last pick in the first round.
Look at everybody's getting up and he's still going up.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I mean, just another guy like at the
Hold
beginning
up, we
of
gotta
the
hit
year,
the bars.
Of course. Beginning of the year was really pigeonholed into like a bottom six role. Then they started using him more. And especially in the playoffs, he really popped off offensively. Like he flashed playmaking, but similar to like a Jet Luchenko, Teddy Stiga mold, where it's just like nonstop motor, fill a role wherever you need him, and like literally can play up and down your lineup. Really good utility guy. I like him a ton. I love that he ended up going late first round. I think that's a perfect spot for him. I think I had him just outside mine. I really was trying to find a way to like put him into my first round, and I should have. But like the playoffs, I think again for the OHL and the Mem Cup really solidified the fact that he was going to go in the first round. If not, there's no chance he's going later than like 39. So I like, again, like another guy that's just going to be an instant fan favorite, nonstop motor, fill a role, can give you a little bit of everything, play up and down your lineup. So really good utility forward. Makes sense for Edmonton, even though they probably would have liked to be picking a little bit higher and maybe take a defenseman. But given the fact they had to trade into the first round, Sam O'Reilly is a real nice pickup for them.
That's a good call.
Love it.
It's like the one prospect.
I'm sure Ryan is excited.
Well,
and Cal.
Oh, there we have it, ladies and
I know
gentlemen.
bacon is-
The first
He is
round.
freaky,
What a first round.
What a first round it was. We had, well, let's just like sum it up. We've had some trades, which is always nice because you never want to go through first round with like no trades, even if some of the later round or the later half of the draft anyways were just kind of expected, some small movement there. But we're gonna involve the live chat here in a moment. I'm just literally catching up on some social picks here, but just want to give a big thanks to everybody who hung out with us throughout this entire draft. We're going to stay on a little bit longer here. We're going to stay on and answer some of your guys' questions. We're going to actually give Hoppy some time to talk and just chill out. And he's shaking his head.
No, we're not. I didn't agree to that.
But yeah, let's just quickly throw to Z. Then we'll just get your guys' thoughts on just like overall the first round. And then we'll just switch over to just talking about the Wild. Z, overall, thoughts on the first round? What are some standout highlights for you? And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a few guys that I'm like pretty surprised didn't end up going. Like for me, I'm shocked actually that Teddy Stiga from the program didn't get taken. I was wondering about Alphonse Fry again. I think second half of his season in the league play like just didn't go his way. So I'm like surprised, but at the same time not shocked that he didn't go first round. But I mean, again, that's like another super mobile two-way defenseman that like I thought a lot of teams would have had time for. I think if Carolina was picking in the first round, they would have taken one of Nikita Artemonov or Igor Chernyshov. Chernyshov, fun fact, didn't do anything at like when they had all the Russians come over and do their little like Russian camp. Chernyshov didn't because he had a bad sunburn and couldn't put his equipment on. He literally couldn't play because he couldn't put his equipment on, so he didn't play in their little Russian
that Marion
camp.
Hossa disease.
But like other guys that like I personally love that didn't get taken, Andrew Basha, Medicine Hat Tigers, love this kid, super slippery, like really good in transition. It's really fun to watch him play with Caden Lindstrom. And then two Swedes, Lucas Pettersson, Linus Eriksson, and Ryder Ritchie is going to be one to watch early second round. Prince Albert was fucking terrible. And the only reason they barely made the playoffs this year at WHL was because of Ryder Ritchie. So that's definitely one to watch early second round. The big surprise, obviously, like was Jet Luchenko at 13. Again, love the player, absolutely warranted a first round pick, but at 13 is wild to me. But I would say for the most part, only a few surprises went about as planned, but definitely a lot of value to be had in the second and third rounds here, just like given the nature of this draft. Again, like so many individual players with like very, very intriguing tools, just not the whole package. So I think there's going to be teams looking to get back into the second round if they don't have a second round pick. And I think the teams that were able to pick up more second round picks today are going to be very excited to be picking. So it's going to be interesting to watch. Like day 2 is always chaotic because like obviously we have at least 2 or 3 minutes between picks in the first round, and then all of a sudden like day 2 hits. It's not even like it's like barely live streamed. It's like 17 picks happen in 8 seconds, and you're just trying to keep up. So it's going to be absolute fucking chaos. And it starts at fucking 9 in the morning.
So
early.
Outrageous.
I'm going to be
Fucking
recovering.
outrageous. I will still be drinking probably. So it's gonna be great.
Yeah, what time is the last drop open?
Nah, not early enough, apparently. Sometimes the cleaning crew is usually in there when I'm walking by, and I'm like,
He was gonna
let me
say
grab
9.
Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna open up.
Crew.
They've let me lock up before at 4 in the morning, 5.
They hand you the
So
keys.
maybe they'll let
Yeah.
me open up a little bit.
I'm not surprised. All right, Alex, overall thoughts of this first round this year,
Yeah,
2024.
I thought the Central Division really did a great job, and Utah getting the Ginla as their first pick. That what a way to start off the franchise. I thought that was a home run, and the forwards going before the defensemen, and then we had that just excitement of Buium falling to the Wild was really, really cool. So that's where my thoughts were.
Seth?
I said on yesterday's episode, we talked about this, Isha. You can plan for how a draft is going to play out for months before you get to it. But then something happens on the day of the draft. And for this draft, it was all those defensemen sliding it just a little bit. And then I still just can't believe the fact that Zee Buium was there in the 12-13 range. And that was clearly somebody that the Wilds, in their wildest dreams, did not think would be available. And so then we got the classic, go get your guy. Go get your guy. Go do it. But like there were so many teams that I think just did really did a solid job of adding quality depth, quality players defensively, offensively, and the Boston Bruins are also here.
Oh my god.
Heroes.
Yes.
Baki,
Just
highlights
cut
for
the
you, my
knife in
friend.
Further.
Love you, Spoked.
And it was a couple of unexpected things. I mean, who knew Seneke would go third? Maybe some people did, but between Seneke going third and then Yakimchuk getting drafted so high up, I just knew that the Wild were going to get something good. I never imagined Buium, like was mentioned before, and I thought he was going top 5 to 7, but incredible that we get another player that, of course we traded up one pick, but another player falls to us, like the Rossi, the Wallstead, now Buium. It's just every draft is so, you just never know what's going to happen, and I'm glad that we got Buium.
Hell yeah. Brett?
Yeah, I think for the Wild, you had, kind of a best case scenario of, there's always the talk of, do you draft for need or you take the best player available? And I think the Wild got in a situation where they got both. They got their biggest need, while at the same time that player was the best available. I mean, this is a guy that pretty much no matter where you like to get your pre-draft list from was pretty much a consensus top 7 pick. And they get him, 5 spots later at 12, trade up, give up a third round in the process. But, if trading up, 1 spot with a third round pick gets you, arguably one of your best, as I mentioned earlier, one of the best defensemen you've potentially ever drafted. That's pretty exciting. And, I think in terms of, there wasn't a ton of like shocking picks. Like, there was no, was it Chinnikov, I think, who's actually turned out to be a great player for the Blue Jackets, but kind of that eye opener pick that made you go, whoa, no one kind of saw that one coming. So a little boring from that aspect, but I think this is, there are some teams that are probably walking out of here very, very happy with day one. But I mean, with any draft, there's still, with the Wild, how many picks left, Baki? For this year.
5 or
is it 5 more, 6 more?
I think they had 6. I think they had 6 coming in.
Yeah. So still 5 more picks to make. So, it's step 1 is done. They made the important pick, made the good pick, but still lots of picks to go. And, there could be a Kirill Kaprizov out there in the 5th round again. You never know. So looking forward to seeing what Judd and Billy and the rest of the crew cook up here for these next 6 rounds.
I'm honestly shocked. Luchenko and Seneki went as high as they did, but I still enjoy the players that they are and think that they will do well for their fan base. I think they shouldn't really freak out about them. They're both very good players. I've said before on Twitter that I would have traded a lot. I would have traded very high on our defensive prospect pool to get up and get Zee Buium. So at 12, what a pick. And like you said, I dragged you to the NCHC to.
I mean, hardly kicking and screaming. I'll say that.
No, but
he's like, you buy the beer, I got your ticket. Done.
Yeah, but this was a player I was very high on tracking Rigo Lorenz this year.
It is true. You said you have to watch this guy, whether he gets drafted to the Wild or not. He's like, you as a hockey fan have to see him play, and I was blown away.
Between the skating, the puck handling, his shooting ability from the top of the circles out, I think this is a player that will be a top power play player and a very solid defender for the Wild on their top pairing for a long time.
Well, and I just have one thing I want to interject too. All of the concerns that exist about the current crop of Wild defensive prospects, you got a guy now that can potentially vault ahead of all of them. And does he go on the Faber plan? Does he, once the Denver season is done next year, does he get that ELC and get to the NHL level? Time will tell, but that's a pick too that can make a quick impact. And for a lot of the concerns about just not seeing those deep prospects pop yet,
I think the big thing about Zee too is he can run a power play too, which this team desperately needs.
It's not just that he can run a power play; it's that from the point he can both pass and drive the puck to the net by himself, like that. Kill Makar, Quinn Hughes. Not saying they're him.
Yeah, all due respect to Faber, he's not.
Yeah, he's not that.
No,
he's not driving the puck.
Right? There's nobody else, right?
Yeah.
But I just want to point out that you now have Zee Buium, Carson Lambos, one of Peart, Hunt, O'Rourke on your left side for 10 years. That is a great left side, and you solved a lot of problems this draft. And maybe in the second round, Badink is still on the board. Eilik's still on the board.
I can't do it.
There's a lot of ways to solve what people were worried about. And even last year with Stramel, you made the pick that shouldn't have been there this year makes up for everything that people have been upset about for a year now.
I'm still okay with last. All I gotta do is swap Height and Stramel, and no one even bats an eye at that draft.
Exactly, but people are still going to be angry about it. I'm just saying this makes up for that. You cannot be mad about last year now because you got a player that should not have been there by any stretch.
Right. I think the one kind of wrinkle that is a little bit interesting with the Buium pick is what does that mean for Declan Chisholm's contract?
Yeah.
Because obviously you have Brody and Spurgeon Middleton allegedly going to be 4x4 here on Monday.
No, but that's what I'm thinking is Middleton.
And Bogosian also got a 2-year extension. So if this is a guy you want to bring in at the end of the college hockey season, is Declan Chisholm now a 1-year, minimum, $1 million deal? And hey, thanks for your services. We took you as a flyer, but we just drafted your replacement.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Approve it deal.
That's feeling more and more like an arbitration.
Well,
like
Brett,
they get him for 1 year and they're done.
Say he does well on the power play this year as either a first or second power play guy, flip him at the deadline. Or Middleton doesn't get a 4x4 anymore. You didn't expect Zee Buium to be there, and now you got that player.
Russo said that deal's pretty much already in writing. I doubt they'd be like, oh, I don't know now.
Well, I don't think they expected Buium to be there at 12.
But I mean, I talked about this too, but like, I don't think Middleton should be in your top 4. He's probably a decent 5 or 6 on a championship team. Like we can, the Middleton extension's a topic from their day, but I'm not sure I'd give. I mean, I know that Evolving Hockey, that's what his market is, but from what I've watched, when that guy's away from Spurgeon, he is so unbelievably horrible. Yeah. He's not a guy I would personally pay $4 million. I'd like to be, but maybe if you can shelter him, he can be a good 5.
Like why 4 years too? That's the other question.
It's the Bill Guerin way. 4-year extensions, man.
I think next year you walk into the playoffs. Your top 4 is some.
You're going to the playoffs next year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what, you missed Spurgeon for how many games this year? And you're
assuming he's healthy.
Under Hines, you were a 96-point team.
Hip and back surgery is. Really
I'm not saying it's perfect.
I'm not ready to call them a playoff team yet.
They didn't beat
especially given our goaltending situation.
They didn't beat one fucking team in front of them in the Western Conference the entire season.
10-1 against the top 3 teams in the division.
And we don't know about the goaltending right now. It's
look, I want to believe Wallstedt can be that guy, but I'm not. I don't want to sit here and say 21-year-old Wallstedt's going to come in, start 50 games. And
you also have to bank on Zuccarello, Johansson, Goudreau, Foligno,
Middleton,
eight other players bouncing back offensively to be able to get this team back to where they should be,
and at least having a power play that can be middle of the road or a penalty kill, and not 29th.
And Capiano is going to be running the penalty kill.
Yeah,
which
help. Help me.
I just want to butt in quickly and get to some of these comments here because I said I'd read them towards the end of the show. Urban saying, I was really hoping Calgary would get Tiz. Trust me, I'm sure Cowtown.
Right.
And
we all were too.
Dougie, and thank you, Dougie and Urban. I mean, they've been here since the start of the stream, so appreciate you guys saying BG is like first round at the bar is on me. All the remaining rounds are tomorrow, Urban.
Shout out to a couple of Lockdown Wild OGs, Dougie and Urban.
Urban's in Texas, I think. Yeah.
Urban saying height alone makes up for Stramel. Yep.
Yeah.
Bang.
What else we got? Sean 96 points is borderline playoffs. Zeke saying next year is a new season. We will see.
It is.
We will.
The Central's still.
We will, but
it is a new season, but it's the exact same team with a slight swap on your fourth line.
And yes, Urban saying Texas, woo, fuck the Stars.
Dallas, Colorado, Winnipeg. You just repeatedly got your face washed in by those teams.
Nashville
all
always plays well against.
It's great. It's awesome. It's cool to beat San Jose and Chicago on a nightly basis. But what were the Dallas scores? 8-2. The game that they gave up 7 power play goal or 7 special teams goals. Then you had the 7-0 shellacking. Where it's not like they're just losing by a little bit. No. They're getting their ass kicked in these games.
Can I toss in a quote from David Carl?
Please do.
Yep.
Quote, I think the Wild got an absolute steal at 12. I think 5 years from now, you'll see that proves out even more in all the redrafts that everybody likes to do.
Faber Buium, top pairing. 3 years from now.
The
2 years from now.
From David Carl. He just continues to put studs into the league, and it's.
And that's arguably,
I don't think it's going to be long before that guy's behind an NHL bench.
Well, if the Wild bench.
NHL bench. Let's not get greedy.
Are there any more friends that Bill Guerin has? That
honestly, just stash them in Iowa for a year and things go south. Come on down.
I don't give a flying fuck what John Hines' contract is if David Carl becomes available and you got Rigo Lorenz and Zee Buium coming in. Why not?
Does Leopold want to pay 3 coaches?
No, I don't blame him either.
Only if they make the playoffs at least once, so they
Right,
can
right.
make some revenue
Get
there.
the gate.
Urban saying Brodeen and who second pairing in 2 years.
Well, you
Buium,
hope it's-
Spurgeon,
Why TBD?
Brodeen, Faber.
I'll say
Is Spurgeon here in 2 years?
No.
Yes.
I don't think so.
No.
I think he comes back fine
If he
from
gets
injury.
healthy,
I think the path for
Okay.
him is to make sure that he's healthy, and then I think because his trade protection has dropped,
Well, there's that too. I guess
send
you
him back home
could-
to Edmonton.
they'd take him in a heartbeat.
He doesn't have much choice in where he goes once that protection slips down because they could send him anywhere for whatever they want, and all the team has to do is go. We like him in our bottom 4, even if the Wild are really willing to retain on money. You could get a decent prospect or young defenseman for that.
Yeah, because you can't have somebody making 9, somebody making 7.57, somebody making 6, and then whatever Buium's going to get. You can't have that in your D-core.
But
you can't have all 4 of those contracts in your
It's a lot on the back end.
D-core at once. That's insane.
I think on top of it is, as much as I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of charts when it comes to like small sample size, Jared Spurgeon, even in the games when he was injured, still looked pretty good on charts and in metrics.
He played very well in the games he played.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Very
And now you're like, well, he's getting healthier. I think that comes back
Hopefully.
at
Hopefully.
least hopefully. But I think that comes back at least the same, if not slightly better than he was playing when he was injured.
Yeah.
Are we still talking about Jared Spurgeon?
Yes.
He's our captain, dude.
The Juice is asking.
Yeah.
The Juice is asking, is Lambos done?
No. He's just as with all the D. I mean, it's
that's your
it-
that's
they-
your
I mean,
second
Iowa's
pairing.
been disastrous. So
the
that
Wild
doesn't
need to
help.
get like 1 or 2 veteran D down there. Like,
yeah,
I think having like Dakota Mermis, as good as he was for the Wild, like they needed a guy like that down there. I mean, they were constantly rolling out 4 or 5 basically rookie defensemen.
Yeah, their oldest defenseman for most of the season was Simon Johansson at 24.
Yeah, who's
They're getting rid of him.
Yeah, who's
or that
like
one kid they added that was like 28. I don't remember
Yeah,
who
but
it was.
that
but
was
they had a
at
guy.
the trade deadline though.
And they
No, I
fired
know,
they
but I'm
fired
just
Cody
saying, like-
Franzen too, who was
Ooh.
coaching D.
Oh,
Big
yeah.
whoop, Cody Franz.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying that because I hate
Will-
the Leafs.
Ooh.
Will Butcher was the name you were trying to come up with there.
What?
Will Butcher.
Thank
The
you.
New Jersey
Thank
guy.
you.
Yeah.
28.
Is he from
Yeah.
Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think that, I mean,
He played at Denver. Yeah.
Yeah.
Won the Hobie Baker at Denver.
yeah. So I just think it's, it's so many young guys down there, and on top of that, you just had a pretty bad team.
Yeah.
Like it's hard for those guys to develop, to learn, because every shift you're at risk of making mistakes and stuff where, I think they need to make that team better. I'm all for letting the young guys play, but like there's a place where those veterans have to step in, take some of that pressure off, have some guys that can teach how to, not just how to play, but how to be a pro.
Well, and then
Th-
those
types of
veterans you
things,
stick
too.
down there like Letary and I'm blanking on the other name right
Lucchini.
now. Thank you.
Kara.
Michigan Tech.
That they
He was
they
hurt
had
most of the year,
multiple
too.
guys down there
Kara.
that you're like, hey, they could lead a young team, and then you go, well, nope, you're coming up to the big team to play big minute or not big minutes, but fourth line minutes. They're not down there anymore to lead those guys. Like they were signed to lead that young Iowa team, and they were taken away immediately.
Yeah.
All right, Z, second round tomorrow. What do you think the Wild do? Who do you think they target? What are some names that you would like the Wild to select? Second, third round. I mean, obviously, we don't have to go through all of them, but
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple players left. So the players I still had, I'm gonna pull it up again. Players I still had go in the first round that didn't get taken: Stiga, Artemonov, Chernyshov, Basha, Pedersen, Eriksson, and Ryder Ritchie. I would imagine if he's available, Dominic Badinka, you're welcome, Seth, would be a player pretty high on their lists. But realistically, any of the guys that I had listed there remaining in my first round, they should be thrilled to take. It's interesting just given the way that this draft is kind of panned out. There's still some solid D available, but again, like when you look at like their need overall, I still look at their wings and would like a little bit more specifically like the right side. So a guy like Linus Eriksson, Ryder Ritchie, if he's sitting there at 45, I would be thrilled to take him. That's again, like I mentioned him earlier, talking about Prince Albert, how bad they were until he fucking decided to put that team on their back. But this draft is all about these kids with all the tools in the world that are going to be available for them. Like one guy that I have a lot of questions about too is a guy like Julius Miettinen, this Finnish kid playing at WHL.
Can he shoulder shimmy?
He is big. Yeah, he is. He can do that. He's big. He's shifty. Super skilled.
Not even
he can
break
shoulder
stride.
shimmy. He's a real solid player, but there's plenty of guys that are going to be sitting there in rounds 2, 3, and 4 that have like really, really intriguing tools. Again, that's just like the theme of this draft. So still plenty of like high upside guys available. But the big thing for day 2 is I'm really curious to see when the run on goalie starts, because I feel like one's going to get taken. And then all of a sudden you're going to see like 6 or 7 follow. Like there's going to be a couple of guys going here, like late second, early third. Just because teams are going to be wanting to start taking goalies, and I think they're all going to come about like pretty soon, one after another. And a side note, if Minnesota wants to do that, Brizgalov's kid is available in this draft, and for Smart Scout, we had him in our top 10 goalies.
Briz 2.0 sounds hype.
I'm so
Universe so humongous big.
Hey Z, what do you think of
Tiger Low?
Alec or Kleber at 45?
I'll be surprised if Alec's sitting there. I like him a lot. Again, Brandon Wheat Kings, they were fucking terrible this year. He's another right shot, really mobile defenseman. He's got some offensive upside, and he's fucking mean, super physical. So if he's sitting there at 45, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Minnesota's taking a long, hard look at that one. I know my buddies over at EP, Elite Prospects, they have him in their first one. I think my buddy Cam had him like 25 or so, 24, 25.
Shout out to Cam Robinson, by the way.
Kleber's
good
the UMD
BC
kid.
boy.
Good dude. Beauty.
Yeah,
Kleber's an animal too. I like Kleber a lot. He should be available at 45. Again, that's another guy I wouldn't be shocked if they took a swing on there. But yeah, I think Alec's gonna go real early on day 2. I was wondering if someone would take a stab at him late first round. Again, you look at like the mobility, the size, the fact that he's a right shot defenseman and he's mean. Like teams usually love that. So I think he goes early on day 2. I like him a lot. He was really good, especially as draft minus 1 year in the WHL. Got a good Brandon team. Like he looked phenomenal. So he's definitely one to watch early on day 2.
I feel like if the Wild do take Badenka, I'm going to be compelled to buy a jersey.
He almost
I would
at this point.
Legally speaking, you're gonna have
Yeah,
to. He was in Bobby Mack's first round. He's gonna go like I would be shocked if he makes it to
Yeah, I think I saw some at like 28 of 32 of Bob McKenzie's picks went.
Yeah,
first round.
Hey,
I'm gonna just do it.
Z,
I'm gonna just do it.
Z, I was going to ask you. I don't know if you've seen this kid or not, but have you seen Luke Ashton play in the BCHL?
No, I didn't really watch BCHL this
He's
year.
going
But
to-
like, hey, Minnesota guy though.
He's
Minnesota. I think he's playing high school hockey. Colin Ralph should go midday, like
St. Cloud
mid-second
State.
round. He is fucking unbelievable.
I have a
He
pretty
is
insane tweet here from Pierre LeBrun. Could have been fireworks at the top of the draft tonight, hearing that the Blackhawks offered next year's first round pick unprotected plus another pick in return for the 4th overall pick. Believe it came pretty close, but the Blue Jackets passed. They really liked Caden Lindstrom and couldn't pass.
That's
taking him
smart
off.
though, because Caden Lindstrom is a player you don't know if you can replicate next year. Just saying.
Yeah,
Like I know James Higgins is at the top of next year's draft. I don't know if there's another 6'3" monster that skates like Lindstrom does, even without the refinement, that can shoot, play make, and play as physical as
Yeah.
Caden Lindstrom.
And I think on top of that too, it sounds like Chicago is going to try to take some swings in free agency, like try to land maybe some big names. I've heard Gensel kicked around potentially for them. But although I did see some today, Friedman went on Pat McAfee and said that Carolina offered him an 8x8, and it sounds like both sides are okay with it. So
Canucks fans are about to riot. when
yeah,
they
so
heard
it sounds
that.
like Gensel potentially going back to Carolina, but Yeah, it sounds like Chicago wants to spend where, even if they get slightly better and now, that maybe pick is 11, 12.
Yeah.
It being unprotected doesn't mean much to.
I think it'd be very
that,
funny
but-
if Gensel just went back 8x8 to Pittsburgh.
I don't think he's going
Do
back.
they have them?
I-
Do they even have the
He's
money?
just shaking his
I
head.
can't see Hoppy.
Don't get
Like-
Hoppy all.
No. He is not going to sign his life away going 8x8 in Pittsburgh. They are going to head to
They're in
Chicago. And
rebuild.
they're going to need a full on.
Sign his life away. I mean, playing with Sidney Crosby is not the worst thing in the world.
What for? What 2 more years?
Plus, well, he's gonna play forever, dude.
Yeah,
Right.
hold on.
Okay.
A little random pivot here, but who?
Well, I mean, who needs to have a first round pick when you've got a stud like Erik Karlsson?
Speaking of guys that can't play defense,
who retire or who leaves the NHL first, Crosby or Ovechkin?
Have you seen Ovi this summer?
Oh, bro,
Yeah.
Ovi
Big
is
boy summer. Shout out to 10K takes.
yeah, Ovi. What's left in Ovi's contract?
Doesn't matter. He can stay as long as he wants.
No, I'm saying whenever his contract is up, I think he'll be done.
But Seth and I were talking about.
I mean, he was invisible in that playoff round.
They need to get Leonard to sign.
Yeah, well, I mean, he helped. My thing is if he gets close to breaking the record, because I don't know if he's going to next. I mean, who knows? It's over. You never know. But if he gets say like 35 to 38 goals or something, then he's probably going to come back, break it, and then if he stays the rest of the season, sure.
Yeah.
Or he's just going to go full Dustin Byfuglien off season, in season.
Goes into
next year.
retirement, and just gives the Caps all that money
But
back.
he did say that like he's going to play 1 year in the KHL before he retires. He's going to go back to Dynamo.
Pull Kovalchuk.
The retirement
Well,
tour.
they're gonna friggin' pay him whatever he wants, right?
No, Hoppy, I think the real question is who stops playing hockey first, Crosby, Ovechkin, or Yager?
Oh,
My dad played against Yager.
first-
and he's
Not
still going.
Yager.
He's still going.
He's like, I don't want to stop.
Yeah,
what an absolute.
And he's
Wait.
still good.
Micheletti, in what league?
he doesn't
In
want
the
to play.
NHL. One of my dad's first games, he had to kill a penalty kill against Lemieux, Yager. Yeah, just crazy.
Oh my god!
Fuck that. I'd be like,
91.
wait, you want me to go out on
He
the
played
penalty
in
kill?
1991 and he's still playing.
Hold up.
You want me to do what?
It'd be Lemieux, Yager, hop over the boards. You want me to penalty kill against them? Fuck that. I'm taking my gear off. I'm going home.
I'm taking a penalty. I'm gonna go sit for 2 minutes.
I just dive into my own net.
Sean Costco's right here. He's just talking about in regards to Ovi. Dude's just cultivating mass.
Yeah.
Shout
Like
out
I
to
said-
Sonny.
Like I said too,
Okay.
it's not like the season starts on June 30th.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Ovi to come back next year on the Russian juice, just with a fucking 8-pack.
The
Just
Russian
like
gas. The Russian
He's
gas.
not gonna
Russian gas. Sorry.
He's gonna
Just-
move from the inside offensive zone circle to the blue line circle, just float and just go back and forth.
Are they really going to go with Lindgren as their
Hell yeah.
starter?
They're just gonna
I
put
mean, he proved it last
Yeah.
year.
Philip Gustafson.
they're just gonna put a stool on the
Stop.
left face-off circle for him to sit on while he's not. while
That
he's
could make
not
Hunter
playing the
Shepard
puck.
be the number 2 from UMD guy. One on Natty there. Yeah.
I still think
How about
Gus could go to
and how
Buffalo.
about Hershey winning the Calder Cup?
Yes, shout out to the Hershey Bears. I think I don't know if Seth, if you joined the Sota Pod yet. I might have just been when I was doing it solo. But like every year they break the record for like the teddy bear toss, right?
yeah,
and
yeah.
this year was like insane that I think it was like almost an hour.
Oh my god!
Like the toss and the cleanup.
Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
And
Throw
the
hats, weirdos.
The Everblades in the ECHL, they won the Kelly Cup 3 years in a
Damn.
row, which is crazy. To have to
Wow.
win it 3 is really
So
impressive.
to be able to keep players around to like
Yeah.
remain relevant.
Yeah.
The common denominator of championships is Hunter Shepard.
Certainly
There
helps.
it is.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that.
Let's take a few more comments here. Big D saying, "Great job tonight, dudes. Peace out." He also was saying, or Dougie was saying that the peach moonshine is going down too
Oh,
smoothly
that sounds
at this point.
delicious.
Getting better and better.
It's perfect for a Friday night.
What else do we have here? Oh, Erickson Eck 14. Honored to have you in the live chat, my friend.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
welcome, Joel.
He says,
welcome.
"Where
We
would
love
you
you.
rank Buium within our prospect pool?"
Ooh,
Wow.
Calm down.
No.
Like-
no. Him.
2.
Has to be
he's top.
Wallstead,
I think just
Yurov,
like right off the bat, he's top 5.
The top 3.
Oh yeah.
Wallstead,
behind
Yurov.
I think it's Wallstead, you're off Buium. I don't,
Yeah.
I don't know the order yet.
That
Okay,
that
that's those
feels
3.
that feels like a good one.
and then
2,
it's like a
3 right
slight tier break to like Ugrin,
there. Yeah.
and then there's probably a pretty
height.
And then Ugrin and height.
We just have to see Yurov over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be nice to open up a spot for it.
It's Yurov 1, Buium 2, probably Set 3. I don't know. That's how
Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, exactly. That's why
I really
I'm so
want to
happy
know
they
what the
drafted
plan is with Jesper if they do keep guys.
Vladislav Firstov is still probably our most coveted prospect.
Number 1, baby. First of all,
Rip.
This was the last of his seasons here.
Yeah, that I literally shed a tear.
I was gonna say, how devastated are you that your number 1 prospect is now
I'm fucking
gone to
pissed, dude.
Torpedo?
Not just devastated. I'm fucking pissed.
Hey, he's probably going to Calgary.
Yukon legend, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Atlantic hockey at the time.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I thought you said Atlanta cocky.
I was gonna say.
I was like,
you skip
huh?
between the syllables too fast.
Right, that would have been.
Hey, I just want to give a big shout out to Gun Totin' Granny. She's been hanging out with us in the live chat here.
What a username.
Huge supporter of the Sota Pod. Huge
Locked
supporter of Locked On Wild. Huge supporter of my fight stuff too. Speaking of, I know everyone's so enthralled with the PFL right now.
Hey,
That's
I've been
replaced
watching.
ESPN.
I was gonna say we're watching the PFL right now on the big screen.
Gun Tone Granny says I got a new job that I can wear hockey jerseys to on the daily. Yay, great show, guys. Hit
that's
the like.
awesome.
That's amazing.
Hey, thank you so much for the support. We love you, and this was awesome having you in the chat throughout this stream as well.
We love a casual dress code.
Yeah, let's go. Brooks Rudolph in the live chat too. He likes Firstov, Yurov, Kaprizov, and who's Nadinov? Who's Nadinov? Is a roster player now.
Who's the
What's he out there?
the Ovs?
I was really impressed with Ogren. Seeing Ogren, that was awesome to see him play against San Jose and Vegas and getting his first goal. That was really cool.
Nice.
Like
Gushed about Liam Ogren.
Yeah,
That's awesome to hear another prospect say that. Too.
Yeah.
the pro release is definitely noticeable.
I remember being at Tom Reed's and being like, oh shit, Ogren's like I don't remember if he had the assist, but then he had the goal. It's like, oh shit, he's
that game against San Jose was just
well, it's the hey,
they are so bad.
even though the roster was like
Yeah.
deteriorating and they were giving up pieces and people were going down to injury, it's like, oh hey, Ogren stepped up against NHL players. He can do it.
Right.
Next year he's going to be in
like
the
this is
lineup.
obviously a facetious take, but I feel like San Jose would lose to some AHL teams.
But at the same time, like throughout
The Hershey Bears, it might be possible.
the
I'm
Adam
not
Beckmans
kidding.
and some of these other players you hoped would produce
Yeah.
couldn't even score against
Yeah.
those teams.
Which,
Yeah.
I mean,
Like, and Ugrin stepped in like game 2 and did it.
Right,
Like,
which
like
was
he went to those dirty areas. He
impressive.
Shot the puck,
Yeah.
like, but he made it.
Get dirty with it.
He did things
He
a
took
lot of
it-
those other guys didn't.
he took advantage of his opportunities. Some guys don't, and you only get sometimes you only get one chance. And ask Kyle Rao. I mean, he tried forever. And
I mean, you can have your entire fourth line go 30 games without a point.
I remember being 10 years old and being like, oh shit, Kyle Rao at the U of M, he's going to be a great NHLer. Like as a kid, being like, oh, why didn't he get drafted?
You had that take as an 11-year-old?
No, but like I remember being at my friend's house going, hey, this guy is going to be fucking amazing. And then
They're on
he didn't go in the
VHS.
first round.
VHS. Oh, Ace, what's going on, Ace? He says people want McGroarty now. If so, what's the cost? What are we willing to give
See,
up?
it would have, well, like we were talking about earlier, it'd have to be Rossi, because
Why?
if the consensus was that it was going to be a pick around that like 12-13 range for a first.
Right.
We have 4 picks next year and then 11 in 2026. Maybe we dip into the 2026.
See, that's what I was thinking too, is like all of those 2026 picks, like they accumulated them for something. So
the fact
Trade deadline fodder for when they can go on.
yeah,
the
and
fact
even
that it would be in division, it's going to cost more too.
yeah,
I'm sure there'll be suitors out there. They'll find
it's pretty. It could be likely if that was the like go-to plan for the Wild until Buium fell,
Right.
and then the Wild are like, well, we can't
Pivot.
Yeah, we can't. Move
Watch him end
past
up in
this.
Columbus with the rest of the Michigan guys. They already have a bunch of them there.
That'd be I guess we didn't ask Aaron
The Columbus Wolverines.
no when he was in here, but like Ken Johnson
Atlanta cocky.
doesn't seem like he's endeared himself to Columbus. David Yurchek seemed like, unless they figure that out, he seems like
Well,
he's on the outs or wants out.
New coach, new GM. So
Yeah, but Don Waddell is particularly ruthless.
yeah. But
yeah, he wants to see what's on their phones.
Well,
Hey, do you have any gym picks in there?
Oh
Mike
man.
Babcock, what a coach.
Let's hire a guy who's been out of the NHL for 5 years to be the head coach of a very young team.
And this was after the Mitch Marner stuff, which is crazy. That
Diabolical.
yeah.
Yep.
You should also-
Okay, sorry. Brooks has a good one here. Top 10 of Russian NHLers. Go.
of all time.
You guys don't have
Better off.
Datsuk.
Panarin.
seen of.
Oh, sorry. I thought you just said Ovs.
I know more MMA fighters out of Dagestan with ovs than I do.
Svechnikov.
Svechnikov. There's one.
We're straying away from my obscure Twins player. Name an obscure Twins player that is just stuck in the back of my head. I could do that for hours,
Russian?
but not Russian hockey players.
Yeah, Sean Koskov, Ovechkin.
Yeah.
A, nobody said Ovechkin, and then B, I think I was the only one that said Panarin.
List me off the roster of like the 07 Twins.
Oh my God.
He got like 36 of the 40 players.
I could-
It was insane. I had like some of the polls.
Yo, someone give Brett a mic, please.
I could name obscure Twins players for 2 hours.
My favorite one is Jason Tyner.
Joe Roa.
Yeah, Jason Tyner's one of my favorites.
Terry Mulholland.
Lou Ford.
The O-Dog,
Terry
Orlando
Tiffy.
Hudson.
Sean had Lou Ford.
The
here.
O-Dog. Rondell White. That was a personal favorite of mine.
Danny Valencia.
I have an autographed Danny Valencia.
I've never
jersey.
seen a guy pimp a home run swing on a pop out to a pitcher.
Ben Revere.
Matt Lawton.
Ben Revere's a good one. Marty Cordova.
Shannon Stewart.
He's not really obscure. He was pretty good.
John Roush.
John Roush, yeah. Pat Neshek, one of us.
Juan Rincon.
Sean. Randy Bush.
Randy Bush. Joe Creedy.
Tony Batista.
Oh my God.
All right, Z's leaving. Z's leaving.
Yeah, Z's
now.
like, I have had
baseball players.
This is going south.
What?
If someone's just tuning in, it's just six dudes named random players.
What do we think the
Shout out to
biggest
Big D.
on Monday free agency starts? Who do you think is like the most like surprising signing?
David Perron.
Like in for the Wild or just
It just in league wide.
Stamkos goes elsewhere.
Utah or Chicago
Not-
has a ton
not
of cap space.
Florida.
Stamkos is going to Nashville.
Ooh. No state income. Yeah, that's a good one.
That would be
Utah also has low state income.
Put him with Philip Forsberg. Oof.
I was gonna
God,
say
that would be outrageous.
the one advantage Utah has as a new team is that the income tax is very low by comparison to the rest of the league.
Right.
They also
Well,
have
they're-
they have 8 players on roster right now.
Well, like the Avs too. Like they'll be hard. It'll be a hard place for teams to go play, right? Because it's at altitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Utah
in a
draft
modified arena. With,
Yeah.
Like half the
With a Yeti
half the seats are
mascot.
going to be obscured. Or
Marshall Hill might be an interesting one to see where he ends up.
yeah,
Did Utah draft a defenseman?
a Ginla, and then
They traded back in, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Baudouin.
yeah, a center.
So they
Baudouin.
still don't
Boudoir.
have a defenseman under contract for next year.
Yeah, they're gonna sign like 6 guys.
Yeah.
Yo, Vendetta has a question. Z, 1 or 2 more years for Kupalainen?
2. He's not gonna be ready after 1 more year. I mean, well,
Like
he can go
NHL
play
ready or
in the
AHL
AHL.
ready?
Yeah, I was gonna say
What-
he can go play in the AHL after next year, but
What
like, in terms of
will
like
the
NHL,
reaction be if Perron signs here?
Wait, what's your deal with Perron?
We're gonna get Matt Duchene.
There's no room
Oh,
anymore.
come on.
It's just meh. Like it's just
The Bruins should sign Duchesne.
Wait, no, just to clarify, are you grunting at like the fact that they're bringing in just like a veteran player, not bringing up the rookies, or do you have?
Yes.
Okay. I just was like, what's your deal with Matt Perron?
My stance
Or Dan
has
Perron?
my preference has been to just let somebody see if they can.
Well, hold on. Do you want me to
You can
alleviate?
try different people to see if you can find somebody that sticks.
And then you're gonna have Rossi having to score 20 goals again because no one else
Brett.
can shoot the fucking score.
Brett,
I
watch out.
mean, are you gonna get that from David fucking Perron?
Do you want?
He's gonna
Hey,
shoot the puck. It's a guy's a 20 goal scorer every year.
Seth. Do you want me to alleviate your pain? They have 11 players under contract as forwards next year, and they say Riley Height's going to get a shot out of camp. That's 12.
I would rather go Riley Height on the second.
But that's what I'm saying is Riley Height's going to play in the top 6 or send him back to the CHL.
I'd rather go Liam Ugrin on the second line. I
Or
would rather
that.
go.
But there are so many options. There's no reason to be that pessimistic about what they're going to do because they're like, Riley Height could play. Liam Ogren could play.
It's just such an eye roll move for me. Like it does nothing for me.
If they don't sign someone, it's Johansson.
But that,
Oh no,
no,
another year
but
of it.
that's Russo speculating that hey, I would like this player, not they are going to
No,
sign this
no,
player.
no, 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 no. That is Russo saying this feels like a Wild signing.
Yeah, but is it based in anything, or is it just I like this player and I want them to sign?
He's
him?
not saying he likes Perron at all. He's saying this feels like something that the Wild would do.
I always got.
Sign a guy to a
There's
1
where
or
there's
2 year
smoke,
deal
there's
that can
fire.
play in your top 6. So you're gonna have like 4 guys.
Good point.
Right, which is.
So my thing is, you get a 1-year deal, and if your team sucks the deadline, now you can flip that guy. For
I would rather
third,
go
fourth,
get
Right.
what's his name from Edmonton that is a free agent. No,
Warren Fogle.
Yes.
Oh, Draisaitl.
Because
Yeah.
he's at least
Yeah, that's
That guy.
because he's at least on the right side of 30. He
Happy going for
He
a
shoots a
notably
bunch.
cheap player.
probably not, but I don't know. It's just
They don't want to sign a guy long term.
I could probably
Right.
be talked into it if it's a 1-year deal, but if it's a multi-year deal for Perron, I'm going to be
I
irate.
don't want them to sign anyone to point.
Tarasenko.
Mike.
1-year deal, fine.
yeah, that's interesting. Tarasenko. Wild
I'd be fine with Tarasenko. I just don't want them to be like, here's another 4x4. That's what it comes down to. Is I am placing my
Another
hate
one-
in Perron into they're just going to give another vet guy a contract.
Another one I'd be interested in if he's willing to take the 1-year deal. Tweeted this, that there would be Jeff Skinner.
I'd be fine with that.
But is Jeff Skinner at the spot where he's 32, I think. So can you sign a 1-year, prove it, or do you have to find somewhere where you can lock yourself in for 3-4 years? But at the same time, that guy's never played a playoff game. So are you trying to find a playoff team? Are you settling for a third line role? So I get it's a lot of the balls in his court, but that's another guy like Tarasenko, Perron, Skinner are kind of the 3 that I would be okay with. as
Skinner's
long as
going to Vegas.
So I'll clarify. I
Good
don't want
point,
to see them
Hoppy.
give a 3 or a 4-year
No,
deal to somebody.
They won't. Two will be the max.
Because that just goes with everything that they've done with all of the various extensions
it's
that have
2
been given
max.
out. And that's a conversation that I can definitely have. But if it's another fucking 4x4, I am going to be miserable to deal with the rest of the
It'll only be a 15-team no trade.
Okay.
All right, we have the details of the Oilers conditions. 2025 pick is top 12 protected. If it goes to 2026, that one is unprotected. If the Oilers trade the 26 pick, then the Flyers automatically get the 25 pick.
Did you guys
that would
see?
be such an Edmonton move to trade that pick, forgetting that that's what happens.
Did you guys see what Steph Curry's nickname is for Macklin Celebrini?
Oh God.
Chester.
What?
Maybe we'll call him Chester because his hands are so filthy, just like after eating a big old bag of Cheetos. What?
Just the number of forwards that
What?
for next year.
Chester Cheeto.
Yeah, Pete
Chester the Cheeto.
Pete Blackburn, who's great, said this up there as worst quote of all time.
I almost felt nauseous at that.
By the way, Tyler chimed in the live chat. Says, "Oh my gosh, y'all are still going. This is my 3rd different time tuning in." But he also, did we just sign the next Cale Makar? Okay, look.
That's a little premature.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
that's a lot of pressure.
One of the best defensemen to play in the NHL for the last 30 years. I think that's a little bit of a
But we did draft one of the better defensemen in the draft, and the
Yeah.
guy that did you guys not see our reaction? Like, holy crap!
Yeah, a lot of fist
a guy that is a pretty.
If we can
high bet.
clip that, I would love to send that out.
Oh yes, I will clip it. Dan, by the way, says can't wait to see Buium paired with Goligoski in 2026. Zeev, let's go. Oh man,
Have we had the retirement party for Goligoski yet?
Isn't he going to try
Can
to
we-
keep playing?
Can we just have Seth talk? No matter what we talk about, he's like, let me find the worst case scenario. That's what I want and hope for.
Hey, that's
so I can
that's
be
the
better.
Minnesota way. How pessimistic
Seth
can
is
I
on
be?
a roll right now.
How about it was like David Perotti? Like, oh, fucking 6x6? Oh, fucking piece of shit franchise. Oh, my God.
Well, hey, at least none of us pitched the idea of trading for Patrick Laine.
Good point.
Seth, let's talk about Patrick Laine.
I ran from that the moment that rumor was circulated by a particular website in this state.
Didn't Kinney just say earlier that he cannot be traded for a while until he gets out
He's
of
literally in the player assistance
Yeah.
program.
Yeah.
Like,
I did not mention that part, but the injury history is a big concern.
the lack of like this team crucifies anyone who doesn't play defensively.
He does not like.
We talked about defensive black holes earlier. Hello, my name is Patrick Laine.
He is like the step up above a black hole, like the thing that sucks up a black hole. What is that?
Dark matter.
Oh,
that
Isn't
doesn't
it? I think.
exist.
Right.
Oh man.
Somebody who is an astronomer in the chat, tell me what is the next step above a black hole?
We could try calling Eric Tulsky. He might know.
I was gonna say me and Brett were just sitting here talking about what the Wild could do because they have 12 forwards signed, including Vinny Lettieri. So I should point that out because he's probably going to the AHL next year.
He ain't being up.
But Brett goes, "Hey, Ugrin and Murat Huzendinov, one of them could start in the AHL." I would lose my mind if that.
I don't
happened.
think they could. I think if Heidt is going to get a chance, one of those two, if not both, have to start down there.
Yeah, give Height 9 games, and if if he doesn't,
I would wager it's probably Murat.
You
If
can't
Height
send
pops-
Murat there.
If Height pops, you put Murat
When?
or you put
When
Marcus.
Height pops.
You put Marcus Johansson on a bus the next day down to Iowa.
I mean, look, Zach,
no.
Zach
No, Freddie
Benson made
Gaudreau.
it the entire year with Buffalo. so-
I'd rather have Johansson.
I mean, if you
than
could,
Gaudreau.
if you could trade Freddie Gaudreau.
Sean
By
answered
the way,
question,
you can send Freddie Gaudreau to Iowa.
We have an answer on the upgrade over a black
Yeah,
hole.
yeah. Sean, we live in a simulation. Black holes are just ones and zeros, bro.
Fair.
Fair point.
Sean,
Appreciate that.
Fuck off.
Oh my God.
Hey, whoa, wait.
Those are fighting words.
We
I
don't
don't need
condone
that
that
right now.
We don't condone that.
Like who is the so
I
it
love
was
Sean.
it was Fogel. There's another guy.
Adam Henrique.
No. An unrestricted free agent from Boston. And then honestly, like I was amped about Dakota Joshua potentially getting to.
Dude, what a deal, by the
I was
way.
gonna say, as a
Let's
Vancouver
go.
fan, you gotta
Here-
be happy.
I was
That
like,
was a good
bro.
sign.
Teddy,
I was
Here are the
irate.
back to
Here are the
Mankato
UFA
boys.
forwards: Stamkos,
Yeah.
Reinhart, Gensel, Atkinson, Henrique, Mantha, Bertuzzi, Teravainen,
Did somebody
Zucker,
say everyone like
Vrana,
90% of
Tyler
them are all but
Johnson,
signed to whatever team
Marchessault,
they're going to?
Tarasenko, Lindholm, Perron,
I'm not
Olofsson.
kidding. Somebody
LeBang.
put it out there.
Daniel Sprong was another one that I was intrigued by.
Did you see that story where
Foley,
he punched a F1
Hoffman.
driver?
Good for
Daniel,
him.
Daniel
They're all
Sprong
stuck
did?
out.
He,
Uh,
I
he,
follow F1. They're
I don't know
all
how
stuck
that
out.
So he
got in a fight in
he
a
can fight.
nightclub. Yeah.
Duclair is one I've heard kicked around a little bit if he would do a 1 year.
Seth, Pat Maroon.
Top 6 forward, Pat Maroon. Hell yeah.
This is payback for
Yeah,
me
there's-
saying Boston had a
there's
bad
Sprong.
draft. Isn't
Cup
it?
winner.
Kalen Addison.
James Van Riemsdyk.
Sprong put up 43 points in 76 games this year, playing 12 minutes.
I
a
could
night.
see Bill Guerin loving Cam Atkinson too, just
Oh,
because.
yeah.
Yeah.
He works hard. He hustles. He scores goals.
They
Oh,
don't
he
have
did
much
score
space.
goals.
Cal
don't know
Clutterbuck
how.
reunion at age 36.
Honestly,
The fact that he's still going.
go get the hit
Matt
man.
Martin. Go get Matt Martin.
All right, guys. We've
Bring
gone,
Blake Lizotte home.
We've gone over 5 hours. Let's get some
Oh my
closing
God.
thoughts before we wrap this up. Because I need to drink more beer.
Yeah.
I need to go to
Me
bed. I have a
too.
7:03 tea.
Judd Brackett
Attaboy.
crushed it again. So we'll see what day 2 brings for him. But
What do you rate it? Let's just give a quick rating. What do you rate the draft?
this draft? I gave an A.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
for the Wild or just in
Just
general?
just
the
in general.
Wild.
Or the Wild A. Yeah.
A plus.
A plus.
Let's
Williams,
go.
A plus. Looking forward to seeing Big UMD guys, seeing where Max Plant, Adam Cleveland. Looking to see what we do with the last of our picks, especially the second round where Judd cooks.
Don't overthink it. Go with Badinka.
Yeah, A plus plus. I mean,
Let's go. Let's go.
my like draft crush was drafted, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah, 20 out of 10. They got the guy I wanted at a lot earlier. So
Yeah, Matteo was crying over here. It was great. It was awesome.
yeah. Yep. No,
I don't know. It's half that bottle of Northland.
Hey.
Hey, shout out to Northland Vodka. Shout out to 7th Avenue Pizza. Shout out to 10K Takes. Again, I've just been sipping on these Captain's Patch
Delicious, by the way.
Yeah, they're real easy just to kind of sip.
10 out of 10.
It's a great sip in
It was
beer.
great.
Yeah, and hey, they got Zee,
I just
man. I
hear
gotta give it
Cabbage
a
Patch when you say that.
Hey.
I have a suggestion for the Minnesota Wild for their jersey patch for next season. Captain's patch and 10,000 takes.
Cabbage Patch?
Captains.
Oh, got you.
Because everyone should be the captain when Spurgeon's out.
I mean,
The
you could
10K
put it
boys
in the,
looking at the
you could
marketing
put it in
budget.
the captain
Spurgeon,
spot.
I'm sensing some
Spurgeon's just catching
hostility.
strays all night.
All right, Hoppy. Do we have any housekeeping notes before we wrap this up?
No.
No, we're good. Z,
That answer was great.
Z, thank you so much for
Thanks, Z.
for
Elite
playing host
analysis.
and expert role here.
Drinks at the drop on me.
Oh, his eyes just lit up.
Well,
here.
yeah. Well, no,
Get the
it's going to be on
touchdowns
David
going.
Perron after he signs that 8x8 with Minnesota. Baby.
Bring it. Bring it.
45 years old in the
It's got to be
lineup.
an 8x10. It's got to be an 8x10 or I can't do
Minimum. Minimum.
All right, guys. Well, thank you to everybody who hung out with us this evening. Shout out to everyone who joined us throughout the entire draft. Shout out to everyone who
Legends.
hung out with us after in this, the post game show.
it. Yeah, whatever the post game was.
The afters.
The afters. The afters.
After party.
Me getting extremely angry about David Perron.
Jeez. Big shout out to, like I said, to 7th Avenue Pizza, Better Edge, Northland Vodka. We're all repping the Wago Golf and our friends at 10K as well for hooking us up and fueling us throughout this 5th annual Soda stream covering the 2024 NHL Draft first round. Boys, it was awesome to have you guys in studio, which
What a
was
journey.
literally
Yes.
the living room here, but it was nice and cozy. It was good. It was good. This was a lot of fun. Again, you guys are awesome. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and one last shout out to those who donated. Activate A with the $5, Reaper Jones with $30, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
hell yeah.
Amazing
$32, by the way.
Holy.
Sean Cosgrove with the $3.50, and my buddy, we got two Seans here. My buddy Sean as well.
The Tree City reference is worth more than any of them.
That's priceless.
This monster.
Yes. Again, guys, have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the draft tomorrow. Have a great weekend. And to any Canadians watching, happy Canada Day. And next week, happy.
Off.
Oh my God.
Oh, here it comes.
I have the end stream button right here, motherfucker. I can do it too, bitch.
Where did you have that flag?
Up his ass.
Oh my God. Oh my
See,
The flag was
he's just
actually
gonna
his
put you
underwear.
up to putting all 6 rounds on tomorrow.
Yeah, fuck him.
Unbelievable attitude.
Happy 4th of July week as well, guys,
Yes.
coming up.
USA.
USA. I can't chant that with a fucking Canadian flag.
Yeah.
All right,
Just
guys,
did
have a
it.
great night.
Sacrilegious.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Until next year's draft, guys, that's another Soda stream live on the Sota Pod YouTube channel. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Later.
No David Perron.